Everyone's here except for 61 Dunn.
Oh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to call a hearing to order. We will begin by acknowledging that we're in Treaty 1 territory in the traditional homeland of the Métis Nation. My name is Ron Merritt. I'll be your chairperson this morning. And introducing the panel members. To my left is Gisela Lempel, and to her left is Robert Grusek. And representing the city Winnipeg from the Assessment Department is Dutchan Ramsawat. Our recording secretary is Belen Rojo. We'll be hearing application. Nobody's been here before. I'll do a preamble and we'll get things going after that point. We'll be hearing application for revision of the assessment roll in accordance with the Municipal Assessment Act. The matters for which revision has been is requested has been described in each application and will limit discussion to those matters. The statements that the applicant and the assessor make at this hearing are sworn in testimony, and anybody speaking in this matter must be sworn in. Please be advised that comparisons of assessments of properties are not considered evidence of market value by the board. The board is appointed annually by City Council, and we are independent of it along with the city administration. We make our decisions based on the evidence provided at this hearing and issue a written report or order that will be available to all parties as soon as possible. Please note that the board's decision in respect to application may be appealed to the Manitoba Municipal Board if the matter pertains to assessed value or classification, or to Court of Queen's Bench if the matter pertains to application for exemptions from taxation. Should you wish to appeal, the information on how to do so will be included in the board's order. In respect to the hearing this morning, I will confirm the matters to be addressed with each applicant following the swearing in. We'll then have the assessor's testimony, followed by questions that you may have along with the panel members. And then it'll be your opportunity to present your evidence in regards to what you think your value should be. Each party will have the opportunity to summarize if they wish. Once all applications or evidence has been brought forward, the applicant may leave. We will proceed to repeat for each item on the docket this morning. That will be followed in that order. The application will close. All applications that have been heard, and the board will deliberate in private and make its decisions. You will receive the order by registered mail as soon as possible. As information, all public hearings are live stream recorded and will be part of the public record. So I'll ask our secretary to swear in the assessor, and we will do the property of 101 Maple Creek Road. Oh, sorry. Number 6, Providence Point. You may come forward and we'll either have you sworn in or affirmed, either one. I got the first two withdrawn.
Please state your full name.
Dutchan Ramsawat.
And you affirm the evidence about to present the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please stand. You have the option to swear in on the Bible or to affirm without it. Okay, so I'll do one at a time. Please state your full name.
Mohammed Tasim Al-Shafat.
And you affirm the evidence about to present is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Please state your full name.
Second half.
And you affirm the evidence about to present is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Sure.
Thank you. Do you have any evidence you want to share with the panel this morning?
All of it is here.
Okay. Thank you. You can
Because our assessor can't hear that well, can you move the microphone towards you and speak inside there?
Sure.
Please, if you don't mind. Thank you. Well, good morning, gentlemen. So we'll first hear from the assessor in regards to how they came up with the value, okay? And you may ask questions at that point, and then it'll be your opportunity. So, Mr. Ramsawat, whenever you're ready, you can take us through this property.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay. Now, with respect to the subject property on number 6, Prominence Point, rule number 03091365600. A little description of the property. It's a 2-story home, single family, was built in 2009. It's got a full basement, it is 2,513 square feet. Now, I'm gonna just, in the interest of time, I'm not gonna speak much about the other characteristics of the property. And for those of you who are in here, the rest of the audience here too, I just want to point out, so when you come by, I wouldn't be talking much about from the basement. As you can see, right up to the bottom, not too much. You would have already had an opportunity to go through those characteristics of the property. All right, now, the subject property here, the assessment is $627,000. I'm pretty sure that the argument you'll get, Mr. Chairman, from the appellant would be that they paid $553,000 for the home. However, since then there had been a rec room done to the property. On 2016, we are in fact looking for 2018 market value. So here are the comparables. First of all, I look across, we are in the immediate area of Bridgewater Forest, each one of the comparables. First one, number 40 Bridgeland Drive, 2-story single family. It's a little newer and a little smaller. It doesn't have a basement on it, so therefore there will be an adjustment for the value of that basement, that will be market value. And as we go down, the lot size is very similar, and that property is actually sold for $705,000. A time adjustment would suggest that it would be more like $722,000. On top of that, if you were to add a basement development on that property on 42 Bridgeland Drive, which is comparable number 1, the value would be higher than that, which would suggest that already it's the subject property is actually fair. It's not lower, but it's fair. Comparable number 2 is on 108 Lake Forest Road, built in the same year, and it is a little less than 100 square feet smaller. It does have a basement finish with a lot size slightly smaller, and time adjustment on that one, the value suggests to be more like $640,000. Comparable number 3 and 7 Brookington Avenue, built in 2009, another 2-story home. This size of the property is virtually the same, just about 14 square feet smaller than that of the subject property, with a basement finish and a lot size slightly smaller, and the value of $657,000. And finally, comparable number 4, 152 Aspen Forest Point. It's a 2-story home built in 2010. Home that is about, I would say, 50 square feet smaller than that of the subject property. It does have a park entrance, same as that of the subject property. Lot size is slightly larger. $743,000 is the market value on that property, which suggests that all of these comparables support the value of the subject property. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Just for the record, our evaluation date is
April 1st, 2018.
okay. Market value for that.
Right, that's
that,
what we're looking
that,
for.
that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Any questions of the assessor? Just what you've heard from.
Not
No.
really, no.
No. Okay. Ms. Rempel?
Yes, so you indicated that only partially, the basement is only partially
No, I didn't
finished?
indicate that. Subject property has a basement that is developed. What I don't have here is the exact size of the basement.
Oh, okay, so it says here basement finished 657 square feet.
Or maybe yours does, are we looking at number 6 prominence?
That's what I'm looking at.
Okay, then maybe if I did write it in yours, my copy here.
Yeah,
Is it-
it's
All
on our
of yours have
copy.
it?
It's
Yeah.
on
All
our
right,
copy.
Yeah.
actually what happened, because I have several copies and so on, you're right, I do have a 657 square feet basement finished in that property. I didn't take the size of the other properties, typically they are about 60 to 7%, pardon me, 60 to 7% of the size of the basement.
Do you know if that's the entire basement? I'm assuming
Wouldn't
it is
be,
not.
No. The basement, a two-story home, I would suggest then that would be about 1,200 square feet, no, pardon me, yeah, closer to 1,200 square feet of the basement, all right, or maybe 657 is what we have on the record.
Okay. So, was there an inspection done of this home? Or?
I don't know if there was an inspection done in point. I rely on the information here, and I looked at the comparables, and I saw that it does support it, and there you go, here I am. I will look for that.
Okay. Did you say that there was a certain monetary value associated with the improvement to building this rec room in the basement after the purchase?
You probably refer to what I would have said maybe last week or last month. Yes, there always a monetary value on properties. Let's say when one property doesn't have it, certain features or characteristics and another one does, you either add to the value or take away from the value.
So,
In this case-
did you mention a value for this property, for that
It's
improvement?
$627,000 is the assessment.
Yes, but I'm talking about the basement improvement.
No, you see, the whole thing here is that we're not separated because we didn't itemize everything to give an adjustment of every single important characteristic, such as bathroom, central air, fireplace, garages. Those were not, we didn't do that. And if you look at it, for example, if you have the attached garage, we wouldn't make any difference between subject property and any of the comparables. Such things as fireplace and air conditioning, there would be no difference, right?
Okay, well then let me ask you one more question.
Mhm.
For comp 2, 3, and 4,
Mhm.
it says full basement, basement finished, yes, 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 for all 3 of those? Is that the complete basement? Is that a portion of the basement?
It's never completed. There's always room for extra space for the furnace, laundry area, sometimes a workshop or whatever, storage and that kind of thing.
So are you familiar with what comp 2, 3, and 4 have in terms of the basement finish?
I don't have the exact, I know why you're asking that question. I suspect because I have it for the 657, why do I not have it for the rest of them? It's only because of question of timing and so on, that all it is? No, I didn't get a chance to do that. And perhaps some other ones too, you're not likely gonna see it. But it was important for me to at least know for this one. And I want to point out one thing here, I didn't think it would come up. When the permit was taken out to this property, the permit shows $0. Now, that's not gonna happen. So if that comes up to what the property is valued at, these things do happen from time to time when we get permits. Sometimes we don't get a permit. But when we get a permit, if it sounds reasonable, then it's reasonable. If it sounds not so reasonable, I'm not relying on it.
Okay, thank you, that's all my questions.
Thank you. Mr. Rosick?
No additional questions.
Mr. Ramsawat, did you drive past the subject property or anything?
No, Mr. Chair.
And,
None or none of these.
Okay.
In fact, for the rest of the day, no. The answer would be the same because I didn't leave the office.
the comparables are all in the subject area,
They are, Mr.
and they're
Chair.
all similar to the subject?
They are highly
They're all
similar.
two-story,
Okay.
and I see that they're quite close in regards to square footage, so,
They are.
yeah. However, I see that you only have, you have one sale, which is close to the reference date, which is February 2018, and the other ones, you have 2 older sales, and, so that's the best you could find in regards to sales for comparables.
Obviously. Well, there would be other sales in February and March. However, Mr. Chairman, if you want something that's highly similar, if you have a bungalow or you have a whatever, I would have in different areas, not going to be, there's no sense having it.
And you had said that the subject was sold in 2016, and it sold for $553,500. And was that a multiple listing or anything like that, or
It
from a
was built in
builder, or?
2000 and more than, I don't recall. I
Okay.
have to look now in my notes to see if there was any such evidence of the multiple
That
listing.
will probably come from the applicants.
Yes, it was in multiple listing, Mr. Chairman. I have a one-liner note there that I just took it. I wrote it down in my,
I thank you. I thank you, sir.
yeah.
The floors are yours.
First of all, I think right on the given document, we attach a cover page which include all our arguments in there in written, and I can read over those ones. So
Well, we can read it afterwards,
Okay.
but maybe you could just summarize it. I
Sure,
know you
I
do a
will.
lot of work. I know you do a lot of
yeah,
work.
I did actually.
So, maybe you could just highlight certain things, for us.
Sure. Actually, the city gave us 3 examples for their base of assessment, and all those 4 is city mentioned about like it's highly comparable. I should say no at all, because some of those houses has lake view, high ceiling, more bedrooms, landscaping, waterfall deck, glass rain. It's all the high-end houses. It's not similar to the house I have over there. And also, we got that house August 16, from the market, and we paid $9,000 over the asking price. We end up to pay $553, and asking price was $544 in that time, and which is actually fall in the base deal for this assessment bill. And also, I should say, last year we were here and with the appeal, and the board assessed the value of 573, which include the basement, upgradation, everything included. And city raised the total assessed price 9.4% compared to the last year assessed value from the board. And what happened and also I should say, like, I did some assessment. If you go on the second page of my document, it says like 4 houses listed. The basements are fully finished, also in the same area, and similar to my footage, square footage, which all are lower than our assessed price. And also I add almost 11 houses sold in the same year, and all those houses also close to same square footage with partial basement. Also average price for those houses $528,000. Oh, sorry, $528,000. Yes. And so based on this, and also I attach all the listed copy, market listed copy from right on the back to supports my number in there. And also, I think, I don't know if you have two, I have, my other brother was looking for house in the same area, with both houses, it was in the market last month, and also same size, and within 200 meters from that house. Almost similar layout. Asking price, one was $569, other one's $539.
So what do you think the value should be?
I think I test my arguments. I feel it will be, $548,000. I believe, based on my analysis.
Yeah, we feel that the current value right now is even above.
City raised by 9.4% height, but actually the city property over there in Bridgewater, I don't think it's raised any at all, because these two should be the example of that.
And another issue is that we haven't done anything to the house in the past year or two, and there is no reason to increase the value by 9.4%. It's I didn't say.
Like, yeah, even, city has mentioned about some houses have lower square footage. Lower square footage, some houses have high ceiling. When it is high ceiling, even the house, total house actually looks same, but it lose the square footage. So, but that's, compared to our houses, there is no high ceiling, just, so that's why it looks like bigger, but actually same house, same size house.
And that's your presentation.
I think, yeah.
Mr. Ramsey, what questions of the applicants?
Yeah, again, thank you. I hope what I write here is incorrect and I don't have to double check that. You said you added to the board last year, did you?
Yeah.
Do you recall what the board confirmed the assessment was?
Yeah.
And how much was that?
573,000.
573, which is we feel like a little bit higher than board should assess.
And at that time, you also recognized that the basement finish was not included in that sale?
No, it was given that. That's why they add that value with the payment with the price we paid for the house.
And it was also mentioned in the previous meeting.
So our purchase price was 553 plus they add the cost, add the money we spent for the basement.
So now you were asking, a year afterwards, you were asking for $25,000 less than it was last year?
Yeah, my real market value actually $25,000 less.
And your judgment is based on today's market value, is it?
Yeah, that's why I brought
Okay,
it.
that's fine, just keep that in note. That's for
Is
the,
that in the market
fine.
last month?
that's okay, at least they know that. Mr. Chairman, I don't know that I would want to ask any other question. I know that the market, what I have is supposed to 2018 value, the rest is up to you. Thank you.
If I may interrupt, the document that is provided, it mentions that all the values that have been given is till 2018.
Yeah, 2016, 17, 18, here, all the given, and the evidence also attached to them.
Yes.
We'll see if, Gisela, do you have any questions of the applicants?
So I just wanna confirm, you purchased the house for $553,500 in 2016,
Yeah,
and then when did you finish the basement?
right after.
Right then?
Yeah.
Okay, and I'm also looking at the evidence that you have presented here for the 4 references used by the assessor. And I noticed that you've also checked out the assessed value of the
Yeah.
references that were provided.
Yeah.
And it looks like the assessed values of a couple of the properties have gone down.
Which
42 Bridgeland Drive,
Yeah.
the sale price was $705 and the assessed value is $661.
Okay, that was that we brought this 4 in because we believe like city assess our property based on these 4 examples. And all those 4 examples is city said is like almost highly similar. We don't think it is highly similar. Some has lake view, some has back open to lake, and some has high ceiling. So
Yes.
so they take the higher end houses compared to the house we have in there.
But what I'm curious about is, did you take these assessed values from the City of Winnipeg site? The assessed values of the 4 references used by the assessor? This chart at the bottom of the page. Because
I know.
2 of the assessed values, I notice, are lower than the sale price
Yeah,
of those
Yeah,
homes.
These are the actual
evidence
figures.
is in the document. It's labeled number 12.
Okay, sorry, I just haven't
It's
had a
okay,
chance
it's
to
okay.
go through all of it.
Yeah.
Okay, so, I think that's all of my questions, except, one other question. You say you haven't made no other improvements to the home since 2016 when you
After
finished
the
the
basement,
basement?
nothing else.
Okay, thank you.
Robert? Just to follow up on this, so the assessed values that we just raised, these are 2018, like current assessed values, or these are,
Which one?
we're talking about
Chart
the
four.
the references on the bottom of your attachment A. You have the references used by the assessor.
These four?
Yeah, like right here if you look.
Yeah.
So are the assessed values here the current assessment values, the 2020 assessed values, or are these the previous 2018 assessed values?
I think these are 2020 assessed values since they've been taken from the website. If I'm just looking right,
I'm just,
yeah, proposed 2020 assessment value.
Okay, okay, just clarity on that. No, I think, and then these two attachments at the back in terms, I think you said these are current.
These are current.
These two, they were in the market last month.
Okay, very recent, so, now, these are for sale or sold?
These are for sale asking price for those houses.
Okay, okay.
And also these are 200 meters, within 200 meters of the house we have in there.
Yeah, Beecham is it's literally across the road, like
From where, from the house?
from Providence, yeah.
From Prominence?
Yes.
And the other one is?
Also, both are actually really close.
Aspen is also
Aspen
pretty
Forest.
close, it's walking distance.
Okay, okay. And you believe they're very comparable to yours?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I think that. Okay. So,
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Rempel, you have a question for the assessor?
Yes, I'm wondering if you could tell me what the average increase in the real estate values in this neighborhood was.
That would be 6.96%.
That was it, thank you.
Okay, that, so recently that I know that figure of 6.96% average.
Okay. Gentlemen, you have done a fine job here. I know there's a lot of data here. What I noticed though is that in your sales, you have none in your sales what the assessors got. Did you notice that?
Yeah.
So you've gone through and so to maybe just go a little further, I noticed, I guess, in the first category, fully finished, okay, average-wise, 548,000, that's the average, okay? And in the next category, insulated basement,
Yeah.
the 528.
Yeah.
528. But like I say, you've gone beyond, which is good,
Yeah.
because you found other comparables to support your data. Okay, so of the two categories, which do you fall into?
I just
The top
wanted to-
one or the
top-
bottom?
The top one.
Top one? Okay, so, so you have a fully finished basement then?
Yes.
Yeah. And you are seeking 548, which is the average.
Yes.
I have no other questions. Mr. Renzo, did you wish a summary?
Hey, just maybe a minute or a few seconds, Mr. Chairman. Now, there's a reason why we don't compare assessment to assessment, Mr. Chairman. So, part of the evidence dealt with assessment. There's also a reason why we don't do post-reference sale. Hopefully you got that too. And then, as you know, in the past, and I do now and in the future, I don't go by averages. I look at properties that are highly similar. And the third comment here, what shouldn't have asked for here, but I didn't, that's fine, is that you don't know whether all the characteristics basement finishes on their comparables to get at your value. Other little notes that I want to make mention of is that they have been increasing property value, and we see here the appellant is asking for even less than what they paid for it. I think maybe you know the rest, Mr. Chairman, that's my presentation.
Thank you, sir. Final words that you wish to summarize, or?
I think we actually present our argument on the, we can. I hope, board will find out our asking assessed value should right and given us that price.
All right, leave it with us. Thank you for coming this morning.
It's still pretty early.
It's gonna be a long day.
So results very soon by mail. So thank you. We'll go to 62 Oak Lawn Road. You can come forward, we'll have you sworn in or affirmed, either one.
Thank you.
Ellen, do you want to open the door? It's getting kind of warm in here. Or is it?
I'll just put on the fan,
Okay,
because there's another meeting next week.
okay, turn the fan on then.
Uh,
Okay. Are you,
I think it was turned
Swearing
on.
on the Bible.
They were speaking loudly enough, I know, but I don't know that it was turned on.
you want to check the microphone? Just tap. Okay, good. All right. All right.
Sorry, is that on the Bible? Please state your full name,
My name is N.Q. Hu.
and you swear the evidence you're about to present is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. I'm going to take your evidence now and you have any for the panel. And will it be the same information for both properties?
Yes.
Both properties
Yeah,
doing,
But
the
between
both
two,
Oak Lawn properties are his.
I'm sorry?
Both Oak Lawn properties
Okay,
are his.
okay.
62
But we'll
and
deal
50.
with 62 first.
Okay.
Okay?
Thanks. Wait a second. We do the 62 first, right?
And I'll take 50 as well.
Okay. And another 150. So use the same.
This one's the
Yeah.
same? Okay.
Thank you, Reverend. Mr. Ramsawat, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now for 62 Oak Lawn Road, roll number 03-0916-53400. A little description of the property in Bridgewater Forest is a two-story single-family home built in 2014 and 2,315 square feet. Our records show that there is no development in the basement. $571,000 is the assessed value of the home. $459,000 was what he paid for it then. There are four comparables here that would support the value of this property, Mr. Chairman. They're all in the same neighborhood area in Bridgewater Forest. Each of the properties, two-story single-family home. They vary slightly in age, and they vary only very slightly also in size of the home. So I consider most of these properties highly similar. Most of them except comparable number 3 that has a finished basement, or will be adjustment for that. Okay, the lot size also are highly similar, so now I go straight to the value. That's the time adjusted value. Comparable number 1, $575,000. Comparable number 2, $564,000. Comparable number 3, $594,000. And comparable number 5, $569,000. Now each of these properties Mr. Chairman, does support the value of $571,000. I should point out that I had a conversation with the appellant, the homeowner, last reassessment. He wouldn't know because we never met. At least I don't think we met. And we had agreed to have values of what they were for last year at $538,000 for 2018.
How much was that figure again?
$538,000. That was an agreement that he and I had. And so when I saw that, because I knew the neighborhood area had gone up to 6.96%, the difference between 538 and 557,000 and 571, which is the assessed value today, is 1.0613%. In other words, 6.13% difference, so that's very close. And for that reason, when I looked at property being highly similar, I couldn't possibly make any recommendation that is any different, so the property does support it. Thank you, that's my presentation.
I thank you. Questions of the assessor? No?
Yeah.
Gisela?
I'm sorry, can you describe for me a little more about this agreement you had?
It was last reassessment, last cycle, when we had agreed, whatever the value was, I don't know all the details here because I never walked with all the details. And I did take note of it, that the agreement was $538,000
For the 2018?
18 and 19 years.
Okay. And is that what the assessment was for 2018?
That would be, once you make an agreement for that $538,000 value, that would be what would be assessed at.
Okay, thank you.
Robert?
Anything? Yeah, I'm good, thanks. No questions.
Thank you. Mr. Renzo, what, comparable number 4?
Mm-hmm.
Have the prices gone up? It looks like prices have gone up since 2016,
Mm-hmm.
based on comparable number 4.
Right.
Would you agree? Or put it this way, why is this low?
Well, actually, I'm glad you asked that question, Mr. Chairman, but I did the maths. In fact, I got some notes here where that value is $29,000 difference, 29 and change, so I use a round figure of $29,000. When I tried to do percentage change, it's 5.37%. So that alone is also telling me it's in line. This 5.3% is not, let's say, all of 2016, or it's not from April 1st, 2016, it is from October 2016, so it's more or less expected to be lower than the 6.96% that went up averagely in last cycle.
Okay, I thank you, sir. The floor is yours, so we're ready for your presentation.
Yeah, I already, sort of give you guys, the match made and compare properties. I have 4 compare property for the 62 Oaklawn, and the sales that so almost the same like April 2018. So I think the one, like the fourth one is like March 27th, 2018. And the second one is like March 11th, 2018. And that's kind of, I chose, actually the 6th house for the fourth 3 is, at least in my comparison.
What page are you on?
The first one?
First one?
Yeah.
Okay. So,
His comparisons,
okay, I'm sorry.
Okay, okay.
Continue on.
Okay, so let's say the fourth, like a 7 Aaron Wood, they have 2,400 square foot, almost 2,500 square foot. The sale on the February 27th, 2018, with the price is like 526,000. The both house in the same area. The second one is 27 Aspen Forest Point. The sale date is like March 11th, 2018. It's close to the April 1st. The third one, I think the third one, Mr. Dutchins also choose as the third one. His compare property 23 Park Value. The sale price is 540. The fourth property is 72 Deer Ridge Bay. The sale date is January 23rd, 2018. It's pretty close. What we want April 1st, 2018. For the last two pages, I just because I searched another two property is just over the April 1st, 2018. It's sold on the April 25th, but the price is 460. So the last page is the 212 Kirkside Road. The sale price is 517. So in my compare sheet and with 6 to walk along, so I summarize like this one, calculate for my I think that right now the city assessed value is 571, is way high, and I average the every square footage for the full comparable property. So I got 231 per square foot, and then I times my square footage. I got 534, something like this. Okay, that's my.
I thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Mr. Ramsawat, questions of the applicant?
I may have one question only, Mr. Chairman, but I just want to do something new before you ask that question. All right, one question. I noticed here at the very bottom of what you have on 62, your proposed value of 2315 times 231. You did use average value, did you?
Yeah.
Okay, that's all my questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Ms. Rempel?
Yes, I am wondering, do you live at this property?
No.
Do you rent this property out?
Yes, right.
Can you tell me how much you rent this property out for?
2,500 per month.
Plus utilities?
No.
That's all included?
No. Plus
Plus utilities?
Yes, right.
Okay, thank you, that's all my questions.
Robert?
Your comparison page here, I was trying to, these homes are all in the same area as the property you're appealing?
Yes, right. It's a couple, one street, couple street away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And so then at the bottom, the proposed 534,765 is what
Yeah.
you're suggesting should be the
Yeah.
assessment.
And yeah, one sense I also have to point out my compare property, number 2, they have full finished basement. Okay, and compare property number 3, the land side, the north side is way high. It's 6,000. For my property is 4,500 something. So compare property number 4 is the land side is 6,792. This corner property is the land value is way high. Because I don't know what's the land property value.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you. I just noticed that where did you get your comparables?
I asked my agent
Friend?
friends to take this one.
Okay.
Yeah, I asked them that before like April 1st, and try to match what they want, and I mean pretty close to like April 1st.
So these are all in your neighborhood. So these are, I would say, did you do a drive-by all past the comparables or not?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, because it's my rent property, I usually like maybe 1 week and drive around.
Yeah.
So right now, my rent property is rent property. Is the house, the property on the street. Same person, but my property is the house.
So which of these four comparables, and
Yeah.
you drove past them, etc., which one is similar to your house?
I think like numbers like comparative one.
Well, they're all pretty close, aren't they?
Yeah.
Okay.
Compare property one, I think.
So,
Like, okay, go ahead.
so instead of doing the average, which you've done, okay, you know, that's just the average. So, what do you think your house is worth?
I think pretty much just like this. Because I mean, my property is rent property. It's unreasonable for me to put, I mean, high-end decoration inside to upgrade to, I mean, value there for there. I just, I mean, average level, we can rent it out to provide it to my tenant.
I just noticed that, you know, if you look at your comparables, like number one,
Yeah,
okay, and you have a picture of the property too,
yeah,
okay? So, is that similar to your house?
pretty much same.
Okay. But I noticed that it was listed about, you know, $559, but it's
Yeah.
sold for $526.
Yes.
So normally it's fairly close to, you know, the list price. So are you aware of, you know, what was going on there or anything like that?
Unfortunately, I don't know, yeah, because I didn't, I mean, with the house, with the inside the house to take a look at that,
Yeah.
yeah.
So, you know, for the record, what do you think the value should be for your property?
Can I join, can I add one more sentence?
Yes?
Yeah, and I think I took to Mr.
Grabs what?
Mr. Dachensi, I mean, the beginning of this year, we talk about the property value for the 2015, 2016.
Yeah, which was $538.
Not
Right.
538. Yeah, we have an agreement, right?
Yeah, agreement.
Yeah.
Yeah,
For the 2015, 2016.
yeah, the last time.
The last is, I think
Okay.
it's 490 something.
Oh, that was, you know, like that was before.
Yeah.
There was an agreement, I'm not sure of the dates or anything like that, but it was 538,
For which year?
2018
Last.
assessment year.
the last go round.
The last go around, and because I mean, we skipped 2017, 2018, so I didn't appeal.
Yeah,
So yeah,
Okay.
so it's just because I mean, I appeal for the 2015, 2016.
Yeah.
It took me 2 years to finish it last year, to finish this the end of the beginning of this year. So as automatically, I mean, they will calculate for this one, but it's not. I'm wrong. So say I have to appeal every year. So that's why I mean 2017, 2018, I skipped it. I don't know.
okay,
Yeah.
so give us a value,
Okay.
give us a value.
I think like for my property, the value should be like 2018 should be like 510 something. Or I mean, because
So give us the value that you're seeking today,
here is like 534.
534?
Yeah, that's my calculation there.
Okay, and that is based on your average share?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right. Mr. Renzoat, any questions?
No, just maybe 30 seconds summation, Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry?
Just 30 seconds, don't want to ask any
Summation,
question. I have some notes here that the gentleman may be correct in his representation. I have here that it looks like my certificate of agreement then was 2015, Mr. Chairman, so it may be stand to be corrected. I don't want to mislead the panel here, but it does look like that maybe true at 480, and that the 538 perhaps was what was calibrated then and sent out, and he said he didn't make any appeal. He may be correct in that. I just want you to know that I'd like to give a vote on that. All right, and that's all I want to mention. Thank you.
Anything further?
Yeah.
That's it?
That he, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So thank you for coming this morning.
He's got the next one.
Thank you.
He's got the next one.
Yes, that's right. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, that finishes that one. We'll go to 50, okay?
Yeah.
Mr. Ramsawat?
All right, now for number 54,
Are these very similar to what we just heard?
yeah, very similar. I would
Okay.
suspect them. I don't know if I have the same forms now. If I look at it, so I can rush through very quickly to have the same forms.
Don't rush, you do a lot of work, okay?
Well, no, let me just see, you know, the comparables are different, so let me, I won't take long. I know that there's
Yeah.
a great many people here,
Yep.
so it wouldn't take long. Just want to make sure I have the right copy. All right, here we go, Mr. Chairman. Number 50 Oak Lawn, tool number 030-91653700 in Bridgewater. Now a little bit about this property. It's also in Bridgewater Forest. It's a two-story single family built in 2014 and carrying 279 square feet. Again, it doesn't have any finishing in the basement. And it's $568,000 for this one. I was rather like think that this 568 being in the same area, using the same model would then mean that the cost property is slightly smaller. That's the difference of the $3,000. So our model would be right on when it comes to looking at that. But like everything else, it's just what's in it and how it compares. Now 4 properties here have been selected or chosen, more or less to defend this value as well. Each of these properties are also in the same neighborhood characteristic area as in Bridgewater Forest. Each of them is 2-story single family, and they're built around the same time. They vary slightly in age, but not by much. And the size of the homes, again, they vary slightly, but not by much, so they become highly similar. And the other characteristics here is that is different, as in comparable number 2 has a finished basement, whereas the other one doesn't. The lot size is also highly similar, except for comparable number 3, that is slightly larger. But when you take in consideration there is an adjustment or has a commercial influence, you have a little bit of impact there. So I suspect some people would rather like to have a smaller lot, not having any consideration for the commercial influence. With that said, I wouldn't have much difference in value for the lot size as well. When you look at then the time adjusted sale price, comparable number 1 is $575,000. Comparable number 2 with the basement finish is $585,000. Comparable number 3 is $544, and the last one is $564. When you have the difference of a few percentage here, we typically do not make any adjustment for it. That's why my presentation, Mr. Chairman.
I think, sir, questions of the assessor?
No.
No?
Yeah.
Ms. Rumpel?
No, thank you.
Robert?
No, I don't have any.
So in your presentation, you are seeking, I would say, 526,
Yes, right.
right?
Yes.
So when I look at your comparables,
Yeah.
which one is very similar to yours, like of the 4?
I still think it's compared property 1.
Number 1?
Yeah, number 7, Ironwood.
So that ties into your value.
Yeah, because I mean, see, it's 50 Oak Lawn, 62, it's just 2 houses away, you know. Yeah, and also that's also a rental property, and also I have good communication with Mr. Touchin at the beginning of this year about the same issue about the the value of the 2015, 2016.
And what was the agreement at that time?
I think it's pretty much 489 something.
I don't remember.
Yeah, I don't remember. Yeah, I don't remember either. So because I didn't bring my document here, so he also don't remember. But I mean, we do communicate. We have good communication at the beginning of this year.
I don't think we spoke this year.
We do.
I-
Yeah, we have. Yeah, we have. I mean,
If you did, I don't remember.
okay. We can check the document. Yeah,
All right?
yeah.
Is this also a rental property, or do you live in this house?
No, it's rental property.
Rental?
Yeah. So for rental property, it's make no sense for me to put in the high end. Right?
Same rent
Same
as
rent.
the last one?
Same rent. Pretty much the same square footage, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Ramsawat, questions of the applicant?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, because I don't hear very well, I didn't hear the rent that he mentioned the first time. Can you tell me that for record, please?
Yeah.
It was 2,500.
2,500, that's for
Plus
each property?
Yes.
And that's plus utilities?
Yeah.
Plus utilities, okay.
Ms. Rempel?
Can you tell me what the assessed value of this home was for the 2018 assessment year, last time around?
Sorry, I didn't. I think it's like 530 something.
So similar to
Yeah, similar
your
to
other property, which is 2 doors down
Yes, two doors
from
down.
this
Yeah.
property?
Yeah, it's pretty much the same house. Some type of just square footage a little bit different. It comes with different builder, so it's pretty much the same size.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering, this house, I guess you built in 2014?
So start from 2013 and take position like in the beginning of the 2014.
Okay.
Yeah.
And have there been any improvements made to the house at
No,
all?
it's just a standard
Just-
from the builder. Yeah. Because it doesn't, I say it doesn't make sense for me to for rent property put a high end decoration inside. Is against my my purpose.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
all my questions.
Thank
Thank
you
you
very
very much.
Thank you. Robert?
I don't have anything, thank you.
Summary, Mr. Ramsawat? Final word, sir?
Yeah, I think pretty much I already clearly expressed myself. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thank you for coming this morning, and results very soon.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Excuse me?
Strud?
Sorry, excuse me, I think that you might have forgotten. Yeah, I was looking for
3, 4, and 5, you're next.
You're next.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, come on up.
Okay.
Stradwick?
yeah.
Thank you.
We'll either have you sworn in or affirmed, either one,
Do you
but
wanna
it's
swear in on the
item
Bible?
number 6.
Please state your full name.
Which is it from?
Is there any evidence you present is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. I can take your evidence now.
Thank you.
Where's my sandwich?
You said you were bringing that.
Oh, boy, that's true. Good morning, sir. Good morning. We'll first hear from the assessor, and he'll take us through your property. Mr. Ramsawat, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before we get started, Mr. Chairman, twice already people have been there. Can you
Yeah.
pull that
Yeah.
microphone really closely when you're speaking? Because
Please.
once you start your presentation, I don't get
Yeah.
interrupted, I don't hear it half of the
Maybe
time.
just give it a little
I
test and
really
see whether it's
appreciate it.
working.
Hello?
No?
Yeah, so
Yeah,
when you,
okay,
when you
that's
are making
fine.
your presentation, if you don't mind,
Yeah.
if you see me doing this, put it in, because half the time I don't hear it.
Sure.
Thank you. All right, now for 19 Stradwick Point, rule number 030-916-598-00. This property again is on Bridgewater Forest, that's the neighborhood area. A little about the property. It's a two-story single-family home. It was built in 2017. Information we have is 2,494 square feet as a living area. It does have a walkout basement, and the basement is finished. Property also has, where the difference is between this and the comparables that I have, would be it has a swimming pool that is 20 by 40 as our record. Mr. Patroni, you may want to take a note of that, so in case you note I've given you information that is probably a bit incorrect, you would just tell me that it's not that it is. So it's 20 feet by 40 feet is what we have for the swimming pool, and we also have a sunroom in your home as for a record. All right, it's backing onto a park, so it has a park influence, and it's $989,000 we have for the property. Now, one of the things that I've done here was to determine location, if there is any difference in location, and I'll tell you that the record we have is that it does show there is a difference in values. I take into consideration that these properties, they were built in different time, from 2011 actually to 2017 for yours, and so therefore the land, when the people are buying it, that determines location and value of an area, would show the difference. So what I happen to know is that you paid $239,000 for the lot only. All right, I move on now to the other, and I'm not doing a cost approach to determine the value, just making that as a reference, so that when we talk about difference in houses, we know that there's already a difference in location, certain difference in value. All right. The four comparables here are all two-story single-family homes. They're all in the same area as I mentioned. So comparable number one on number 215 Highland Creek, built in 2014, slightly larger than your home, with a fully finished basement as well. It doesn't have the walkout basement, that's the difference. And it doesn't have this swimming pool or a sunroom, and so do the other comparables don't have this a sunroom or a swimming pool either from our records. Now the lot size there, they vary slightly in the rest of them. 10,000 square feet is that of the subject property, and perhaps that's one reason too why the value of that lot is that much higher than the rest. Anyways, coming back to comparable number one, we have it at $853,000. Comparable number two then, on 164 North Town Road, built in 2011, 2,798 square feet. It is again larger than that of the subject property, and a finished basement. A smaller lot, and that is $847,000 as the market value. Comparable number three then, number 7 Hunter Brook, built in 2010, 2,656 square feet with a finished basement, and this property has a retention pond as an influence. $855,000 is the value. And then comparable number 4, 35 Bridge Lake Drive, built in 2012, 2,400 square feet, just slightly smaller than that of the subject property, and also has other similar features of that of the subject property, except of course again no swimming pool, no sunroom, and it has a retention pond influence. Now that last property, comparable number 4, number 35 Bridge Lake, when I look at the comparison between those two, in terms of value, they are very similar, sort of. When you add a swimming pool and you add a sunroom onto comparable number 4, when you do a reconciliation, then you will get a value of probably even higher than that of the subject property, and as a result, I just couldn't make any recommendation to have a lower value on that property. Again, I say also the other reason that I couldn't make any recommendation on it is because comparable number 4 has, for the value and the lot size, was actually $183,000 when it was purchased in 2012. So that again is a slightly closer to that of the subject property, taking the time adjustment into consideration at $239,000 for the value of the land in the subject property. Now, and that is my presentation, Mr. Chairman. I don't know if I can make any recommendation other than that. I also want to say that in the calibration, the property is actually calibrated higher, when we do a model, and the value was actually overridden from 1076 to 989. Now, you may want to take that with a grain of salt and not consider what I just mentioned, what it is calibrated for. So it was thought that perhaps 989 would be a fair value. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Questions of the assessor?
Yeah. So on comparable one, 215 Highland Creek, and I just know this because I'm a builder in development, but 215 Highland Creek is a full walkout basement, and it's a completed basement, even though it doesn't say that on the, like if you go on to realtor.ca, sometimes they don't put that it's an actual walkout.
It does have a walkout basement?
It does have a walkout. All of these have a walkout basement. So the difference between my home, which is a lookout basement, and these are full walkout basements. So I have to have steps in my home, in the basement, in order to get out. It's completely different comparable. So also the land showing here at 239, the developer couldn't sell the land. He had it for like 7 years, and he had to lower the price of the value of the land to 205 in order to sell the land in that development. So then I can go on to my presentation.
Not yet. Okay. Any more questions? No? In regards to just what you heard? Okay. Okay, Ms. Rempel?
So Dutchin, the records show that this subject property, the land was sold for $239 in 2016?
Yes.
Okay. And
But
then
because I didn't hear the question,
Sorry.
bear with me, did you say,
Yes.
I'm
so-
sorry, I didn't hear, did you say it was lower than what you paid?
Right, so the developer provided a refund to anyone that purchased on Stradwick because they couldn't sell the lots for that price.
So what did you pay for it?
So it was like 205 or something close to that. I don't know that exact value, but I can provide that.
Typically, this would have been transferred in land title's office at 200, whatever the value was, but.
Okay, so then they did do it they did it as a 239 land title, but then provided a credit back to the.
And before you take possession of it, it would have been corrected at 206, would it not? Or should have been corrected before it
at
reached
land
land
titles?
title's office.
At land titles, you're saying it would have been
Before it
corrected?
reached land title's office, whatever the transfers and the final value would be.
No, they just provided a check back to the homeowners that purchased on that.
After it transferred land
Right.
titles? Okay.
do you have any building permits to indicate what the cost of the completion of the home was?
And he's the builder.
I know, but he hasn't made his presentation yet, so I'm wondering if the city has any information in terms of building permits on how much the completion of the home cost, and also when the completion of the pool and the sunroom took place.
Again, sometimes we take the building, the permit to the grain of salt, because sometimes it's accurate and other times it's not, and I
Right.
can tell from experience, right?
Yeah.
So that's why I don't walk with it too much until I see something really outstanding. I do know that as for the pool, it probably would have had an estimate of that for a permit closer to $60,000, my memory serves me right?
Yeah, we
Yeah,
do.
but again, in all fairness to you, after we put a $60,000 pool in the property, it's probably only valued between half to 2/3, as maximum 2/3 the value. So it's never valued
If-
for.
yeah, if that. Sometimes it goes down in value.
I know, I had one.
And I would never have one.
So you, do you have an estimate then all in of how much it cost? Was everything completed at the same time? The
Well-
house, the pool, the sunroom?
When you look at the comparables, and I look at what I would put weight on comparable number 4, and I see that there is a swimming pool, mind you, the swimming pool be
I see
$50,000 instead of
swimming pool.
60, isn't it? Is it $50,000 swimming pool or 60?
You know what, I don't know the exact cost, but it was in between there,
Okay,
because you gotta do
that-
concrete around the pool, so that comes into landscaping.
Okay, I understand that. All right, to answer your question, when I look at those two comparables and I see there's a difference of, I think, $10, $20, $30, $25,000 or something like that, when I look at the difference between that property and the subject property, I'm talking about comparable number 4, I see a $35,000 difference when I see a sunroom and the swimming pool would have a contributory value of more than $35,000. And this is why I would say that comparable number 4 certainly supports the value of comparable number, and supports the value of the subject, and that's more or less all the information I actually needed. It's more or less putting weight on it, and therefore I'm thinking that this is what it should be without any adjustment.
And just one more question, and that is both comparable number 4 and the subject property are pie lots, is that right?
Well, I'm not looking at the map you are looking at,
I'm looking
but
at the
yeah,
map.
it's fine, but because I'm not, I look at the value and I see if they are smaller, and even if they have slightly irregular lot, I think that what's more important here is the fact that it's backing onto a retention pond, in which case that would have, higher value than properties that are not backing onto a pond. And so let's put it this way, that because this property at 183, comparable number 4 was sold in 2012, whereas the subject property, according to Mr. Cotronio, at $206,000, I would put them as having the same value or very close. Although the subject property is larger, sometimes it's, you have to maybe make some kind of determination as what it is. You might have a larger property, larger lot size, but a different location, and it'll pay the same price as one with a.
Sorry, this is
Retention
my
pond.
error. I meant to say comparable 1 and the subject property are both on pie lots. Comparable 4 is not on a pie lot. When I look at the map that you've provided, that's my error.
Okay. All right, comparable number 1 is a pie-shaped lot, it's slightly larger. Again, when I look at it, I don't put the weight, I don't say because it's a pie-shaped lot, it's value more or less. I say that, okay, I see a lot that is slightly larger, and therefore is closer to that, and I determine a sort of a value.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Robert?
Just a couple of questions. The pool and the sunroom the pool and the sunroom, have they been there are they recent additions to the role, or were they added, were they there at the last assessment?
Okay, now, I don't know that, I don't have that information in the last assessment, because I'm only looking at 2018 value. I look at the property being built in 2017, so it would not have been, and more than likely we wouldn't have a 1918 value based on, we would have a 1917, possibly a 1918 value based on 2016 market value. But whether these things were there at the time when it was built before we moved in, I don't know that.
Yes, they were all there before.
Thank you, so everything was built and
Yeah.
moved in. Yeah.
The impact of a retention pond as opposed to a park, because a retention pond as compared to a park, is a retention pond adjacent increase the value of a property as much as a park would, or what's the impact of it? I'm just looking at the two, the subject property and the comparables. Some have an influence of a retention pond. Is that a positive influence, increased value, or neutral, or compared to a park?
That's always subjective, depends on who wants what. However, when we look at the demand and the affordability of these things, retention ponds typically are higher than that of a park. However, as I mentioned, when we do a lot of research and investigations, and we know that the demand was such that the market value is established, at $200,000, let's say, for property in the park, this is what I am seeing. I'm seeing that the one in the park is larger than the property on the retention pond. So therefore, what I'm also seeing is that although we don't go for price per square foot necessarily, but if you look at price per square foot between the one in retention pond and the one in the park will have a lower value per price per square foot, right? But I don't necessarily dwell on price per square foot because it gets too confusing. I look at the value and I would say that they're close. I would like to think, however, because yes, does have a park, and a park, you can go play in the park, but you can't go play on the pond, right? The pond is the pond is there for other aesthetic reasons. You know, you can go and, oh boy, people like the water because in Manitoba it's two things: it's either water or snow or ice, right? And so it's not there for all the time. The park you can there all the time, right? So I think then that some people would actually prefer the park and other people wouldn't. When you look at the size of the lot, it's no less, I would tell you, than that of the pond. Probably higher, but certainly not less.
Okay.
Thank you. We're ready for your presentation, sir?
Perfect. I think we just need to clarify one thing. If you flip in this, you'll see the park. This is not a park. This is a rat-infested forest that is. If anyone goes to play in there, they'll get poison oak.
What page am I looking at?
Second last one. Second last page.
I don't know if you've got it there. Maybe.
This one, yeah. Right there.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's not a park. That's a pathway where anyone that's walking down it looks right into my pool, and it's actually a disaster, which the city's trying to look at right now. So, and if you look at a walkout on a retention pond, which is actually a lake, and I sell these things every day, so I can tell you that a lake property versus this is way more value. Like, it's not even close. If you flip to the front page of the documents I gave you, this is just a little comparison that I did, just on basically some homes that we sold and other builders have sold. And if you look at them, if you scroll down to the bottom, my lot, like I said, is a lookout lot. And the development map in here, that is, there's a development map in here, but my lot's an actual lookout lot. So it's not a full walkout, so the value should be much less. If you look at these square footages of these homes, like 155 Lakeman and 103 Lakeman, they're 2364, 2409 with finished basements. Yes, they don't have maybe a sunroom or a pool, I'm not sure if they do, but my house also doesn't have a suspended deck like most walkouts do. So I have a sunroom, but I don't have the deck. So those two should almost cancel each other out. So I mean, that's just basic information. The other thing is my square footage that you guys have indicated here of 2494, that's incorrect. If you look at the blueprint that was submitted to the city, it's 2387, and that's the last page of the.
So roughly 100 square feet.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I don't know where they got the 2494 from, but it definitely was submitted as 2387. Like my plans went into the city, is that?
Tell us what you think the value should be.
I think the value should be around 800,000. And that's being like really generous with it, because if I wanted to really compare it to these lookouts, it should be less. Even if you added 50,000 for the pool and another, say 20, if you didn't wanna cancel the, the deck with the sunroom and you want to add another $20,000 for that, okay, you're adding $70,000 of value, but.
And your reasoning for the 800,000?
Sorry?
And your reasoning for the 800,000 value?
Well, I'm taking basically almost an average between the lookout lots and the walkout lots on that first page. And even if you use the assessor's values here and you compare them, well, you can't say that a 2,766 square foot house versus a 2,494 is close. Because if it was close and I could sell them for this, like if I could sell them for the same amount, that'd be great, but it doesn't work that way. Like all of these have higher values, like higher square foot values, right? All of them are lake influence, except for Northtown Road, which is a path and park influence.
And that's your presentation, sir?
That's it.
Okay. Mr. Ramsey, what questions?
Okay. If my memory serves me right, I thought I heard you said the sunroom should have an equal value of a deck. Did I hear that?
A sunroom? Yeah, so my sunroom is like, say, 12 by 12, but if I was to have done a suspended wood deck from my second floor, the value would have been about the same.
Okay, and your sunroom is a three-season sunroom or four?
3 season.
Three-season sunroom? Can you describe your three-season sunroom for us?
Yeah, it's just, I'd say like 12 by, maybe 12 or 12 by 14. It's, doesn't have flooring in it, it just has a concrete floor from the pad that we poured, and I put a hot tub in there. And that's pretty much it.
And the surrounding?
It's surrounded by stucco on the outside, just like the rest of the house. And it has some paneling, some wood paneling on the walls inside. And it has like screened windows.
Screen, not glass?
There's glass that you can move up and down just for dust,
Mm-hmm.
but mostly the screens are.
And the flooring, you say there's no flooring on it?
There's no flooring, no. It's just the concrete from
Oh,
like what we poured.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And it's concrete, how high is it from the ground?
The concrete or the room itself?
No, how high is it on the ground?
Oh, yeah, it's on the ground. So from my basement,
It's
what
a
I was talking
slab.
about was, you have to step up from my basement like 3 steps,
Oh, I
and then
see.
you get out to it. So that's where it's very, very different than a walkout.
Okay, don't have any more questions, Shirley?
Thank you. Ms. Rempel?
Yes, so, you bought the lot in 2016, let's say for $205,000.
Right.
And then how much was the build of the home?
The total was close to 800.
800. And you moved in,
It's like 20, I don't remember now, 2017? Or
2017, and you say the whole thing was complete when you moved in?
Yeah.
Pool, sunroom,
Yeah.
everything. So has there been any work done since you moved in?
No.
And can you tell me, do you recall what your previous assessment was for 2018? Okay, that's all my questions, thank you.
Robert?
Can I answer that question? The assessment for 2018 was $989,000, and this year is a 0% increase.
It was 989,000? Okay, thank you.
Currently 989.
Robert?
So when it was complete build, that included the pool and the sunroom, all that kind of stuff that I
Yeah.
was asking about earlier. Okay. 205. No, I mean, no, that's an observation. I'm good at that, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Ramsey, what summation if you so desire?
Just something I thought about. Again, I can't ask any questions in the summation, but we have to take in consideration, Mr. Chairman, is the fact that as a builder, Mr. Cotronio here, value would be that much different from that of the, well, if you were to sell the home, let's say, typically this was expected, right? So assuming that that his answers to you earlier was it cost him $800,000. You also have to take into consideration that it may be something that cost him, but not necessarily market value. That's my summation.
Thank you. Final word?
I'd say that that's actually false, because I have to sell to myself at fair market value, or we'd have another issue on our hands.
That concludes, so thank you for coming this morning, and results very soon.
Thank you.
We're gonna take about a 5-minute break, okay? So bear with us, okay?
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
Yes.
Can I claim this hour we're spending the money, the hourly rate to the city of Winnipeg? I pay tax and I spend money for this, and I didn't get a chair to sit on the chair.
Well,
How poor I am in the
something-
city.
You know something, I have no control over that, but if you would like to phone the manager of the appeal board, I'd appreciate if you would do that. But you're perfectly right. You know, we have a docket here. When we show up as a panel, we don't really know what's on the docket. And we should have had a bigger room for all the people that were here.
And also the time we are spending here.
Yes.
I'm paying tax and I'm paying time.
Hey,
Every year.
we try to do, you know, we appreciate, you know, your patience with everybody. Everybody's in the same boat, okay? So, we can only do so much. So,
Yes, Mr. Chair.
yeah, so,
We can give you the name of the chairperson.
yeah,
I will. In fact, I will. I would like to see.
okay. Okay, we'll call the hearing back to order. And we're gonna go to 192 North Town Road. Mr. Ramsawat, whenever you're ready.
Okay, I just like to
Sorry, yeah, sorry, man.
Do you swear in the real Okay. Please state your full name,
Means anew.
and you swear the evidence about presenting is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I swear.
Thank you. Did you bring any evidence for the panel?
No, it's my first time, so I don't have anything prepared for that.
Can you bring up the mic a little closer, please? The other parents have been doing that really close so I can hear. I can hear it. Okay. I still wouldn't hear, but that's okay. When you're speaking, I can find. All right, let's move on.
Floor is yours.
192 Northtown Road, roll number 030-915-70000 in Bridgewater Forest. It's a two-story home with a little description of the property, single family, built in 2012, and it is 1,938 square feet with a walkout basement, no development in the basement, and lot size 7,376 square feet with a park entrance. In the assessment, $608,000. Now the four comparables I have, they are all in Bridgewater Forest. Each of them a two-story single-family home. They're built around at the same time, just vary in age slightly. The size of the homes are all the other comparables are slightly larger, but not by much, as you can see. All the other comparables there, they got full basement without having a walkout basement, so that's a difference there. So, excuse me. A little bit about each of the comparables. Comparable number 119 Park Valley Road, built in 2012, 2,063 square feet, 130 square feet larger than that of the subject. Same size of lot, $641,000 is assessed value. So the difference between the subject property and that is that the subject property does not have a finished basement. You put a finished basement into that, then you'll see that the difference of $30-something thousand will account for that. When you take the walkout basement in consideration, then the value of 608 seems to be fair. Comparable number 2 then on 116 Bridlewood Road. It's a two-story built in 2010, 212 square feet. A lot size that is similar at $628,000, and it doesn't have a basement finish. It doesn't have the walkout basement either. Comparable number 3 on 124 Bridle Road. Built in 2011, 235 square feet, and it does have a finished basement, a slightly smaller lot. It is 616 square feet. Comparable number 4 on 15 Apple Tree Crescent. Two-story, built in 2009, just slightly older and a little bit larger. So it does have a finished basement, $563,000. That's my presentation, Mr. Chairman. $608,000 for the assessed value. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions of the assessor?
No question.
No, thank you. Ms. Rempel?
Yes, I'm just wondering why there are no other comparables that have walkout basements, why full basements were selected.
The reality is that there are more houses without park basement, walkout basement than there are with walkout basement. They're far and few in between. They're usually on retention pond or park, and as is in case it is on a park. The other properties don't have that kind of land influence, and so it's highly unlikely that you will get walkout basement on those because they do cost extra money to build.
Yes, which is why I'm wondering why there are no others when some of the comparables that you have presented for other cases in this neighborhood have been with walkout basements.
Again, to answer that question, as I just mentioned, if I were to get other properties, let's say on retention pond in the area, then we start looking at properties that are going to be that much difference in value, could be much higher. And if that is the case, these properties here are going to be in the lower side of of what I'll probably find with other properties with walkout basement. Besides, as many of the other properties that do have walkout basement, they have it for purpose too, so that, again, retention pond, you have a walkout basement, you want to use it. If you want to use it, you want to build a rec room. If you want to build a rec room, that will be additional value, and therefore they will not be highly similar to that of the subject property anymore.
Although I do note that 3 of these basements are finished, even though they're full basements and not a walkout basement.
Much easier to make that kind of adjustment when you have a finished basement. Using a normal figure about $30 a square foot seems to be industry standard, $30-$35 per square foot for finished basement. Now, I don't know the value or the size of these basements, but you can look at $20,000-$30,000 for basement.
Okay, that's all my questions, thank
Yeah.
you.
And besides, it's a 2-story home, the basement will be smaller than if it is a 1-story home.
Robert?
I just, looking at the map on the subject, property, it seems to be the last home in a, so the park is behind, and is there no neighbor on one side?
That's true, yes.
Okay, so it's, I'm just looking at the subject property, like there's no neighbor on one side.
Well, there to be in the corner, yes. I don't know what is between to go through what appears to be a park, or the park, right? So there will be access to the park.
So it's, so it's not a corner lot, it just happens to, there's no street there.
No street there.
My map isn't
No,
clear as,
Not likely
clear as
going to
copy.
be, not likely going to be a street there either.
So does that, from an assessment point of view, is that a good thing? Is it increase the value?
For residential purposes, if you have that parking place, would more than likely people are going to use that and think that they're going to add, you have a contributory value for a property with that kind of influence.
But if you only have a neighbor on one side and the other, the park would be behind, but if you don't have a neighbor on one side, that would increase the value of that property?
It still has the park influence. In fact, all the other properties, let me just see the other one. You have a few properties there to the right side of here.
Mhm.
All of those would have the park influence.
But the fact that you only have a neighbor on one side, as opposed to 2 sides, the other properties,
Well, if you shout to the other neighbor, chances you will reach them too, because the other neighbors would be 200 feet away, 300 feet away, I don't know. It wouldn't matter, that's the entrance to the park.
okay.
You know.
I don't have any other questions.
I thank you. Floor is yours, sir.
Okay, and before my statement, I just want to answer the lady's question why the assessor didn't provide some walkout basement as comparable property. First, my walkout property is kind of different from those traditional concept of walkout property, because my neighbor in the same block, the first 8 lots are actually show home, built by the customer builders. So they build with luxury interior, and sometimes they have some also finished landscaping basement. So the pricing is, I do believe some of my neighbor's house is sold like around 1 million. So interior and exterior material is different from my house, and I don't have any upgrade. So that's why probably the assessor won't be able to find the comparable in terms of pricing of the workout basement. Not mention those larger workout lots. So they sold like over 200,000, but my lot is sold just 134,000 at that time. And so today I received the kind of the report. So I do have some comments. First, it said my lot is medium traffic, which I slightly disagree, because if you check the map, the complete map, Northtown Road is very heavy traffic in the rush hours. Once the center and the lake is already established to a certain extent. And if you believe the comparable one is heavy traffic, I think my lot is even heavier than the comparable one, which is 119 Park Valley. And then I noticed that you do have the summary of the time-adjusted sales price per square footage. So the four comparable lots average is 285. You have 310, 283, 275, and 271. So if I average those four comparables deemed by the assessor, the average price per square footage is 285. If I use that multiplied by my square footage is 1938, that will give me just 553,000 something. And based on the current assessment, my price per square footage is 313, which end up with 608,000. So, which I believe if we use the average comparable pricing, it will be much lower than the assessment. But I do understand I have a workout basement, even though it's not finished at April 1st, 2018. And other four comparables do have full finished, some of them has full finished basement. And also I don't have the half baths. And some of them, I have one half bath, but some of the comparables have two half baths. So which makes some of the difference between my project and comparables. So I understand Chair will always ask, what is my assessment, right? So I would say if my property is valued at $300 per square foot, I think it should be reasonable instead of 313, because 313 is way above the average 285 of the four comparables. If it's valued at 300, so it will give the final assessment of 581,400. So which is slightly slightly over than the previous assessment, because my previous assessment is 570 something.
And that's, I think you had mentioned 581,400?
Yes, based on 300 price per square footage.
So that's what you're seeking?
I think that's pretty reasonable, if based on your provided four comparables. The average of your four comparable is 285. I understand I have workout basement. Even though the other comparables might have some upgraded feature inside. So I agree to increase by $15 from 285 to 300.
All right. Mr. Ramsawat, any questions of the applicant?
Not too many people here, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to go through this very quickly. I don't want to pass any questions. Thank you. I'll make my presentation.
Mr. Rempel?
I think I'm fine, thank you.
Okay, Robert?
Just trying to, the walkout basement, is the house, like the property here, I assume, looking at the map, it's all kind of, there's no rolling, it's all kind of the same level, like,
Yes.
so when you have the walkout basement,
The full
So-
block, 12 lots, all walkout basements.
all
There are
all of them on the park are walkout basements.
Yes, yes, from that block.
So the park is lower than the,
The same level, actually it's a little bit higher because there is a trail in between properties and the park. So there's a trail.
so the walkout is, I'm just trying to imagine, the houses are high enough that it doesn't create a, you're not coming out of a tunnel kind of thing.
No,
Okay.
just flat walkout.
Okay, so the fact that you only have a neighbor on one side, is there a lot of people coming in and out of the park adjacent to your property?
Kind of, because there's a parking lot just right beside the other side of my house. One side is my neighbor, 188.
Right.
The other side, after the trail, is a parking lot.
A parking lot?
Because the other side of the Lost Town Road is a rental property, which is very big, 255 Lost Town Road. It's a large rental property. So that's why I say it's heavy traffic, if I would say.
Okay. Okay, interesting, thank you.
So I just have one more comment. Actually, I did apply the kind of the appraisal for 2014, but at that time, probably somebody come to my home, have the in-person evaluation of the internal kind of the upgrade or internal finishing of my house, probably in 2016. The name of the accessory is male chambers. He has already retired, but he said he put a note and just indicating the basic finishing of my interior. And the result is at that time the assessment decreased from 602,000 to 530,000. 70,000 decrease after that in-person kind of evaluation appraisal back in 2014 or 16.
Can I follow up on the side of your home? You say there's a multiple, like an apartment or multiple family?
Across the street.
Oh,
there's
across the
a,
street. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I was
rental property, actually 2 buildings and 4 floors.
Okay, that was just okay. Thank you.
Mr. Ramsey, what summation?
And for a while I was thinking of that right last question, but I lost that opportunity. Yeah, just a little note here, when looking at my presentation, and according to the felon, and the other properties that he mentioned about next to his, they all have parks. Now, the information that he submitted, I don't know if you have the same information I do, where he stated that between numbers 148 to 176 North Town Road, the properties that value $1 million or more. Well, this is the last thing I'm going to say, Mr. Chairman. Under the principle of progression, it states that when a property has a lower value, and that lower value is among properties that are higher value, then the higher value is going to tend to bring that lower value up to closer to theirs, or vice versa, to property of regression. I just wanted you to take a note of that, and that's all my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Final word?
No, thanks for giving me opportunities to present my statement.
All right. Leave it with us and results very soon. So thank you for coming.
Thank you.
We're going to go to number 3, Rose Grove Point, is it?
Heaven Grove.
Number 7.
Would you like to swear? Please state your full name, and you affirm the evidence you're about to present is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you. Do you have any evidence you'd like to share with us now? Yes, please.
Thank you. Everybody ready? The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, before I get started, I have to apologize for this. This here is for my purpose and not the whole room, because I know you very well, and I've not heard anybody else through the mic. So when you're speaking, please, would you bring it really close to yourself? Thank you.
Can we turn it up?
I'm going to ask right now.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. All right, let's
Yeah,
begin.
just move it, you know what? Yeah, try that, just blow into it.
Hello.
Is it on?
I don't know.
Okay, would you check that again for me, please? I don't hear anything. Check.
There's a switch on the
I
top.
don't know how to work it. I have to email
switch?
someone to ask.
Hello.
Go ahead. Yeah.
No?
Hello.
Yeah, I can hear that.
Okay,
Yeah.
But you have to be that
Yeah,
close,
this-
I think.
yeah.
I have a thick accent. That's all.
I don't mind your accent, but if somebody doesn't have an accent and they speak, I
Okay.
don't
Yeah, okay.
hear my
So
problem.
you're okay then?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Good, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for understanding.
All right,
All right, we
the floor is
proceed.
yours.
Proceed. Number 3, Hill Grove Point in Bridgewater Forest. 1-story single-family home, that's the described subject property. They were built in 2015 with a walkout basement, and yes, it does have a finished basement. 12,055 square feet is the size of the lot. $722,000 is the assessment. Now, the property was sold for $695,000. That's this year. I think he moved in. keep in mind, Mr. Chairman, very often get to a position where when we see a property that had been sold as post-reference, we can't do much about it, we get into trouble out there. All right, so then what did I have to do then is to get the properties that are sold on or before April 1st, 2018, as you know. The four comparables chosen here, they're all in the same, well actually not, just one is adjoining location. Bridgewater Forest as opposed to Bridgewater Lake, two of them in Bridgewater Forest. Each of these properties are one-story single-family home, and they are built around at the same time, just a little difference in the year. Each of the properties I noticed here, they're very close to the size of the subject property, and each of them have walkout basement. And all of them, with the exception of compartment number 1, has a basement finish. The properties here, the lot sizes, three of them are similar to that of the subject property, only compartment number 3 is smaller. And all of these properties have retention ponds, so I really like the location of the property when I look at the comparables. Okay, very quickly then, compartment number 1, to get a little bit more about it, on number 206 Highland Creek, 1955 square feet, built in 2007, around the same size of lot, and it doesn't have a finished basement. That's interesting, because now we have to add the value of a finished basement to that to compare or to get a value rather of the subject property. That property here, $797,000, compartment number 1. Number 2 is 146 Blue Meadow Road, built in 2014, slightly smaller in size. The lot size is highly similar, and that property is $845,000. Comparable number 3 then, 63 Maple Creek Road, built in 2011, 1,868 square feet, which is close to that of the subject property. Also very highly similar, except the lot size that is half the size, $743,000. And then comparable number 4, 42 Clear Spring Road, excuse me, was built in 2016, slightly smaller than that of the subject property, with a lot also that is slightly smaller, but a value that is much higher. These comparables, Mr. Chairman, does support the value of the subject property, all of them. And again, because in fact it's a post-reference sale, I know that is the case. I don't even have to mention the value of the post-reference sale, but the values actually for 2018 does support the assessment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Questions of the assessor?
Yes. With all my respect, you cannot add the taxes based on the price I purchased the house for. Lots of people buying homes higher than the value or lower. You cannot go by the taxes based how much I bought the house for. And when you compare these houses compared to my house, it's completely different. You cannot compare these houses to my home. Number one, these houses inside the finishing is top quality finish. Example, kitchen, granite, marble. My home, there is no granite, no marble. Even the electrical plug is the cheapest electrical plug you can get.
Okay, you're getting into your evidence, okay? So that's fine.
Okay.
But what you just
okay, for
what,
this property, you cannot compare these properties to mine. It's completely different.
Yeah. So just what you heard from
Yes.
the assessor. Do you have any questions in regards to what he's done here?
No.
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 Okay. Ms. Rempel?
Yes, I'm wondering if you can describe for me what is commercially adjacent to this property. It says it's commercial
Because
adjacent.
I didn't check for those kinds of information as to what is next to it and so on. The mere fact that we see and recognize that it is commercial adjacent, it's an external lot, which means it's not internal. It is, I don't know if it's a cul-de-sac, it's a hill, Grove Point. I'd like to have a look at the map, to make that determination.
I don't think it's on a cul-de-sac, because
No,
it's.
no, it's not. I don't know that it is. That's why I looked, because of Hill Point. Well, you know, in a sense it is, because if you go through Hill Point, if you look at it, you go through, it's a no through, you can't come through somewhere else. You have to go and turn around in the same street. It's a rather large cul-de-sac, but that's what it is. It is in fact a cul-de-sac. Now, that next to it, on the right-hand side, looking at that, I would think that is probably, no, I don't know if it's a small community center. I don't have any idea. We might have to ask you. But I don't know anything other than that. In any event, once we put that there as a commercial lot, then they're going to make a slight adjustment to it. I mentioned in the past that I don't know the exact amount of adjustment, but typically they make a downward adjustment to properties taken care of, and that is reflected on the value. Because if you were to look at the value as opposed to the other ones, you see that it's lower than the rest of them. That would suggest to me that that is also taken into consideration. Does it have a retention pond influence?
It says it does. It says it does.
It says it does, and I don't know.
It doesn't say it's adjacent, it says it has retention pond influence, so.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, may I also ask, it says it has medium traffic influence. So I'm assuming that normally there's another adjustment made if the traffic is medium?
Or combination of this.
Okay, thank
Sorry,
you.
is this property commercial or residential?
No, it's a residential property, but the mere fact that we put a commercial adjacent to it as information there, so that when it's taken into consideration your value, it was calibrated, it's going to be taking that into consideration and just have a small point under that in terms of value. At the same time, when you have a point in influence of retention pond, it's going to have a positive influence.
Yeah.
Works like that. Eventually, one might cross out the other one, maybe equals the other. Eventually. What's important is the overall value in this case.
I love to have a commercial, but allow me.
No, it just means that there is something next to you that might be a business of some kind.
It is, yes.
Yeah.
It is.
Okay.
Well, you live there, I mean, I don't know what that is.
Yes.
Thank you, that's all my questions.
Robert?
Same question. We'll get them from the,
Yeah.
yeah, we'll follow up with the applicant. I'm good, thank you.
You bought this house,
April 1st, yes.
okay, and the purchase price, $695?
Yes.
Okay. The floor is yours.
Okay.
Now you can say what you want.
Okay, so we cannot agree you comparing high quality houses to this house. I thought this house was high quality, but when I moved in, it was completely different. I thought there is a real stone break in front of the house. I didn't find this out when I was standing in front of the house and wind blew up, so I see one stone was moving. So I went to check the stone. It was not stone, it was foam, like paper foam. This is the finishing outside. And inside is the cheapest electrical plug you can get. There is no glass for steel railing, it's a basement. It's a cheap wood. No hardwood floor. No granite for the kitchen. Is inside is really is not a high quality finish. So you can build other houses with all granite inside, hardwood floor, marble. I checked these houses. I looked at it. Like even if you go on your computer, you will see inside. The grading to the house is a little bit low than what it should be. I was surprised the city inspector did not inspect the house, the electrical inspector special. When I turn my bedroom light, the washroom light comes on, I can separate both of them. So it's really, the house is not quality inside. So when you charge the taxes, my question is how do you assess your taxes based on what? Like how you increase your taxes? Like a brand new home, how do you charge this taxes on this home? How do you do it? Based on finishing, size of the house, The finishing outside is granite or whatever, very cheap. If stucco is going to be cheaper than stone. So I just want to know how did you calculate your taxes to this property? This is one. Another thing is completely extremely, extremely very busy traffic. Apartment side, apartment front, churches, downtown. Like I'm living in the middle of, even when I go outside to the balcony, the neighbor in the apartment block high, like there is no privacy. My deck is not vinyl. It is wood 2x6, which should be vinyl. The city inspector should check it. It was very cheap built.
So what do you think the value should be?
Well, okay, I build the apartment blocks. High quality, when I do high quality, it costs me about $225 a foot. Granite, hardwood floor, marble, $225 a foot. This one, I can build for $125 a foot, which is low quality for rental. We assume the land value is $200,000. $145 a foot is really very cheap inside. I was shocked. I didn't look at it, my wife did.
So what did you conclude for value for the reference here?
What, 556, 100?
And that's your presentation, sir?
That's what I can, that's what. And no trees for privacy. I need to put some trees, but I don't know, there is some regulation with the city, I don't know.
And that's it?
That's it.
Okay. Mr. Renz, what questions of the applicant?
Yeah, you presented an appraisal report here. And this report is about your own home on number 3 Hillgrove Point. Is that correct?
Yes.
You also produced a one-pager for the top 21.
Well, appraisal for the bank. Normally appraisal when the work is started, it doesn't appraisal for banks. For finance, yeah, the bank.
I appreciate that. I'm just looking at it here to ask a question. That's fine. Hold your thoughts a moment. I'm just looking for the date when this thing was probably this year, no doubt.
Yes.
I'm looking for it, and some things are missing. Some pages are missing. You only have the one pager for the grid.
They compare the other homes, a few houses, which one is
Okay, and let me ask you then, when was this appraisal dated? Because it doesn't show here. I don't know if you guys.
in March sometime.
March of this
March
year?
this year.
Okay, so effective age, date of March, and the appraiser thought it's worth valued at $720,000, is that correct?
That's the appraisal values.
Okay.
And the bank told me at the time he's doing a favor for me. That's what.
And you have he has a little description of the property. In the interest of time, I'm not gonna have any time to read this out, the panel will do that. I don't have any other questions, thank you.
Ms. Rempel?
Yes, I'm wondering if you could tell us what is the commercial property next to your property?
Apartment block, you can see some pictures on the multiple pictures. One page was multiple pictures.
It's an apartment across the street.
One.
Oh.
So I have side, across and side. Yeah, for this page here, you have this.
Yep.
Do I have, oh yes, okay. So there's an apartment block across the street
And the side,
and beside you. Okay.
side of the street and across from.
Can you tell me, you say there's lots of cracks in the basement?
Yes, concrete floor.
Have you had any kind of an estimate done as to how much it might cost to
Not
repair
really, I
those?
just moved in a few months ago and I'm not settled yet.
Okay. Just one other thing I want to say, more than ask, is that we cannot consider what you paid for the home in 2019.
Exactly, that's what I told you.
Anyway, because all we can look at is homes that have sold up to March 31st, 2018. So We have,
But when you compare this, where is the location of the home?
yes, we can
My
look at
location
that.
is, yes,
We
the
can
other
look
one
at that.
is a better view, quiet. Sometimes you sleep in the bedroom, the light from the street, from the car, back and forth is coming like.
So you say it's heavy traffic?
It is very heavy, yes. I love to have commercial, if they allow me to do commercial, I will do commercial.
Okay,
Yes, I love to.
thank you, that's all my questions.
Thank you. Robert?
In the information you provided the 2019 tax,
That's the one that came this year.
yeah, that's based on the previous
Yes.
assessment. I noticed the previous assessment listed here is 835,000.
Yes,
So, and the proposed assessment is 732, so it's 100,000, it's been reduced by 100,000. And so, and if I heard you, you think that the assessment should actually be
the
556,000?
six, no more than 620, yes.
Okay, 620,
Based on-
maximum.
Bit of location, the quality of the home inside, and the grading was low, like there's lots of problems there.
Right. But adjacent to the apartments, but there's no stores or retail or anything?
Yeah, I can see it from my house, across,
You-
yes.
but it's not-
There's churches, and there is a new, it was on the city plan before, no church, nothing, it was some kind like park or something across.
Yeah,
Now they have two churches,
yeah.
one the community, and Tim Horton, I can see it, Tim Horton, Shabbat Rags, I can see it from my home.
Okay, but it's not next,
Not
not
next-
across
no,
the
not
street
next
or
to-
adjacent or?
Not next.
Yeah, and the retention pond, there's a reference here to a retention pond. Is that in that park? I'm trying to find the map. Kind of behind your house in the big area, there's a park,
Yes,
and that's where the retention pond is? A retention pond, a pond
there is a,
in that big
yes,
area?
yes.
Okay. I don't have any other questions.
Submission?
Oh, no.
No? Anything further? No? Okay. Thanks for coming this afternoon, and results very
Thank you.
shortly. Thank you.
Thank you,
Have a good day.
you too.
Oh, okay. We're just gonna take 2 minutes while we fix the mic for you, okay? Yeah, and just wait for it to come back. All right. Call the hearing back to order, and we'll have the applicant sworn in.
Please state your full name?
Short of Islam.
And you affirm the evidence above presented the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
I thank you very kindly for your patience, sir. So you're familiar with the routine?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So we'll have Mr. Assessor go through your property.
Thank you and good afternoon, everyone. Almost afternoon.
Okay. Mr. Ramsawat, your floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now for the property on 216 Bridgeland Drive, the roll number is 030-914-927-00 in Bridgewater Forest. It's a two-story single-family home. That's a little bit over the property and then some. Built in 2010, 2,328 square feet and nothing in the basement. I would say it's more or less a standard sized lot for that size of home, 4,722 square feet. $490,000 is assessed value, and looking at it, the comparable that I have, Mr. Chairman, does support the value of $490,000. Having said that, there are 4 comparables here that I have. Each of these comparables is in Bridgewater Forest. Each of them is a 2-story single-family home. They were built around the same time, between 2009 and 2010. And the property, as far as the sizes, they vary slightly, with comparable number 1 on 39 Apple Tree Crescent being slightly larger. And similar characteristics, and a slightly higher lot size. The value on that, $498,000, and comparable number 2 then would be 176 Bridgeland Drive, 2-story, built in 2010, 1,979 square feet, which is that much smaller by what looks like 350 square feet plus or minus. Lot size that is highly similar, and $502,000 value. Comparable number 3 then, on 19 Apple Tree Crescent, 2-story, built in 2009, 149 square feet, is slightly smaller. 6,711 square feet is the lot size, which is slightly larger, and $496,000 is the value on that. Last one, 125 Abelville Crescent, 2-story single family, built in 2010, 2,028 square feet, and a lot size that is similar to that. A little bit smaller actually, but I would think it's still similar. And that one is $508,000. As I look at it, I don't have any reason to make any adjustment for such items like a rec room, or bathroom, or central air conditioning, or garage. Not even the lot size I wouldn't make any adjustment for. And the only one little difference, and it's only a little difference, one with comparable number 2 that has a fireplace is worth a few $1,000s, and yet it's higher. All these comparables, Mr. Chairman, show that they're slightly higher than that of the subject property, and therefore supports the value. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions of the assessor?
My first question to Mr. Dutchin, or Dutchin?
That's right.
So did you do the assessment or somebody else did the assessment?
This was done on mass appraisal.
This was your exercise that you compared with other houses. You personally did this assessment. This is my...
No, the assessment, all the assessment and the houses that produced so far, yours as well as the other one, including this, they're all mass appraisal. It's done on computer, and each of the city has 10 different models, and we have a model for each section of the city. And for Gary area being one large model, and that's why when the chairman asked earlier, or was asked earlier what the average price was, I was able to go to do that model in Code Gary, and although the average price in the city would be different, that model, that area would only be 6.96, tell you about the model. So it was done on a mass appraisal. Thousands of homes were done on mass appraisal. Myself do it? No. It's done on in one of the departments that does the model.
So this assessment was done by a computer.
It's done by computer.
So I need to trust a computer intelligence to come up with a real practical value.
Right.
So just for my understanding.
Mhm.
So, has anyone visited those comparable houses and my houses from the city of Winnipeg?
I don't know that, I don't have that, because I only have the information
On
on
this
the
paper.
home here, and I don't have the detailed information on the rest. The only information I have on these properties are what you see on this one page.
So, Mr. Chair, for your information, I'm the homeowner, I live in the house, and no one from the city of Winnipeg has visited my house, just for information, because he doesn't know whether anyone has visited those comparables or not. But I'm confirming that no one visited my house, because I live in the house. And there's a point, that's why I'm asking it. So my house was assessed 20, I gave you comparable, comparable.
You're getting into your evidence, okay? We're just questioning the assessor's presentation right
Okay,
now.
okay.
So
So-
you may continue asking him questions unless you're finished.
So in this assessment, do you think the computer has considered depreciation, real property depreciate value? My accountant depreciates, everybody knows depreciates, and economists understand depreciation, and financial model, every financial model understand depreciation of a real property. Because worn out computer, worn out shingles, worn out like properties, the real property depreciates. At the same time, we also understand real property appreciates too based on the customer supply and demand. So if demand is high, supply is less, and property value appreciates. Now, I'm trying to make you on the same page that yes, we're on the same page, property appreciates and property depreciates, but has your computer program considered depreciation and appreciation both or not? Are you sure about it?
Your question specifically is whether I understand that the house can depreciate or
Your
appreciate?
computer modeling of this assessment consider depreciation of the real property or not?
Absolutely.
Okay. If so, then what do you think my property value has been increased 13% between 2016 and 2018? What is your justification to raise the value for 13% of in 2 years of a real property, considering depreciation? The property has gone 13% higher. So if I consider 4%, which is most standard, depreciation, 2 years, 8% depreciation, plus 13% appreciation, so 21% house price has been raised between 2016 and 18. What can be the reason in your opinion?
Allow me to answer that question.
Please.
Now, there are times when property values, whatever it was the last time around, and I'm not saying that this happens to every property, but the reality is that there are properties that are underassessed for whatever reason it is. Whether it's somebody on a one-to-one basis with you would agree on it, whether the board here would agree on it, whether you go forward and the municipal board agrees with it, right? When we do the actual comparables and taking all the characteristics that actually contribute to value, and those things are being accounted for. So the last assessment is the model this year that was done for 2020 has no bearing or no relevance with what happened in the previous assessment. Because the reality is that we take for something like 3,000 to 5,000 to 6,000 properties in a year, in the 2-year cycle, to determine the value of all the other properties. So we're not using the same comparable last year, the last cycle, to know that we recognize that there might be 6% and then add 6% on those properties. It doesn't work that way. As for depreciation, as you mentioned about, to tell you a little bit more about it, the reality too is that only the very older homes are going to be depreciated, and as the homes become newer, there's not that kind of depreciation that you
I'm
talk
not saying about the depreciation rate. Rate will be different for different location, different houses, so for example. But your computer model, you confirmed, your computer modeling considered depreciation of a real property. And considering that, last assessment, my house, last assessment price was $432,000. And was that fair, I believe? You agree with this? That was $432,000 in 2016 assessment.
Yeah, now, this is interesting. Yes, I see a because I took a note of that. I see a $432,000 for the assessment here on your property. I didn't go all the way to start looking at why it was $432,000. That's not what I do. What I do now to try to determine is your property here, based on the value here, Mr. Islam, based on the value here and how it compares, this is how I'm making my presentation. My presentation is based on the location, based on the type of home, it's just 2-story, based on the fact that it's single family, based on the years it was built. Yours was built in 2009, the other one was built in yours was built in 2010. The other first comparable was built in 2009. Is there a depreciation in that? I will tell you no. There is no depreciation between 2009 and 2010 as an appraiser. I would not do that. But we recognize that there is depreciation when it's warranted. In this case, it's not going to be warranted to depreciate to make a difference in 1 year between two properties that are similar. In real estate, is not a scientific. Real estate is an art, right? Appraisal is an art.
I disagree with you, Mr. Dutton here.
You may
When
disagree.
we're calculating tax, that should be a mathematical formula. Because we're dealing with money, we're dealing with every cent is important, and why
Bear with me,
that
sir,
should
ask a
be.
question, and you can adjust it to the panel and say disagree. The reality is that I'm addressing I'm answering it to the panel, you're talking to the panel. The reality, Mr. Chairman, is that real estate is an art, appraisal is an art and not a science. So the reality is that and the other thing too is that you don't add a value of a garage and everything else in parts and get the value.
Whoa.
Okay.
Let's just try to speed up things,
Yes,
okay?
let's
Because
speed
we
it,
can
let's
talk
speed it.
about this all day.
Okay,
So-
to answer that, do you have another question?
My question to you, in computer modeling, the assessment, the comparison you produced here today, the comparable number 1, which is 46% more land area according to your statistics. How did you compare with two houses? One house has 46% more land. Mr. Chair, you can see the comparable number 1,
Yep.
which is 46% more land.
Okay.
Comparable 3, which is 42% more land. So how do you compare with my house, with two houses, which is 42% and 46% more land? So this is erroneous, this is faulty, your method is not right.
Okay.
Number 2,
All right, I draw something out here, don't you can see it, I'm trying to answer your question. You see 1 and 2, right? You see a smaller lot over here and a larger lot over here, right? Bear with me.
Well, gentlemen,
you asked the
mathematically speaking, you're absolutely correct. However, look at comparable number 1 and comparable number 3. What did they sell for before, they're exactly the same. Okay?
Your Honor, when
So mathematically, there are differences, okay? But the bottom line is what you pay for the house. And what we're after here is market value.
Your
Okay.
Honor, when I'm presenting my evidence, I bring in more points.
Absolutely.
But I'm trying to
Okay.
finish my question period first time.
You
But
go
I'm gonna
right
produce
ahead.
my evidence.
You go right ahead.
So 46% and 42% more land, and comparable number 2 and comparable number 4. Comparable 2 has 15% less floor area. This is the mathematics. I just calculated, sitting here, I was calculating it. Comparable 4 has 13% small floor area. So in my opinion, I should be fairly judged. I should be fairly taxed. So I shouldn't be compared with someone who has 47% more land area or 15% less floor area. So this whole comparison process is flawed. There is some flaw here. If you fairly tax me, compare with the same thing. You cannot compare with apple and orange and just assume something and just tax someone. This is something is flawed. It's not right.
Is that your question, sir?
No,
Because I
this
still
is,
asking
no, this is my question to you. Why do you agree that computer generated models, it has some flaws? Do you agree with that?
If you recall, Mr. Chairman actually prevented from going on it for the interest of timing. Let me see if I can make it very, very short. The reality is that once a house is being built on a land, you can't do anything extra with the extra piece of land. Nothing. You can't subdivide it on something that is this small. I'm trying to make this very short. So the extra land of this 46% that you talk about has very little difference in value. It doesn't have 46% difference in value.
As a buyer,
Very little.
as a customer, as a buyer, if you buy a house, I buy a house, I
Market
definitely consider how big is the lot.
Mr. Islam is market evidence.
Market evidence, as I'm a buyer, I definitely consider how big is the lot. Is it a small lot or is it a big lot? I definitely consider it. It definitely has a value. My lot in 2010 when I built the home, my lot price is mentioned here $101,000. I'm pretty sure the lot price of the
Allow me to
comparable was different than that.
allow me to answer the to Mr. Chairman here. And looking at the same thing, Mr. Chairman, if you look at the value of that property at $498,000, the difference between his and one property next, the market actually paid just a little bit more for that one than his property. But then again, if you look at comparable number two, take 1 and 2 for that matter, you see there's only $4,000 difference in value that somebody paid for, in fact, they actually paid more money for the property that is smaller in lot size than they did in comparable number 4.
Mr. Dachin,
It's an art, it's not a science.
Then I have a
It's-
question to you. You said 5,000 value difference between two sale prices. Do you think they are sold at the same time? Yeah, different time has a different impact in the market. And
A
how many
month apart.
market?
A month apart, they sold.
A month apart. And how many house was for sale at the same time? Selling this house and selling this, so because supply and demand determines the price. If too many houses are supplied, demand is less, yeah, house price goes down. And too many less houses in the market, and too many buyers is there, and then price goes up. This is economics, common sense. I'm going to speed up the things, Mr. Chairman. So my question to you, Mr. Judging, you didn't finish the assessment. Your computer did finish the assessment, right? So now, how did you calculate the total assessment per square feet, $209.58 at the bottom of this sheet? So how was this number calculated? Can you please advise this board and us, please?
Mr. Islam, your property value here at Trenton Defend is $490,000, as I told the chairman on the panel. I don't necessarily go by square foot, but because you brought the subject up over square footage, if you look at it, the other property that is actually lower than yours in square footage is comparable number 1. If you look at the other comparables, then we're not doing that either. I'm not comparing your home with $250 a square foot, and then added to that, it will be much more. I'm looking at value. It's much easier for me to look at the value, overall value, and look at price per square foot. At price per square foot, at the value, your property at $490,000 is lower than all 4 comparables. That's what I'm.
I didn't get answer for my question. How did you come up to this number 209.58 per square feet assessed value?
I've answered that question multiple times, Mr. Chairman.
Is it because of you
Your
assume?
property, Mr. Islam, the model, when you are doing your property, it takes the characteristics of the property, it takes hundreds, thousands of properties, and then it gets the property that is highly similar to yours. We take all the values on that and then determine what your property is worth based on other comparables that are highly similar to yours. And it's not work in a mathematical formula to add percentage and so on. You get the value, and after the value, then you then come to percentage.
So probably, still I didn't get answer, straightforward answer, how did you calculate the number, but probably I can give you the answer. That you assumed a value of $490,000 and simply divided by my square footage, probably this is how you calculated the assessment value per square feet, okay? So your computer did it now. Then my next question comes to you. How did you assume the value, original value, assessed value is $490,000? What is your basis of sticking 490? Why not 425? Why not 460? Like what is your basis of this assumption?
That's very relevant, Mr. Chairman. I think that we should come and control this. The reality is that the once again, Mr. Aslam, the $490,000 was calibrated based on the characteristics of your home and based on what other properties that are highly similar to yours.
Okay. So you assume something
I'm
and
not assuming,
similar,
I'm
not
not
exact.
assuming,
No, Mr. Chair, I'm hearing from his mouth
I am not
that
assuming
he's
any.
assumed and he's similar houses
What happens is, they have a model.
in the
okay,
computer.
In the computer, and they stick all the information in, okay? And they come out with an average price.
Similar.
That's what they've done to your place.
From his mouth, the word of mouth is a similar houses.
Yeah.
But in this similarity, did your computer model consider that in
Well,
front
you
of
know something, he's not part of the model. There's
Yes.
other people at the assessment department that's do everything like that.
Yes.
He is the messenger.
Yes, he's representing
Okay.
City of Winnipeg and assessment department. That's why I'm questioning you. Unfortunately, I cannot question the computer. But in your computer modeling, as you just pointed out, yes, computer considered many factors and can you confirm if computer consider the factor that is a big condominium in front of my home? Did it consider that? And the comparable number 1 has no neighbor at the back end in the backyard with 46% land, more land area, and there is no neighbor at the back. You know, you can see the map. This is comparable number 1, and there is no neighbor at the back, that wide open. I mean, I guess park or tree or whatever, and which is 46% more land area. So your computer doing something wrong. It's not the right thing. This computer doing.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, if you finish asking the question, perhaps you can make his presentation, or you can start making his presentation at any time.
Floor is yours.
I have evidence to present, Mr. Chair. I spent 3 hours here sitting here from my work. I need to present, and I would like to get it resolved.
Okay, well, you're not gonna get what you're after from
him.
from the assessment department. So in view of the people being here, you know, I know it's, you know, it's been lengthy and, you know, the floor is yours, but I think under the circumstances, we have to speed up things. So, you know, you're not gonna get what you're after, okay? So you can be mathematically correct in regards, and I can see where you're going with that, but, you know.
Okay, you know, I try to make it concise just to deliver my messages. I was using my question period, so I was questioning whether his computer model considered open area at the back and 46% land, maybe not, I'm not sure.
All things are considered in regards to what they input in there. And whether there be a commercial piece of property behind you or in front of you or beside you, it is all taken into consideration.
Yes, Honor, and everything affect the price. Everything affects the price.
Absolutely.
And
The only time that you're probably going to get an exact figure is by having an independent appraisal done for the property, and then they can explain everything. It is not model-driven, it is historical in nature, but current.
Okay, Your Honor, so I just want to take up the other gentleman, so I should speed up and I just let me quickly present my
So, your
evidences.
presentation, sir.
And so I will not be asking any more questions. So, Your Honor, I have brought 4 comparables, which I have given you a copy of those.
Is this the front page?
No, these are the comparable sales.
Okay,
And I have summarized the data of those comparable sales in this Excel sheet,
yeah, okay.
in the bottom table.
In the bottom table?
In the other comparables according to
Okay.
my assessment. Now,
Take your time and explain this, you know.
yes, sir.
Okay.
Now, first of all, I'd like to let you know that I printed this page from City of Winnipeg's webpage last night, and which is showing a different comparables. And today morning, I was given this page, which is showing different comparable done by the city. Okay, so my preparation, Your Honor, was based on what was on the city's website, and based on that, I have collected my comparables and city's comparables. But in the morning, I found different comparables, although different comparables is showing 46% land and 15% smaller floor areas. So those things, I mean, there are discrepancies here. And for your information, thanks God that I printed it. For your information, I put it there. For your information, I submitted there. And in my table, in the first table, these are the comparable houses are in my first table. So, because Mr. Dutchin has brought 4 new comparables, let us proceed with this, with his new comparables. But I'd like to present my comparables, which I have done. So my comparables are here.
Okay.
So these are the pages of
Okay.
my comparables.
Yeah.
And my second table summarizes my comparables. If you please.
You're talking about this one right now?
I'm talking about this one.
Okay, good.
It's the second table, my comparables
Yep.
with my home.
Yeah.
So Your Honor, if you see 87 Abidal Crescent, the 2016 assessment was 476, and 2018 assessment was 522 by the City of Winnipeg. But actually,
Okay, but you know something, you can't compare comparables, as I said in the original brief, but it's a starting point, okay? So the way you prove your case is you dig up sales, not assessments, because these assessments could be wrong, they could be under appeal.
Yes.
So,
Yes, no, just-
what we're after is market value, and market value consists of actual sales up to the reference point of April the 1st, 2018.
My next column has a sale
Okay.
data, actual
Yeah.
sale data.
So talk about that.
So, 87 Abigail Crescent was sold at $460,000 April 25 of 2018. We are considering April 1st of 2018, so 24 days difference. But that was sold at a price lower than assessment. Please look at my comment section. That was sold lower than the assessment price.
Yeah, but like I say, you can't, it could be overassessed, it could be under appeal, okay? So, you know something, it's a bearing on it, but sales are sales. I mean, you know, just because it's assessed at, say, $500,000 doesn't mean it's worth $500,000. It could be 400,000, it could be 600,000. So you really don't know. The test is market value, what houses sell for, similar houses.
Yes.
Okay.
So this is the sale data I'm just presenting in front of you, that my comparables, I collected, these are the comparables and these are the house
Yeah.
sold by.
Yeah,
And my another comparable is 67 Apple Tree Crescent, sold by $431,000 in 2016, which is 18% more land area. Please look at my comment
okay,
section.
there you go, mathematically speaking, okay? It's not justified. You can't, you could say it's bigger. Some people like bigger properties, some people don't.
So how
So,
would you justify that?
you know something,
So,
it's-
so
okay.
if I sell my house tomorrow, if I have sold my house in 2018, how would I know which kind of buyer am I getting? That buyer likes the more land,
know
or buyer
something-
likes the less land?
Yeah, you
How
know
would I know that?
something, the lots are very similar to your like, you live in a street, all the lots are very similar, aren't they? There might be the odd one that might be a bigger frontage or rearage,
But
you
everything
know.
matters, Your
Yeah.
Honor. Everything
Yeah.
matters. When buyer is buying, he
Yes
looks at
and,
everything.
yes and no, but you don't have any control over it, because the land exists and they build a house and you sell land and building altogether. So somebody might be looking for a bigger lot, somebody might be looking for a smaller lot, less the lawn to, to cut.
But
you know.
which is unknown here. I don't know what kind of buyer I'm getting. He likes the more lot, or he doesn't like more lot. I don't
You
know.
don't know, you
So
don't
I just
know.
need to guess.
You know what, you have an independent appraisal done, or you have a listing agent do it, and the house goes up for sale, and you might get the list price, you might get less, you might get over. You don't know.
Yes, exactly. I don't know. So we are guessing here.
Yes.
We're expecting or guessing
Yes.
and trying to
Anyways,
make it.
continue on.
So these are the 4 properties, and I
Can we go
have
on to these things?
Yep, yeah,
Because I think these are more relevant
yes.
to
okay.
your presentation.
Continue on, okay?
So in my four comparables, I
Yep.
have my comments here.
Yes,
Something is sold by a date. I have got the sale date exactly.
yep,
I also have on these pages, I also have a summary here, exact asking price, exact sale price, exact sale date.
Yep.
So you can relate it to my home.
yep.
So for the sake of saving time for other gentlemen, and let me go to the next section of my,
Is this
of
one
of
here?
this one.
Okay. Ooh,
Yeah, this is the same page.
Yeah, this one
okay,
here.
okay,
So here, from 2016, my property was assessed, and by I believe City of Winnipeg doing the best job ever and no error. So that is $432,000 in 2016. Now 2018, in 2 years, my house price has been raised 13%. At the end of the table, it's 13%. Now, my house is a very basic house in 2010, built by Hilton Homes. There is no fancy electrical plugs, according to, same as how my predecessor described. There is no fancy electrical plug, there is no fancy light, there is no even countertop. Most houses in the Bridgewater Forest has at least countertop. I don't have countertops. I do not have any marble. I don't have any fancy stuff. My carpet owned by more than 10 years. I'm the same house owner living 10 years. Your Honor, I have 3 small children, and my youngest is 3 years and my daughter is 5 years. They have used my walls nicely, their drawing board. So to sell this house now, I must change the painting, I must change my carpet, my shingles are blown away, my water tank is more than 10 years old. So when someone buying my house, they consider everything. I'm not sure whether his computer model considered those things or not. And the second page, I just give you some picture. There is a big crack in my basement, and my basement is just unfinished, even insulation has been damaged. So I have to spend money to repair this before I even consider selling it. And I just listed down few other specs. I'm not sure whether his computer model considered those specs in comparing houses. And there is no front porch area, there is no steel beam, because Hilton Home just built very basic cookie cutter houses. There is no steel beam used, there is no porch used, extra veranda or porch, there is nothing. And there is no HRV unit, because HRV unit has become a code from 2011 by City of Winnipeg. So my house was built 2010, so there is no HRV unit. So if you compare a house which is done in 2011, there has $10,000 difference because of HRV unit. My house doesn't have HRV unit. And as I already mentioned, my roof shingles being blown away by the storm. I need to fix it. Now, these are the basic specification spec of my house. And my house is in front of a big condominium. Too many cars, too many public, and too many customers. Cars are they just live in front of my home, and this also affects the buyer's choice. And my house doesn't have high ceiling either. It's just basic 8-feet ceiling. Okay. Now, Your Honor, I'm pretty sure nobody can compare with apple to orange, and you cannot find two houses, exact same houses in the market. I do not believe we will find. So we need to go with some number which is supported by authentic economists and the mathematics. So if you look at the global news, I just printed out some numbers, like some reports that economists publishes, the engineers or the realtors or the real estate board that publishes. So according to the global news, only 1.3% average rise in house in Winnipeg in each year. I don't understand why City of Winnipeg's computer model increased 13%. Winnipeg Realtor Association says 1.6%. Winnipeg REMAX report says 1.7%. Bank of Canada's average rate of inflation, 1.74% exactly per year. I just looked at it before coming here. 1.74% Bank of Canada. So if we believe on Bank of Canada's, if we believe on realtor saying, if we believe economists, or we believe the computer model, erroneous computer model that City of Winnipeg is using, and wasting our tax dollar of this amount of time we're spending here. So, in summary, it's like I need to wrap it up because I'm sorry, gentlemen, and for my time and taking longer time. So in summary, Your Honor, I'd like to say we should follow a mathematical and trustable, reliable source that can determine the average house price. Not comparing my house to a house which is 46% more land area, or my house which is basement has a crack, or other has a fancy countertop, marble top. So I would like to go with a number that everybody in the country believes true, which is 1.74% Bank of Canada's rate of inflation. If you want me to prove it, if anybody can go to Bank of Canada's website, and it can there is a calculator, it calculates 1.74% rate of inflation, average rate of inflation.
And what is the figure?
The figure will be exactly $439,516.80.
Okay.
No, I'm giving you.
How about 139.5? We just rounded.
Honor, I should be fairly taxed. So make it 500. I'm not greedy here. I'm not spending time here just to save some tax money. No, I want a fairness. Fairness not only for me, fairness for every single citizen of this country living in the city of Winnipeg.
I'm a taxpayer too.
And it should be fairly taxed too. Mr. Chairman, in this town, I should talk to the media or Mr. Mayor Bowman or go to the court. Every single citizen living in this town is poor next year. I'm poor this year than last year because my property tax has gone up unreasonably 13%. My hydro bill goes up, my water bill goes up, so I'm poor next year. Every single citizen is poor next year. This is how the city is treating us. And even this today, I have spent 3 more hours from my work hours unpaid. So this city is not a good city. We are not managing this at all. Whether I should go out of the city, live somewhere else, or I should change the process. We should fight for changing the process. And how can someone assess my house without going there or going into comparable houses, oh no, I rely on the computer program and computer whatever does is the best thing. No, I don't believe that, Your Honor.
I thank you for your presentation, sir.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity.
All right.
But I believe my voice should be raised in a larger forum, and this is something not right, that the city is cheating its citizens.
Any questions? Anybody?
I have some.
Okay.
When were these pictures taken of the crack in your basement?
Week before. Very
Like
recently.
last week?
Last week.
Okay.
You can go and find the exact same thing now. If somebody can, I'll welcome if someone wants to
It's
visit my
fine.
house.
Can you tell me, you said that some shingles had blown off your roof?
Still there, still blown off.
And did you get an estimate as to how much it would cost to repair that?
Not yet.
And when did they blow off?
Last year,
Last year?
yeah, and I haven't done it yet, and I'm damaging my house.
And you say that the laminate siding on your house needs replacement?
Yes,
And did you get an estimate of how much that
not me.
must, okay, how about the
Um,
carpeting?
I haven't got an estimate. I mean, it may be more than $50,000-$60,000 to repair those things, and my carpet, to make it sellable at this price, $490,000, I'm pretty sure it is more than $50,000.
And you haven't received any estimates on getting the crack in your basement repaired? And is the crack in your basement creating problems in your basement, flooding, when it rains, those types of things?
Not yet, but the reason I brought it up here is because if anybody wants to buy my house, he will come and see, and it's visible, everybody can see it.
Okay, thank you, that's all my questions.
Robert, and-
My only question was, you said there's a condo or something adjacent or across the street?
In front of my house, just not in front of my house, like maybe
But on the other side of the
on
street?
the other side of the street, maybe 20 degrees from my, just line of like side.
Right.
So for 235 Bridgeland Drive South, this is the address of the condo. And and bad thing is condo doesn't have enough visitor parking, so they just come and park in front of my home. And too many flooded by the cars. So people come here and say, oh, there are too many people is there.
So was this by chance, and just because I'm just looking at the street pattern, was that a display home at one point, do you think? Like
No.
the street seems to be a little wider right in front of your house.
That is not a display home.
No, okay,
My house is not, it was a very basic Hilton homes,
yeah,
without steel beam, without any fancy stuff.
good.
In
Okay.
fact, my home was leaking up to 4.5 years, and Hilton didn't fix it, and that caused damage, and ultimately, whenever it rains, the rainwater was coming into my garage, and I was fighting with Hilton Homes, and they took 4.5 years to fix it.
I think I've used loads of information here, thank you.
Okay, I thank you for your presentation, and results very shortly.
Thank you very much
Thank you.
for giving
Mr.
me
Chairman,
opportunity to speak.
Mr. Chairman,
Yep.
I'm gonna take 10 seconds. Just at a note here that in 2016, the assessment went up 0.4%. So typically what happens sometimes, as I said, whether it be for whatever reason, whether it was an overwritten in the past, I don't have all that access to the information right here. The reality is that when something happens, you might consider property being underassessed at some point. And so when you look at the market the following year, it might look like
Yeah.
it's really high when it's not. And that's all my submission. Thank you, Mr.
Point.
Chairman.
Well taken.
Will you give me a chance to speak, respond to his concern? So my house was increased 7% in 2012. In 2014, it was increased 9%. If you consider Bank of Canada, never happened, 9%. So 7% in 2012, Your Honor, I have this sheet, I have the summary sheet here. 7% on 2012,
Yep.
and 2014, 9%.
You did your homework.
And 13% in 2018. There is no data can support this kind of rates. If you think that yes, it was underassessed, if you please, I will gladly welcome if you can prove the underassessed value, and I should be fairly taxed. Because if I'm underassessed, then those guys are injustice happened to other people. So you need to prove it that yes, this was underassessed. Anyway, thank you very much.
All right, I thank you very kindly.
Thank you.
Thank you everyone for your time this afternoon.
No, thank you, thank you.
We should make the city better.
Yes.
That's what we're here for. Thank you, Asani.
Thank you. Aaron Woods Road, hey.
Sorry, I didn't
Oh,
get
that's
too
fine.
many.
That's fine.
Okay.
Usually our secretary, but you're good. You're good.
And you have to share this.
Okay, that's fine.
Sorry,
Okay.
I will
That's
try.
fine. Okay,
I'm gonna give it to Dustin to look at first,
yes.
and then
Oh,
I'll hand it back
okay,
to us.
yep, okay. Oh, did he not get a copy?
No, he only has 3 copies.
Okay.
So
Well, have you sworn in right away?
Okay,
Or are you setting up your computer too?
The same thing because I don't have a copy. I need to see
Oh,
that.
okay, yeah.
If I look at which,
This is their,
the previous owner,
no, this is their briefing.
okay, all right, I look at it.
It's number 9.
Well done.
Okay, yeah.
I think what is safety, you didn't have the before that too. You get
No,
one.
no, I don't want you to get it.
It was in a, you want
So,
it was supposed
what time do
to
you-
not finish?
What time you
Oh,
get?
got it.
Okay. Home 12:29?
So you have the option
Okay.
to
You
might
sign
be able
the
Okay,
Bible
you let me
to
know.
affirm without it.
Okay.
Okay, please state your full name,
You from there.
and you affirm the evidence you're about to present is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yeah, correct. Yeah.
Thank you. Please state your full name and time, and you affirm the evidence you're about to present is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, it's no longer
Yeah,
morning.
finally, it's happening, you're correct, yes.
Okay. Mr. Ranzawat, you can take us through this property.
What's that address again? One-
27 Elmwood
27.
Road. Yeah.
Aaronwood Road, number
27. Number
Number
9.
9.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. And I can get started right away on it. 27 Aaron Woods Road,
Yeah.
roll number 03091563600 in Bridgewater Forest. It's a 2-story home. To describe the property a little bit, single family built in 2011. 156 square feet to the full basement that is finished. 4,400 square feet is the lot size. $529,000 is the assessed value on this property. Now, we have 4 comparables here that supports the value of the subject property. They're all in Bridgewater Forest. Each of them is 2-story single-family home. They were built coincidentally the very same year. Most times they are of a few years difference. The property sizes, they are highly similar. They each should have full basement. The difference that I see so far is comparable number 1 and 2 has some finishing in the basement, whereas comparable number 2 and number 3 and 4 doesn't have any finishing in the basement. So, comparable number 1 and 2 then would be similar because so far from the basement characteristics of that of the subject property. Lot size is highly similar as well, and so let's look at what the values are. The values are for comparables 1 and 2 are $529,000 each. So then we go to comparable number 3 then, and you see same location, same types, same year. The value is actually, size of the house is actually slightly smaller. It doesn't have any finishing in the basement, and it's $560,000. Comparable number 4 then, similar age and type of home, nothing in the basement. It's actually, I'm trying to do the maths here. Well, that over 100 square feet I think it is, or a little less than 100 square feet rather, than the subject property, and it's 531. Just a little bit more, Mr. Chairman, I had a meeting with the appellants in the fall, I think it was, or was it in the spring of this year? Yeah, it was spring of this year when we discussed the value, and I had made a recommendation of 529 when the property, I believe, was actually listed for, or not listed when it was calibrated at $552,000. So I did a detailed study on this, and I think perhaps at that point in time I suggested them 529, and they don't think that is a fair value, and so that's why we're here. I support the value at 529, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much.
I thank you. Questions of the assessor?
Yeah. So around 2017, when we finished our basement. Hello. So around 2017, when we finished our basement, we required the appraisal to come our house to inspect that. And I think in her report, they indicated except the basement renovation, so everything else is the same as we moved in. It's just the original house. We didn't make any upgrade. So did you see that in the report or somewhere in the record?
I actually feel ashamed to tell you that although you have that mic there, I still didn't get the gist of the question.
Yeah, because
So
after
you're
that
talking about-
they increase assessed value based on the basement renovation.
Well,
They increase like 30K something, yeah.
okay, all right. That may be the case that I can't say now because I don't have access to all the information.
Yeah.
However, let's say then that keep in mind this is 2020. When did you put the basement in?
That's like 2017. So that's why they increased my assessment value by 30K from that year.
Well, that's very possible. Again, you don't have access to that, Mr. Chairman. But what we're looking at here is 2020 value. That's the reason I asked you when you put the basement in, and you say it's 2017. So let's now look at the 2018.
So I just, if you have the record, it's okay, just for some background information. The second question is, I think on February 28th, we met, right, on that day. And after that, you agreed to decrease assessment value from like 552,000 to 529. So what's the reason you make this
What made me
decrease?
make that decision?
Yeah.
Okay, now I look at the comparables. And when I look at the comparables, I thought that at 529 it would be very fair. It would be the actual lowest. If you recall, I did use that term. I said that's the lowest I can go. I have it on notes here where you wanted 520 and you insisted that you wanted 520. I insisted that it's going to be 529 in a civil way, of course. We weren't fighting, but that's the very lowest I can go. I could not possibly have justified anything lower than that when I look at these comparables. I have to be responsible for my work and what I do. My work can and often check and see what happens. And if a supervisor or any authority were to look at these values here, and I see that I was going to suggest to you that your home should be valued at $520,000, even as little as that, when I see all the properties very low, then it's 529 after we get through all that discussion, and I look at the overall picture of your home, I couldn't possibly have gone any lower. And you had the option of coming. You told me you were going to come. I'm not surprised that you're here. And I still hold up to my point here that 529 is a fair value.
That's all my questions. So.
Okay, I thank you. Mr. Rempel?
I have no questions, thank you.
Robert?
I have no questions.
I don't think I have either. I can see from the comparables why you probably couldn't go to, you settled on the 529. And, all right, so, the floor is yours, sir.
Okay. Actually, Mr. Duchamp, he listed like 4 conversions for this assessment. For the conversion 1 and 2, I totally agree that. But in my materials, I have another like 2 conversions, which is more close to my house. It's in my presentation. You can see the city sample number 3. It's 113 Hill Green. So this house actually, the lot is much bigger than mine, and actually it had like 6 rooms. Actually, my house had 7 rooms, but it's surprising to see, 6 rooms the house can be sold in such a high price. I believe that this house must have some luxury upgrade or something like that. but it's different from my house. Actually, it's like 11 minutes walking distance from my house. So I replace this one with my sample number 3. It's 403 Boardroom Road, which is like 6 minutes walking distance from my home. And the same year, and the same year, and the living area is bigger, and it's 2-story, basement finished, and the marketing price is just 510. This is from the marketing price, the sale price from 2018 April 1st. I copied the data from that sale book. And for the comparison sample number 4, which Mr. Tashin used, it's 6 Whitewood Avenue. So this house also different from my house because, first of all, it doesn't have a basement. The basement is not finished, and it had 8 rooms. So my basement is finished, but my house only has 7 rooms, and it has much larger lot. I replaced this model with my sample number 4. It's 39 Apple Tree Crescent, which almost the same distance from my house. And this one also has a larger living area, and the basement is finished, and it has actually has 8 rooms. It's 1 more room than my house. But the selling price is like 498K. So I use these samples to make the Excel table and recalculate that. You can see in that big. Sorry, I only print one of that.
Oh, no.
Yeah, that big table in the second table. Yeah.
Yeah. We have to share that.
Go ahead.
I think Mr. Zhang has it. I presented that to him. Yeah.
Feel you can share that.
Yeah. You can see the bottom one is my calculation, and the upper one is the city's calculation, and the green one is my calculation. So I use the four samples to calculate the average price of the per square feet, and use that value to plus my living area. So I got the value like 494K. That's based on the marketing value, based on my comparison. So that's why I insist my assessment value is too high according to this marketing sales data. Because everyone thinks the house price is gone up, but if you look at the marketing sales data, no, actually it's not. And I believe my samples is more close to my house.
So what have you concluded in regards to the value?
Around like 500.
Around 500?
Yeah, 500K, yeah. Yeah, because the calculation is like
Your wife
494.
agree? Your wife agree?
Yeah.
I just trust the numbers. I think it's not even 500, it's 496. Yeah,
But yeah, 500.
496?
yeah.
And this is based on your presentation that we have.
Yeah, it's in that big table.
And that's your presentation?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll just see. Mr. Ramsawat, any questions?
Yeah, I just have one simple question. No, you don't have to answer the question either.
If I could, I will.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Thank you. When you were with me, you wanted 520, did you not?
No, I didn't say that because we just met once, I think, and we say no, we're not going to accept the 552,000. I just cannot believe it. So we have we appeared right at that time, and then you sent an email to my husband because I still remember at that time he was away. So he said I cannot meet you again. maybe we can, send email to each other, or I'll attach a picture, you ask me to send it to you. And then you send a long email, I think you left a message, telephone message to him, and he send an email to you, and you guys, just send email back and forth. And finally, we got a letter. It says, okay, I'm going to decrease the number from 552 to 529. And then we said, we cannot accept this because, I'm not going to change everything, to be reasonable. We agree with you. You have 4 samples, right? Comparable 1 and 2, 3 and 4. But we only agree with the first 2. And we search for the similar condition to my house. We add another 3 and 4, and we use the Excel to do another recalculation. We got the correct number, which we believe so. So that is why.
Okay, all right, Mr. Chairman, this becomes a situation where he says, she says it at this point, so I'm not going to go any further than that. I've put my presentation, and I think that this should be confirmed at $529,000. Thank you.
Mr. Apple? Questions?
Yes, so originally the assessment for your 2020 assessment roll was $552,000.
Yeah.
And then you were offered $529,000. Can you tell me what your 2018 assessment was?
2018 it's 496.
496,000?
Yeah.
Okay, those are all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Robert?
It's already included my basement renovation because it's from the 2017. Yeah.
You did the reno.
The appraisal comes and check it. Yeah.
Robert?
No, I'm good.
Okay. Summation of either party?
No, I'm good, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
David with us?
Maybe one more thing I just want to mention. Please make sure you understand my husband said we put another samples on the plus the first one. We believe so. So you know what I mean? So we trust the number 1 and 2, but not 3 and 4. So we replace 3 and 4. We put them together. So for 3 and 4 we use the city's market value, not assessed value. So that is very accurate, right? Yeah. So then I got a correct number, which is 496, something like that. So I 100% of these numbers more accurate.
That's why we come here.
Yeah.
All
Thank
right.
you for your time. I
Thank
think
you
you
for
guys
your
should take a
patience
break.
and your time.
You guys should have lunch.
We're having lunch
It's
right
time.
now.
Yeah. Don't work too hard.
Thank you.
Mr.
Robert?
Chairman, just for my record, I didn't hear the value that Islam guy wanted. Can you tell me that so I keep it as low so when I'm...
Okay, hang on 1 second here. I think he was at 439,500.
Yeah.
439,500.
Thank you.
Correct? Robert?
Correct.
Okay.
That's what he wanted.
Okay.
Who gets this?
Our
Nancy?
secretary, yeah.
So we need a copy of that, his
Oh,
handout, but I
right.
can get
You know
that after.
something? I can,
You gonna give it to me now?
okay. Robert, you okay for time-wise?
Yeah, let's do one more.
Okay. Then we'll go to Highland Creek Road. Okay.
Actually, I have 2 properties.
Yes,
but,
I see that.
I just appeal one of them. I'm withdraw for the number 12.
I'm going to withdraw it.
You're going to withdraw Craigsmore Drive?
Yeah.
Right? 152?
Yeah.
I can fill it out, but if I could just get you to sign.
Oh, I have to sign that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just to show that you're going to withdraw the application.
Or I just this one. Can I just say?
Or,
No, sure.
no, because you're here now. So if you want to withdraw it.
Because I
or
don't have time to prepare for both. I just prepare for one.
do you want it to be confirmed, to confirm the assessed value?
We can do that.
Mhm.
We can do that rather than withdraw, okay?
So will you withdraw your application, it's closed, it's done?
No, I can do it later if I can. Because I don't have time this time just to appeal for. I don't have time to prepare.
So I guess Mark can turn his request.
Whatever you want. We'll deal with it when it comes up, okay?
Okay, yeah.
Do you want to swear in or do you want to? Please state your full name.
Yeah, you know.
I'm sorry?
Oh, wow.
You wanted to do
Swear,
what?
yeah,
We'll
right.
see. We'll see.
Do you swear the evidence you're about to present is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. I can take your evidence.
So, number 11?
Yeah.
Okay, Robert, you're gonna be okay?
Well, we just do one.
Okay, that's fine, okay.
No, I just have to go plug in my,
Oh, I see.
that's all.
Gotcha.
I took heed of your warning.
All right, Mr. Ramsawat, you can take us through the property.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, and I would appreciate if you can take it off the mic and put it in talking, my problem already said that so many times, appreciate it, sir, thank you. All right, now 146 Highland Creek. That's the subject property, rule number 030-916-580-00. It's a two-story single-family home in Bridgewater Forest. A little bit more about the property. It's built in 2015, 2,627 square feet. It's a walkout basement, and it's got a finished basement as well. The lot size 6,218 square feet with a retention pond. Now, one of those things that I'll be doing, or adding rather for information, is that I went at details and started looking at this property for reasons that the last assessment and current assessment, that is 2018 and 19, is $800,000. So you wonder if it's $800,000, why is it now $943,000? I'm going to repeat because I didn't know that you were asking. Now, this property, I rented it before to do some more investigation on it. The last assessment was, or rather current assessment on last cycle, 18 and 19, is $800,000. The one before, $827,000, is 2017. I don't have access to information to determine exactly why all these things happen, why it was up at one time, down on the other. But whatever it is right now, it is calibrated for that purpose, and I'm here to at least tell you all I happen to know about it. In particular, and I'm going to emphasize this one here, this property was in fact built by Gino Construction. Now, apart from all the time that I've been here, I should mention to you that the years that I used to sell real estate, and I did that for many, many years prior to being here, Gino Construction has been and continues to be one of the most highly recognized and builder in the city to build high quality homes. So when somebody wants to buy something, they go there, Gino, and for purpose of his reputation, I don't know that he's going to build a low quality home. That said, I had to compare the home with the builders of other homes, and that's going to be part of my presentation and part of my evidence. All right, so now let's look at the 4 comparables that I have. They're all, by the way, in Bridgewater Forest. Each of these properties are 2-story single-family home, and they were built in previous years, as you can see. So let's start now with comparable number 1, which is on 51 Hunter Brook Road. 2011, it's slightly older than that of the subject property and slightly smaller by about 114 square feet. It does have a walkout basement and it's finishing, as is the subject property. The lot size is highly similar, unfortunately the same, with a retention pond. All the properties, by the way, are in retention pond, and I should have pointed out that the builder in this one here, Artistic Home, that's the builder in comparable number 1. What I know about this particular builder, they too build the same quality home as that as Gino Construction. Actually, they're actually related for all I know. Comparable number 2, and by the way, I should continue further. This property at 51 Hunter, comparable number 1 is $1 million, as you can see, right? Then comparable number 2, number 7 Hunter Brook, 2-story, built in 2010, and virtually the same size, walkout basement, finished basement, with also a retention pond. $855,000. And then I started to wonder, okay, comparable number one is highly similar possibly as that at comparable number, rather the one I'm talking about now, comparable number two, is sort of similar to that as comparable number one and the subject property. So why then would this property be that much lower? And I had to figure out who the builder was. The builder on this property, KDR Design, I don't know who they are. I can't say much more than that. One other thing I'd like to add now, at this point in time, since I'm on the subject of describing this property, what they paid for this lot, $179,900, $179,900 rather, in 2010. The subject property, $199,000 for the lot. So that's already telling you why from one area to the next where you have a little bit of differences. Even though they are built on the same retention pond, some properties in some areas can be slightly different than the other. Even if it's a 10,000 or 20,000 in some cases, much more than that. Going on then to comparable number 3, which is on 91 Maple Creek Road, 2-story single family built in 2011. Virtually the same size of home, walkout basement, finished basement, and the lot size is slightly larger. You often heard me say that the property has a difference in 600 square feet, 200 and 400 square feet from time to time. There's little difference in value after a house has been built on them. $925,000 is that one. And by the way, just for the record, $185,900 was what the land was worth or sold for comparable number 3. And lastly, comparable number 4, 31 Bridge Lake Drive, built in 2012, smaller by 200 square feet, 992 square feet, have the basement size actually 992 square feet. Alright, the lot size is virtually the same, and that too, and this is the interesting part, that too is Gino construction. So when I compare these properties, knowing that the subject property here is $943,000, and I'm looking at comparable number 4, Gino construction, built at $927,000, Mr. Chairman, I now starting to feel that I'm going to have to put the weight on the Gino construction home. As simple as that. It's sort of like if you're using the automobile industry, do you compare a Ford with a Chrysler or a GM, whatever. I shouldn't have said that. It's the first time I've actually said that, making a comparison. But coming back to the home, they are both Gino construction between the subject property and comparable number 1. They're over the $900,000. And I feel that the $943,000 is a fair value. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any questions of the assessor?
Yes, I do. Looks like the assessor is promoting for Gino's home. Probably used to be the salesman for Gino's home.
No, I'm not promoting it. I'm making a comparison with it. Sorry.
Because as I know, I'm the homeowner in that house, right? After I move into the house, there are many problems with Gino's home. Okay, first of all, I have the kitchen. When I move in, it's winter time.
You don't have any, pardon me, you don't have any question, you said, right?
Yeah, just questions regards to just what you heard, because you're going to get into your presentation.
It's not my presentation, it's from his mouth. He said,
Okay.
Gino's home is the best.
Continue on.
Right?
Okay,
Yep.
question.
Okay, we know Gino's home, Artista, and KDR, they are all custom builders, right? It's not comparable, say this one is better than the other one, okay? And after I moved in, I just gave you some examples. Like I said, Gino's is not good, okay? Because when I moved in, the pipeline for the water in the kitchen is frozen, so I cannot get water. So you say Gino's is a good builder. What is that? They didn't inspect. After I moved in, I found out it's frozen. The water line is frozen. They didn't put the insulation between the wall and the water pipe. Okay, this is one example. There are many examples after I moved in. Now, because I called them tens of times to get this fixed, get that fixed. Okay, I just give you some examples. the ceiling, the roofing, the shingles just fall out a month ago, just because of the big wind, it falls out. And they said it's out of warranty, they don't care. Okay, so I have to ask somebody to come in and pay them to fix the shingling. A big piece of shingling falls out. Okay, this is not the first time. Many times I can get like previous years I called them twice at least for this shingling. Okay, and then for the what is called the spouts. Okay, 2 times the spouts, the water drain fall off. Okay, I have to call somebody to come in to pay and then get it fixed. This is just some simple example. So you said Gino's is a good builder. No, okay, I have another property. That property I moved in, I bought that property like 15 years ago. But they are better, much better than Gino's. There's not many problems down the road. I didn't call them, not much. But Gino's, I call them almost every month.
Any more questions of the assessor?
Okay, I have another question. When you say you have this number, per square footage, 357. So how you get this number? I just want to know.
I'm sorry, your question is?
You get this. My assessment is 943, and the total average amount of per square footage is 357. How do you get this number? I just want to know.
I mean,
It's taking that value that you just read divided by your square footage.
Yeah.
By in your house.
Okay.
And that's how that figure's arrived.
Oh, okay, okay. You got this number. Okay. Okay, that's good. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Ms. Rempel?
What I'm wondering is, it indicates here under the subject sale history that $199,000 was spent in 2014. I'm assuming that's for the lot.
Yes, that's for the land. Yeah.
Okay. And then the house, including the land, was $725,000?
Yeah, that was when I purchased that house. Yeah.
You
That's
purchased the
concept.
house and the land all together?
Yeah, all together.
Okay.
Yeah.
But there's no sale history here showing the $725,000?
I don't have again, access to that information to give you that answer
I
as
have
to
the
why
contact from the
it's 700 and 1,000, but lots of times that information can be missing. But do I have that sale? I don't have, I don't think that in land title's office either have that, or it should be land title's office, but I don't have that sale recorded here.
Okay,
sorry.
thank you. The gentleman says
I'm not
he-
suggesting that the sale is what he's saying is right or wrong.
Okay.
I don't.
Last time when I came here to appeal this, I brought that evidence. Yeah, but this time
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions. Thank you.
Robert?
So 725 is the 2015, sort of, that's the total value of the home plus the land. Okay. I don't have any other questions.
All right, I have none. So the floor is yours, sir. And I guess you can take us through yours presentation.
Yeah. So if you can look actually the first thing is just the assessor mentioned. I appealed this one since I got the assessment from the city, 2015, 16, 17. Yeah, because I got those 3 years at one time, right? So I just appealed for all of them, and then I went to because the first time I don't know this procedure, so I didn't bring enough evidence. So I went to the municipal court, so I got approved for each year. I forgot the numbers each year. And then last year, 2018, I got assessment at 886. So I came here to appeal again, and then it's revised to 800. And then I was surprised when I received this new assessment. It's 943. It's like 20% increase, right? It doesn't make sense. I compare with other neighbors. Their assessment is just only probably 30,000, 40,000 increase, but mine is like 20%. It's 143,000 increase. That doesn't make sense. I went to the appointment in February, with them, and then the gentleman told me, oh, I cannot do anything. Look, I just told him, okay, then I will go to the Board of Revision. They will make a judgment for me. Okay, so this is from the evidence I provided here. I have these 7 Hunter Brook is the same as the assessor's assessment. It's a very similar size. It just across the neighbor, it just crossed the border on the other side. And their sales price is $815. It's sold in 2016 November. And the average square footage, the price is 306. And I took another one, is 164 Northtown Bridge. It's still, this is a show home actually. It's in the Bridgewater Forest, and they have a very big living area, 1998. And the lot is smaller, but their sales price is $785. I can see the first comparable to my property. Mine is 54 width, and the other one, Hunter Brook, is 58. So if you are, I'm not sure this how you can see my land when I purchased is about 200,000, right? But if in this price, if the same lot you sell it in my street, this price will be like the lot will be 230. Okay, so that's the difference for the land just for the price. And then I take another one, 215 Highland Creek, because I didn't see this is in my street, right? And then they have a bigger lot, bigger living area. It's built in 2014. It's very close to my place, and they sold is 848. And the other one I took the comparable for is 42 Bridgeline. This is a little bit smaller, but the price is only $700. So from my evidence, you can see the total cost for the sales is about $700 to $850, and the average cost is from $280 to $306. But my property for the assessment, the cost per square foot is about $357. So I think this is much higher than the average cost per square feet in this neighborhood. And also, I'm pretty sure number 7, Hunter Brook, is a sole home of the, you say is a KDR. So if this is a sole home, and also 164 is a sole home as well, because I went to that house when there was when it was a sole home. And then you can see if it's a sole home, the builder will put lots of interior and exterior upgrades in the house, right? And then they have a good landscaping. Also, probably when they sell it, it will include lots of appliances and furniture as well. So even the sales price doesn't reflect those small things, right? The interior thing. So I think from my observation, my comparable number 1 and the number 2 are pretty close to my property.
And that's your presentation?
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Ramsey, what questions?
Yeah, I've noticed here, try to determine from your comparables here, if all of these properties are in fact backing onto retention pond. I see you got water frontage measure on your first column. Are all these properties backing onto retention pond that you have here?
I'm not sure for that, but I know, there's the 7 Hunter Brook because it's just across the water from other side, so I know
The
this
seven,
one.
yeah, number 7 is the same as mine,
Yeah.
and that one is on the retention pond, I know. How about the rest of them?
164, it might be, or even, for sure, this is a walk-up basement, and also probably either to the water or to the park.
We don't know for sure. Number 2, you don't know for sure, right?
I'm pretty sure.
Okay, I will try to look, because there's so many properties that I have on, I think there was one on North Lake, and I will determine that as I go on, but you have to give me a moment to look. But let's move on to the third one, 215 Highland. Do you know that is on the retention pond or not?
This one, no.
It wouldn't be, and I know why it wouldn't be, because I have, let's see, something, yeah, your property is on Highland as well, but it's on the opposite side of the street, so that's why it wouldn't be. You know, already there will be adjustments for that. How about 42 Bridgeland?
That is towards to the forest.
I beg pardon?
Yeah, to the forest.
It's on the forest, is
Yeah.
have a park influence there?
Yeah.
Okay, so then that one, those two for sure wouldn't have any water, it wouldn't be water frontage, right?
Those two probably there's no water, but there is parks.
Yes, okay, I don't know that, all right. That's the only question I have for now.
Just as Dale said previously, it depends on the buyers, right? Some people like park, some people like water, right? And also my property actually is one side is a walking path. One side, the back side is also walking path, and the one side is also a walking path. So I'm not sure whether it will affect the price, but some people may like that, but some people may not, right? It's just if people like privacy, then they don't like that law. But if you want to just sit here and chair and watch people walking the dogs, only they like that.
Well, I can tell you that 192 has a park and not a retention pond. And so 164, I'm not suggesting that it's not on the pond, but it should not be very far. And the likelihood of that being on the park and not on the pond is more highly. So all these properties, in fact, don't have a retention pond except yours and comparable number 1.
Yeah, number 1, yeah.
Okay.
This number 2 is a bar. Number 3, I'm not sure. The number 4 is a park.
Okay.
In the forest.
All right.
Thank you, Ms. Rumpel.
Yes, I am just curious about the timing of your appeals here.
Yeah.
So you said you appealed in 2015, 2016, and 2017?
Yeah.
Is that correct? So.
And it all resolved in February 2017, I think.
Okay, February 2017 is when it was resolved?
Yeah.
Okay, so in 2015, the house was not built?
Yeah, no, I moved in 2015.
You moved in 2000, okay, you moved in 2015.
Yeah.
And then between 2017 and 2018, which I'm assuming is the 2016 and 2017 appeals.
Right.
There was a reduction in your assessment from $827,000 to $800,000. Do you know the basis of that reduction? Why was there a reduction?
No, you said again, what's the question?
In 2017, I think I heard correctly, your assessment was $827,000.
Yeah.
And then in 2018, it was reduced to $800,000?
No, that's not true. Okay.
Okay.
2017 is different from 2018. 2017 and 2016, they are the same sales period, right?
Yeah.
So I appealed 2016 and 17 at the
Okay.
same time. I forgot the number, like after the municipal judge, they gave me the number, I forgot. But this 2018, when I appealed, is even before that decision.
Right.
It's actually a similar time, I think, similar time. I forgot which one came first.
Okay. I thought I heard that there was a $27,000 reduction and then there was $143,000.
No, that was not true. The 2018, the assessment, original assessment is 886.
886?
Yeah, and
Okay.
then they changed to 800.
From 886,
Yeah.
okay. So that's even a bigger reduction then.
Right, I know, yeah.
And then, did you build or complete your basement after that date?
After we.
After that decision
No.
was made?
No, it's before.
It was already completed?
Yeah.
Okay,
I provide the evidence for my basement, the cost is $26,000, and last time I provide those next ones, yeah.
right. So it had already been completed when you got that decision
Yeah.
for the $800,000
Yeah.
assessment?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, that's all my questions, thank you.
Thank you. Robert?
I'm good, thank you.
Summation of the party?
Only that, you know, I compare builders, I compare location, I compare the same type of home, compare all the properties with walkout basement, lot size, I compare everything, including values, and I'm putting my weight on comparable number 4, thank you.
Thank you. Anything further?
No, you didn't ask me my
Your value?
yet.
Your value?
Yes.
Okay, I think it's written in there, and
Yeah,
it's
and-
830 to 840?
Yeah, I'm not sure like how you calculate this is from the adjust price or from the sales price.
Mhm.
If it's the sales price even lower than this one, I calculate this like based my calculation is around I said it's very close to the 7 Hunter block. This property is quite similar as mine, so I calculate that number with the 320 something per square foot. So I got this number.
Okay.
Yeah, if you take the sales price, so it will be even lower, probably 815, 820.
Leave it with us, so thank you for coming. There's one other property that's on the docket here, so what did you want to do with the?
I don't know what time do you have. I can take another appointment.
What would you like to do with it?
Oh, I'm going. If you can give me extension, I will come again.
An
To
extension.
adjourn it.
Okay, well, we'll adjourn it then. We'll adjourn it.
What do you mean?
So you'll have another hearing date.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you'll have another, we'll postpone it,
Uh-huh,
okay?
yeah.
Okay, so we'll postpone that. Okay, so, for the first one that we just dealt with, you'll get results very soon. Okay, so thank you for coming.
Okay, thank you.
And, we're gonna take, because we have to, some people have to move their cars.
How long do you think?
Okay, we'll be 5 minutes. So, are you, Cattail Grove? No. Cattail Grove. And where are you?
51, Richland.
I'm
Or
sorry.
number 50.
Okay,
51.
you get a couple more. ready, madam?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we'll call the hearing back to order.
Do you
We'll
swear
have,
in or do you affirm?
Swear.
Okay. Please state your full name.
Mike Marasco?
And you swear the evidence you're about to present is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. I can take your evidence.
Tree flag up.
thank you. All right. Mr. Renzo,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
whenever you're ready.
I'm ready, Mr. Chairman. And for you, I'd ask you to, possibly you can take it off the stand if you want to when you're speaking, right? Because I don't hear that. All right. Okay, now, number 27, Cartier Grove is the subject property. Rule number 030-929-79345. 27 Cartier, that's the subject property. A little bit about the subject property first of all. It's in South Point, two-story single-family home built in 2014, carrying 227 square feet with a full basement, that is not developed, with a slightly irregular lot size at 6621. I say irregular just because we have discussed whether irregular lot size have any value. I don't look at that, I just look to see overall size of it, and I don't know that would make any difference, certainly not too much. $517,000 is the assessed value that is being defended at this point. $460,000, by the way, is what is currently assessed at, and I think that if my guess would be right on this one here, the appellant is probably here because he's thinking, well, $50,000 is way too much increase. I didn't necessarily make any adjustment on it or make any recommendation. I thought we can do that here if at all, or leave it up to you. I can only present the evidence so far. Okay, one of those reasons I didn't make any recommendation because I do have a question to ask.
Sure.
Which I what I'll ask afterwards, not now. Okay, now there are 4 comparables that I have here. Each of these comparables in the same neighborhood characteristic area in South Point. They're all two-story single-family dwelling, and they're built around the same time. Vary a little bit in age, but not by much. The size of the home doesn't vary greatly either. None of these homes, none of the first 3 comparables has a rec room, but the 4th one does. And as for the lot size, they're highly similar, so I wouldn't see that there's much difference in value. Now, because these comparables now are on the same location, really, I'm going to sort of describe them one by one. Comparable number 1 now, number 80 Low End Place, two-story single family built around the same time, has around the same square footage, actually less than 100 square foot, bigger than that of the subject property, and we have a value of $543,000. Comparable number 2, number 22 Nighthawk Bay, two-story single family built the same year, almost 200 square feet smaller than that of the subject property, with a similar size of lot, $523,000. Comparable number 3 then is 37 Flanders Place, two-story single family built in 2011, slightly smaller than that of the subject property at $522,000. And lastly, comparable number 4, 22 Black Rock Place, two-story single family built in 2012, slightly smaller than that of the subject property, $511,000. Now these comparables actually that I do have here, and the values that show between 5 and 11, that the lowest one in comparable number 4, to $543,000 for comparable number 1, and with the subject property being $517,000. Again, it's one reason I couldn't make any recommendation for a different value. The only thing I've noted here on my notes is that this was a sterling built home by Qualico, and a Sterling home, you know, Qualico has several divisions, and the Sterling home is really the top of their line. Not to suggest that this property is by super high in terms of value, just that the Qualico use Sterling home as their highest value home. That said, that's what we have at $517,000. I'm aware that's what it was for last year. Open for discussion. That's my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of the assessor?
There's some comments. Your last comment about Qualico and their lines, they start with their Qualico. Sterling is their second, and they have their Fox Ridge, which are a little higher. So it's reason why Sterling and a Qualico home, there were some differences such as 24-inch studs, and they go to a 16 to their Sterling and stuff like that. So those are kind of to say those things that there's a higher end level. It's really not just the way they hit their base construction, and then they go to their what they consider what is more value to the
Okay,
customer.
so the question is that, is it maybe 16-inch on center or 2 feet or 24 inches on center, right? But the thing is that these houses have to be built by code, right?
Yeah.
So that in the exterior is always going to be built in certain ways, and that has to be somehow or the other has to be standard. If you ask me if I know the codes and how builders build it, I would say no, I don't know if it is 16 on center or not. I know the inside might be a bit different, but the exterior more than likely going to be.
Oh no, yes, you're right. It's just the interior walls and stuff like that.
The interior.
So
might
Qualico
likely
has
be
their
different.
lower end, which is their Qualico homes, and then they get their Sterling, and then they have a Fox Street. I think they have another one now.
Well, they have, Broadview I think is the lowest of the Sterling line, type of thing, but Sterling is the highest, and we probably have one or two between, I don't know.
Okay. Another comment is, have you been to these other comps?
No.
Okay. Just for your aware, Mr. Chair and the rest of the board, one of these is actually a former showroom. Some of these homes have high-end interiors with granite tops, things that my house does not have, but we'll get to that later. But two of them, comp 2 and comp 3, both have some stone exterior stuff. Mine does not. Mine has stucco and hardy board, stuff like that. So a lot of these comparables really shouldn't be compared to my home. Just the fact that my house is very basic inside and outside. Also, some of these homes do have some landscaping stuff that currently my house does not have any landscaping in the rear. These houses have nice decks and lots of rocks, stone, stuff like that, which could increase the value of a home behind that spot. So just saying that these I'm assuming these are computer generated comps. These are computer generated type of comps. They're not just based on square footage and age and all kind of stuff. Put some.
Well, we try to get the comparables that are highly similar to your home, right?
Yeah.
If you ask me the details about the detailed construction of each of these homes, I wouldn't be able to tell you.
Yeah. So I know for a fact that two of them were former showrooms, and they do have a lot more value in the house that mine don't. Another thing that we did, I was assessed years ago, and I believe it was you as well. Never got to the point where it came to a hearing because I think you had a phone call from you, and I explained what I was expecting, and I think we had some kind of agreement, and so the value of the house did get reduced. One thing I did bring up at that time was the square footage of my home. If you actually look at the documents you gave me today, for the permit and for the home itself is 2,208 square footage, and you guys have me as 2,227 square footage, about 20 square foot more. I'm not sure how, but I did bring that up, and it still has to this date not been rectified. I can
You
ensure
should maybe
that
make
there's
that,
no.
you should maybe make that call next time.
When I was actually in February, I talked to the person I was talking to in February, and I explained that to them too, and they said they looked into it, and I haven't heard anything here.
Yeah.
But,
It's minor, but it should be corrected.
exactly, it's just a minor thing,
Yeah.
but I just want to, for that. As well as the cess lot size, I am in a pie lot, I'm in a cove, but I'm not sure if that square footage is correct. I would ask to maybe review that, because I don't think it's that much. I know it's probably,
It's close.
it's close, but it's maybe just look into that.
At the same time, you should make that call, you know, you can question them, how they got the square footage.
Yeah, so they said they have the drawings, I have the exact same drawings
Mhm.
from, and even the drawings said they all 2208, and that's the way they built the house. We did not
Mhm.
have any hack to any cantilevers or anything of that, so this was the plan, and that's what they built, so, yeah.
Don't you can answer that question?
Can I address that question? I think,
Yeah.
you know, I had notes here a moment ago whereby that the question of the size of the home came into question with another assessor. I was just reading it and I must have misplaced it. Oh, here it is. Okay. And that question came up, and this, apparently there was, the disagreement is still there, where the assessor disagreed and you disagreed, because the notes here suggest that there was the cantilever that was added onto the property, which she disagreed. I don't think that she was prepared to take out that cantilever when it's there, because we like to know that the characteristics of the home is correct, and we don't see any reason to take out something that when they had the cantilever. And that was a disagreement, but that's why she kept it there.
Well, I don't know what cantilever guys you're talking about. The house was built the way it was built, and nothing was added, and the plans that I have that are from stamped, that were built by construction, is 2208.
Well, you know what, it's worth revising and going back into looking at it then. I wouldn't suggest thing, but I'm just saying that there apparently was addressed already. Why shouldn't it be addressed a second time? Yeah, we should address it a second time. So I'll take a note of it to look into it one more time from the specs, right?
Yeah.
We should have the plan still of the specifications and so on in the home, and the drawing, the blueprint, everything we should have. Okay.
And if you need my copies, I can share
I beg
those.
your pardon?
And if you guys need my copies, I can share those as well.
Oh, if
Ones
you
I
have copies, you know, sure, if you want to share whatever copy you have, that's fine.
Sure.
Yeah. You want to pull that mic a little bit? I'm not hearing very well.
Oh, sorry. Is this thing on?
Yes,
Yep.
speak into it if you don't mind.
Okay.
Thank
Sorry.
you.
Apologize. I have no more questions for you.
I thank you. And Ms. Rempel?
I was actually wondering why this permit detail was attached to our information.
Oh, okay, let me see.
And I was wondering about the square footage, and now I guess after this discussion, I'm wondering if anyone from the city ever went to take a look at the house
Nobody's
to
coming.
confirm,
No one's coming.
deny.
No assessor is coming.
Okay, all right, I'm gonna answer your question. Now, I put that permit there myself, and there are not a lot of permits that you will see there. But when I know that, and that's one of the reasons I did not make any recommendation, right? When I know that the lot was actually sold to him for $127,000, whenever that was, whether it was sold to him or the build and then to him, well, apparently it was sold from Qualico, from Latco to Qualico. Latco had developed the area, sold it to Qualico. This is what happens in the industry, right? Everybody can buy the lot. And then Qualico built the house for him. So now, when I did the maths here, and I saw 127 and a permit, which sometimes we have to take with a grain of salt, as I said, I was getting, and let me do the maths here, 431, 5, plus 137, and that's equal to $568,000. So you see one of those reasons why I couldn't. That said, I'm the first to admit a number of things here, and one of those things is that cost is not market value. So I'm not going to suggest then that because you paid $568,000 from the record, based on the permit and the land, that's what it's worth. Because cost is not value. Market value is based on properties that are
What you sell
built,
for.
you know, and it's one of the reasons too why I give you that information there about definition of market value. If you have it, I think you would, and as well as why we don't compare assessment. So again, it's the reason I know that the last assessment and cost assessment is $460. I know that from the land, I'm not going to dispute the land. I don't think you would either, with the value of the land for 130 thing. And the permit, unless the permit is incorrect, I use that for that purpose, and that's part of the question I might want to ask later on, because after your presentation. But because Ms. Rempel actually asked the question, I wanted to address it.
Thank you.
So you're looking at the, sorry.
I'm looking at the,
Yeah, I know. So you're looking at the declared construction value? Is that what you're?
No, well, yeah, I see a 431 there as a permit that was taken out on the property. Now
That was the price, it was very similar to the price that, including lot, with the house.
typically you wouldn't, they don't, I mean, these guys are experienced, right? It's Qualico that supposedly put in this thing. Unless there's a mistake, and here listening in life, there are people make mistakes, right? The reality is that if they know that when you go for a permit, you pay to the permit department for value. So in other words, if it's a $300 permit, what you pay for the department is less than you would for a $431,000 permit. So why would you take out a $430,000 permit when it's $300,000, let's say, right? Because you know you pay for $1,000 for the permit. And so unless there was a total mistake somewhere along the line, that's what I saw.
Yeah, I'm not in the permit business, I'm not sure, but I guarantee you that is the price.
what does the property registry say? Do you
I
have-
beg your pardon?
What does the property registry say?
I know my lot was $137. $137.50.
Yeah, 137.
137.
That's what it was. And then the house.
Yeah.
So, and it was, the house was 270-some-thousand, so it's about right, this is what this is.
So you're saying this permit is
That's the
incorrect?
total lot of my.
Again, I don't know that, but I want to explain that, right? Sometimes you have to take this with a grain of salt. Most times it's under
I know I'm
rather
paying
than
that
over.
mortgage, I know what I pay for that house.
Most times it's under rather than over. I know, you know.
Normally it is just the
lot?
building itself.
Oh, yeah, no,
permit.
that's, no,
Okay.
no, I don't have, I did not.
So it could be a mistake or
Yeah, there
whatever.
must be something there that's,
Yeah.
they pulled out, I
Yeah.
guess, I'm not sure, but,
Yeah,
yeah.
okay.
Is there property registry information on this
Well,
home
and
that
always
you
comes
have?
land titles office registration. Land titles office would have this property, let me see, would it be $447,299 in 2014, is that correct?
Well, I'm seeing here, you said the sale house, history on this sheet, 2014, the house was built, it was just in the lot, it was 137,000, which makes sense.
And then it's got sale year 2014, 447,299.
Which was,
That would be land titles office registration.
So that's the lot and the home.
yes,
Yes.
so it makes sense, so,
That makes sense.
yeah.
Sorry.
That's okay.
No, thanks, Rick. I didn't notice that either, so
I
there's
can't remember where we
discrepancies
are.
anyways.
Ms. Rambo or Bob? Bob?
still getting deconfused. No. I've got it? Got it? No, I'm good.
Okay,
Thank you.
I'm okay too, so the floor is yours, sir.
Okay, so what I have in front of you guys is some local, some recent, just 5 properties. 3 actually sold, 2 are active, so one's a new build that hasn't been built yet, but that's the price for market value for this house. And one is still active, has not been sold yet. So these the neighbors in my, these are comps that I kind of looked at in my neighborhood, and what their list price is in the market, and what they're sold for. But if you look at all of them, you will see that they all have granite countertops. You will have, one of them has a partial finished basement with a 5th bedroom and a bathroom, which my basement has not been finished at all. Again, I mentioned that my landscape in the back is just sod. We have not built a deck yet. We're not really there much in the summer, so we haven't really had a need to put a full deck there. But we're looking at $10,000 or something like that to put a nice deck in and landscaping that are from these houses that are selling for a lot less than what you guys are assessing the house at. Again, jetted tubs and professional landscaping. My house definitely has vinyl flooring. I don't have any laminate, I don't have any hardwood floor. Waiting for the kids to be older to do any kind of upgrades and stuff like that. One of these homes that went a little higher that was, I think it was the, which one was it here? 35 Sheltontown, about $30,000 in upgrades with marble flooring and hardwood and granite countertops, jacuzzi tubs, professional landscaped, was listed at $4,999 and sold at $516, which is $1,000 less than what you're assessing mine with none of these things in it. So I just want to be fair, assessed properly with the tax. Recommended it would be around 485, 490,000 is more based on the comps that I'm looking at on the market and when I can sell my house. That's about it. Again, square footage and stuff, you have me on the record. I'd like to clear that up. And then there's also the saturation of homes on the market right now in South Point, Bridgewater. There's lots of homes that are listed and not moving, just the market right now. So we're looking at for an assessment for 2020. We can only assume that the market is that it is what it is. So I don't have much more for this, but.
All right, I thank you. Mr. Assessor, any questions of the applicant?
Just one question, because I said I had to ask. Since you bought the property, did you do anything else, like basement finish, nothing?
No, I just explained, nothing to the house.
Deck, fence?
The way we purchased our house, we have done it.
Just landscaping?
The front, in the front.
Just landscaping, huh?
In the front.
Oh, okay.
And then the rear, we have, we just did our fence and the sod in the rear. There's no deck, there's no stone, no fire pit, nothing.
Okay, no other questions, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Rampel?
I don't think I have any questions, but I just want to say that in terms of the comparables that you have provided, we can only take sales information up to March 31st, 2018 into account.
Yeah, and I had similar comps that I used for the February one, and unfortunately, where I had them, they were on a link, and I could not print them, so I had to go to the newer ones. But I'm hoping you guys have them. When I went to, I gave the assessor at that time in February there, I gave him my copies there. I wasn't able to prop them up, otherwise I would have used those ones as well. So I apologize for that, but they were very similar. That's why I used these ones.
Thank you.
Robert?
Nothing, thank you.
Okay. I just have a couple questions.
Sure.
I think you probably concluded value in regards to Charlottetown Road, and it's got about $30,000 worth of improvements.
So they say, yeah, but.
So if you take off the 30 off of the, you arrive at the figures that you are seeking.
And that's what I'm, and also just based on, like I said, like in the neighborhood, what the price is selling for, square footage, age, lot size, all that stuff, and then the fixtures inside the house. Yeah, that's what I'm looking at.
You also talked about the comparables, about the stone finishes on the city's comparables, okay? On 2 and 3.
Yeah.
So that you said that there was stone and yours is only.
Lots of stone.
Okay.
Like,
Okay.
up one whole wall is all
So
brick.
I'm just looking at your comparables, but because we don't have a picture of your property, what is similar, which one is similar to yours?
Mine would be similar to actually
John
the
Angus?
first one, John Angus there,
Okay.
and also Edge Park. I have a little porch in the front. It's all wood, treated wood porch, but it's all stucco and hardy board. There's no stone whatsoever on the house.
And what about Kingfisher Crescent?
Yeah, that looks like stone underneath the pillars of the garage, and then the bottom underneath the bay window, which I don't have any stone. And it's all just stucco. So it'll be the similar, but without the stone.
Mhm.
Have a little bit of hardy board on the gables, on the top, on mine. Otherwise, it's all stucco.
And what about Edge Park Crescent? It hasn't sold, but it's listed, eh?
It's listed, it's active right now. It's, they're asking 513, but has not sold yet. So, but again, that one inside has laminate floors and.
But of course, it was just listed in August, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah, I see that.
It hasn't moved, right? So, you know.
Okay.
I'm just asking for a fair,
Okay.
you know, based on what's the
Either
market.
party wants summation at all?
No, only that next time you call the assessment department, because as Ms. Rampel just pointed out, these post-reference sale you're not looking at, call us and we can guide you and tell you what you need to get to when you come by, if you come by another time. You're going to be only in home for another 50, 60, maybe 80 years, I don't know. So you may be back again, I don't know that. But you may also forget what to bring next time, right? On my way out, you can grab my card and so on. You can always call and find out what next you have to do.
All right, so thank you for your appearance this morning and this
Thanks for your
afternoon. Okay.
Thanks for your patience.
And results very soon.
Appreciate that.
Thank you.
You guys have a great day.
You too.
Thank you. Turnstone? Finally. Number 7. Item number 14. We'll have you sworn in or affirmed, either one.
Please state your full name to address. And you swear to represent the truth, the whole truth, and the whole truth, so help you God? Thank you. Do you have any evidence you'd like to share with the panel?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we shall hear from the assessor, and he'll take us through your property. So whenever you're ready.
Ready, Mr. Chairman. Yes, for the subject property on number 7, Cornerstone, road number 03092980795. A little description of the property. It's in South Point. One-story single-family home was built in 2017, 1,858 square feet with a walkout basement and some finishing in the basement, like a rec room. The lot size is almost 6,000 square feet on the retention pond, and the assessment is $680,000. The 4 comparables that we have here, they're all on, I put them on, let's see now, one is on South Point and another one is on Bridgewater Lake, and the other 2 are on Bridgewater Forest. However, they're all one-story single-family dwelling, They were built at various times between 2011 and 2017. These four comparables here that I have are there to support this subject property in value added. So starting from comparable number 1, which is on the same side of the subject property, the street that is, with the that's for the 3-story store. The 1-story single family home, it is smaller by 150 square feet. It does not have a finished basement, so there will be an adjustment for both the size of the house and the fact that it doesn't have a finished basement. The lot size, although slightly larger than that of the subject property, there will be no difference in value. The adjusted sale price on that is $623,000, which you would say is lower than that of the subject property. However, taking into consideration, the basement is not finished, and the size of the building is smaller, you will get a value that is closer to that of the subject property. Are you having a problem with listening? Because I am. I mean, I understand. I see you doing this.
Trying.
Okay, you want me to speak up louder? Is that it?
I think English is my second language. It's okay. I'm trying.
Or you want me to speak slower, right? Oh, I do both. Right. Thank you. I understand. I mean, I hope everybody understands. I don't hear well. Okay. And then comparable number 2 then is number 23, Bridge Lake
Can
Drive.
I clarify? You talk about number 1. You talk about adjustment.
Oh no, I'm comparing these properties with yours.
Okay.
Alright, I finished comparable number 1. I talked about where it is. Wait a second. You talk about where it is, the type of home, 1-story, when it was built in 2017. I mentioned that it is smaller than yours and it does not have a basement finish. It's on the same side of the street on a retention pond that is slightly larger than yours. And but the slightly larger lot size would not make any difference in value. 400 square feet would not make any difference in value. And that is slightly lower in value, but there is a difference when we look at the difference in value when you add that. That's comparable number 1. Comparable number 2 then, which is 23 Bridge Lake Drive. Are you seeing that? Okay. Same, that is on Bridgewater Lake. It's on a 1-story home. It was built in 2012. And it's a house that is 100 square feet larger than yours. It has a finished basement, so then the basement, comparable in your basement would be sort of the same in value. And it has a lot size of slightly larger than yours, again on the retention pond, and I would not put any value, any larger, any amount of value in addition because of the lot size being larger. But I would say that I would actually diminish the value of this home by 100 square feet, you know, and that would be several thousands of dollars. But it's $764,000, which is considerably higher than yours. Comparable number 3 then on number 63, Maple Creek Road. Bridgewater location, 1-story, built in 2011. It has about the same size of yours, virtually the same, just 10 square feet difference in value, in size. It also has a walkout basement and it's finished as well. The lot size is slightly larger than yours, and it's 743 square feet for that, which is higher. And then the last one is number 77, Maple Creek. So 1-story single family. It was built in 2012, and the size of the home is 150 square feet larger than yours. It also has a finished basement, and the lot size slightly larger in the retention pond at 792. So the 3 comparables, the last 3 comparables, all of them have walkout basement and finished basement, also slightly larger lot, and all of them are considerably higher than yours in value. The only one that is lower than in value is comparable number 1, and it's lower than about $56,000 or close. Right, that's the difference. And so now we have a difference in no finished basement, it's not a rec room, and not a and you have to add the difference in the size of the home. So these properties are actually highly similar to yours, and I would ask the panel to consider to confirm this value $680,000. That's my presentation, thank you.
Thank you. Questions of the assessor?
Yes, I have a question. Have you been in these 4 houses?
I haven't seen the houses inside.
Okay. For number 1, as a same my street, do you know what is?
When you fully bring it up to you, talk into it, find out.
Okay. For number 1, can you tell me what is the asset value for the year 2020?
I don't have the assessed value for that home, and even if I did, I would not emphasize it. I would not compare the assessment with your assessment. I only compare what the value is, what it's sold for, plus a little bit of difference in the time adjustment.
Okay. Can you pass that? I did do some research.
Sure, you can.
I did do some research from COM1, COM2, COM3, COM4. I have all here. So
Okay.
can you pass it all, please? Okay. Do you know the frontage for all 4 houses?
No, I don't know what the frontage is here. I don't have that access to information here.
I did print it out. I have all the frontage, okay? For the number 1, the frontage is 48 feet.
What?
The same line, the frontage,
Go on.
the measurement, okay? But for the last 3, very big, 54, 56, and 60, okay? And you said bigger land, bigger house, okay, and bigger frontage. And I know that from the pictures, for example, 23, okay, big land, you see the house I marked it here, that's a number 23 big leg drive, okay? I did go to that area, okay? Before, I love this area, very nice, but it's expensive. The land, almost 230 to 250. We don't go there, too expensive. So this how you compare with us, I feel it's not fair because it's a 1 million house. You look at here, 900, 954, 941, 1 million 656, 1 million 165. Oh, this high. How can I say? That's a high level of the house view, very high. Okay, so if you compare it, I feel that.
What's your question? Because the panel will ask you now at some point to make a presentation to that, but what is your question?
Okay, my question is, you know that area is a millionaire house?
Which area are you referring to?
Okay, this I saying, this is a high up, high scale. All the houses is high. All this area is high. I don't know, you know, the brick electric and Maple Creek, they have, you know, very big, nice area. They have the fountain, like the park, you know, the water come out and the lights on. I come here, I look at it, I love it, but expensive for me. And they have the park very nice. So if you compare that, it's not fair for me. Okay, another one, 63 Maple Creek Road, another 77 Maple Creek Road. I have the same amount. I mark it here. You take it here. That's 1 million house. Cannot compare with my area, Turnstone. So that's what I feel that's unfair. Okay? And second thing, if you look at this, I have this. Even though you say, you know what, you compare Turnstone with me, I agree. That's the same street. But the sold price you put here 612,000. But for the assessment, you know how much? Only 568. Why? Because it's a fair market value. It's go down. So Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
I think maybe that
Yes,
should be
but
your
you're supposed to be
presentation
asking
rather than-
questions of the
That should be your
assessor now,
presentation,
so
keep that in mind, right?
you will have a chance to make a presentation. We're just
Okay.
wondering if you have any questions of the
Okay, a
assessor.
question, you said you don't know the assessment of the year 220 for the 43 ton stone?
No, on the assessment,
Okay.
if I know the assessment for these homes,
I
I
let
will be
you know that
comparing with.
after so price fell, it go down to 562 and then 568. That's from the assessment for 2 years. I do the assessment, I do research. So from 562, after from CD do assessment, 562 from 612,000. So that's the fair value bracket, okay? That's what I let you know that 2 things. Compared to stone, I agree that's my area, but I let you know that the fair market value go down. I have the paper from CD tax, 568 from 612. Second, the compared 3 houses, that's very unfair for me. That's a million house. For 7 ton stone, a house of 500, the maximum 748, 500. This area is 1 million. It's not fair.
Ms. Renfro, questions?
I have no questions for the assessor, thank you.
Okay, Robert?
All right, thank you.
I have none either. So the floor is yours, madam. So you can take us through all your data.
Mr. Chairman, before we go on, may I approach your desk here, your thing? I want to just show you the location so you know that what we're dealing with. Will be long. So that, all right, we're looking at 680 here, which is Bridgewater, and it's 682, so you at least
Okay.
you know, right?
Yep.
Alright, so we're looking at 680, and we're looking at 682. There may be a little bit of difference when the land was sold and so on, that's very possible. But in all the big area, and there are newer areas, it's the only reason that we can do that, alright? However we what, I
Can we
don't
see
know
that,
you
can we
just-
see that
is
again?
there awesome?
Those little areas, are they the neighborhoods?
I beg your pardon?
These smaller areas, are they
This is Bridgewater, 680, and then her property is actually located here, and this one is located here.
okay, but they all fall into the South Point.
Well, no, the 682 here, that's the location.
I know, but when we talk about neighborhood areas, they're all in South Point?
No.
This one is.
Some are
No.
in Bridgewater Lake,
Right?
some are Bridgewater
So the other two,
Forest.
there's one of them in her area, the other one is not far apart, a few miles,
Got it.
couple miles, whatever.
Yeah.
All right, the floor is yours.
So my name is Tu Pham. I'm here today to ask the board re-examine the assessed value of our house. I believe the year 2020 assessed value to be much higher than the fair market value. I have prepared and will present to you evidence to support my request. In the year 2019, I have the paper here. We built our house for 580,000. The land around 148, and the house around something. I forgot. 400 something.
430.
Yeah, something. Okay. So total is 580. I have the paper to prove. And then the basement finished in the year 2018, and for another 35,000. Total is around 615,000. CT did assessment for the year 18-19 was 617,000. I have 3 reasons to support my request. The first reason, I talked about comparable houses. So in the year 2016 and April 2018. So this is the paper I have here. Okay. I have presented 5 houses, so across 3 neighborhood areas. with similar comparable to my own from 2016 to April 18. The increase to my 2020 asset value is higher than the fair market value of presented comparable. You look at this paper, okay? And I have here 5 houses. For example, the first house, 84 Northern Light Drive in South Point at the St. Mike area, sold for $614,000 in the year 2017. The square feet is bigger than mine, 2,061 square feet. And the land area is bigger than mine, 8,080 square feet. The frontage is bigger, 49.6. We built the same year 17, finished basement, got out, retention pond in front, very similar but bigger, everything bigger. So I can only sell that only 298 per square foot. For me, the city did assessment. I don't say you, but the assessment. Okay, you do the job. Okay, so I say city. You charge me 366. That's very, very high. Okay, and you can read down number 2, number 3, number 4. Okay, you can see everything's lower. It's very similar to mine. The last one, 1278 Lee Boulevard in Fairview Park, sold for $561,000 in October 16. The square feet the same mine, 1848, but the land is a double. The frontage is bigger, 52.1. Okay, retention point adjacent. So that means we have to go straight to the lake. For me, I have a walkway. I have no privacy. So this one, you can see that when we sold that, I calculated only 304 per square foot. For my 366. That's why I feel very unfair. And for number 4, you can see on the same street, 39 Turnstone. I did put it here. We sold for $552,000. Okay, that's from my neighbor too. But for the assessment for the 19 and 20, maybe you don't know, you don't do research, but I did research. I have the paper, only 535. Here, I have it here on the paper, it's 535, my neighbor too. So I can see 2 houses go down in the assessment. Okay, and I let you know here, last year, the assessor did come to my house, I think the end of July last year. Because last year I did basement finish, so she comes, she checks, she walk through. I think her name is Catherine. Okay, and she did walk through my house in the end of July 2018, last year. Since then, I have never changed, no change in my house. I just did. So I have no change from last year to now, and assessor come, why increase me to from 617 to 680, that means go up to 63,000. Okay, the reason number 2. Reason number 2, that's the paper here, with the picture. I talked about the asset value of the houses on Turnstone Terrace. I have presented 13 houses on my street. You see the picture? They have no change on my houses until now, but I am the one increase the highest, 63,000 on my street. For example, you see that the number here, 55 Turnstone, that's the one I put, because the print is not clear, so I put 55, it's 699, the 699 here, that's year 220. The size here, that's 219. From 695, go to 699, only 4,000. The house on 55 Thurston is bigger than mine, close to 2,000 square feet bigger, and the land is double me, double size of my land. Over there 12,000, me only 5,900. They have swimming pool, and they're not located at intersection. They have no stop sign, they have no community mailbox, they have no fire hydrant in front. And the back of this house, they have no public bench. Okay, but they increase only 4,000, but for mine, increase 63,000. You can see on these pictures, okay, for all 13 houses on Turnstone, for the assessment, this is for the 2020, the one, the bottom is 0. From 0 to 2,000 to 4,000 to 6,000, the maximum is 24,000. Or on my street, or on my neighbor, everyone only from 0 to 2 to 4 to 24. Why my increase 63? I haven't been changed nothing, okay? But only one house you see increase because they develop, they finish basement, we do something with a house, so that we change. All the rest, 12 houses, no, only increase from 0 to 24. So I feel that, unfair for me. And I talked to my family, and I said, maybe the soil in my land has some special oil, but I don't know what special gold. So that's why the value so much. The city increased 63,000. Okay, now go to reason number 3. Talk about location of 7 Turnstone Terrace. I have 2 explanations. You see this, the first picture? Okay. So my house is located directly across from fire hydrant, okay, community mailbox, and stop sign. The traffic in front of my house is always much higher than any other houses on my street. Whenever the residents collect their mails, access Turnstone, or during emergencies, it is extremely difficult for me to maintain a privacy or access my driveway. I have also witnessed many accidents occurring in front of my house during the winter at the stop sign. I had to call 311 on a couple of occasions because the driver had knocked over the stop sign. So that's the picture. The last picture, that's at the back of my house. My last side and backyard is one of the smallest on Turnstone. Unfortunately, it is also the only lot where have been a large public van installed directly behind my backyard. You see, this my house is the back. The distance between the large public van to my back fence is approximately 4 feet. I have absolutely no privacy in my backyard. When the residents come to sit and converse, or when the children come to play, climb, and cry on the bench, I hear and see everything. I am not sure why, but the residents who walk their dogs normally seem to choose that area and let their dogs relieve themselves. And sometimes not all of them are respectful enough to pick up after their dog. Perhaps because there are little cleaning for the dog as a result, I would often have to pick up and dispose of the dog food around my public land area because it is in front of my backyard. No homeowner wants to see that in front of the backyard. For this reason, I believe that my house is success to have much higher property value than the fair market value. If I were to sell my house, the location and size would definitely to be my disadvantage, and that buyers will definitely pick up on these issues. see that picture? I am number 11. My neighbor, I'm number 7. My neighbor is number 11. Really, before I build a house, the number 11, that's my model home. Built exactly the same. But come to later, 130 square feet bigger, okay? And then they don't finish basement, I finish. That's two things I'm different than. Otherwise, exactly the same builder. But right now they are 517, and now I go up to 618.
So what do you think the value should be? Not the assessment.
Not assessment, okay. I have two answers. First answer, for me, I am Canadian, okay? I believe I pay the tax. Whatever I pay for the house, I will pay on that, okay? Really, I build a house, you saw my paper, 15,000, that's really from my pocket. Even though the builder took me 5,000, it took me 5,000 more, but it's okay. So that's what for myself first answer. Whatever I pay to build my house, I will pay the tax on that. Second answer, if all my work, all my research I done, if the city say have to base on fair market value, really based on fair market value, not 366. You see the whole at 298. The house 640, bigger than me, the same area.
Northern Lights Drive.
Yes.
Is that what you're talking about? Yeah.
Yeah, another one, the number 5. 561.
Lee.
Yeah. Yeah, the lead. So that I have two answers. So I let that other boy here make decision.
All right, thank you. No questions?
No questions.
Ms. Rempel?
I'm just looking at your comparison number 4, 39 Turnstone Terrace. That's just down the street from you?
Yeah,
And it looks like it's a little bit smaller
yeah,
than your house, square footage wise.
yeah,
It also has a retention pond influence.
yeah,
And the sold price was $552,000,
yeah,
which is $324 per square foot in 2016. Is that correct?
yes.
And when did you move into your home?
The end of 16.
The end of 16?
Yeah.
And can you tell me, are you right on a corner? Or are you one house down from the
One
corner?
house down,
You're
yeah.
one house down.
One
So you're
house
one
down.
house down from the stop sign. There's another house right where the stop sign is.
Another house and stop sign, no. They a little past. I am committed my walk in front, 500 and stop sign. Another house in corner, they are move a little bit further. So all the people stop like really in front of my house.
Okay, that's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Robert?
No, I don't have anything.
Just a slight little summary. You paid $150,000 for the lot, roughly?
148.
Yeah.
But the
500.
people took me
500,
153.
okay. You had the house built,
Yes.
okay? And I can figure out that the house probably cost about $430,000.
Yeah, around that.
Okay,
yeah.
so, if you look at a square foot rate, do you recall the rate that the?
Yes.
Yes,
237.
okay,
237
Yeah.
square.
okay. So I roughly figured out 231, roughly, okay. Then you added $35,000 for the basement?
Yes, the year 2018 we did.
So you're into it for $615,000,
Yeah.
okay? So help the panel by saying what you think the value should be or the assessment should be.
I said, that's what I pay, okay? So I pay the tax on what I pay, I don't mind. But really, the fair market value is so low, because the builder, they took the profit so much. When I sell the house now, I don't think I take that money back. The builder, my builder, I don't say the name, but they took much of it.
All right, either party wants summation? No?
No.
Okay, leave it with us. Thank you for coming this afternoon. And results very soon. Bridgewater Drive. Finally.
Finally.
We're slowly but surely getting there. Oh, where's all my stuff? Oh, dear. We'll get you swearing in.
Please state your full name.
Meyer Setfati.
And you affirm the evidence you're about to present is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you. I can take the evidence now.
Oh, thank you.
Yes.
I know, we just tried to.
Thanks.
tried
Are you
to
trying
find
to
it.
skip ahead?
Okay. Okay, good. Thank you.
What's the address on this one?
51 Bridge Lake Drive.
Yeah, number 15. All right, whenever you're ready, you can take us through this property.
Okay, I'm ready. 51 Bridge Lake Drive, dual number 03-0916-86500. It's in Bridgewater Lake. A little bit about the property. It's a one-story single-family home. It was built in 2012. 2,118 square feet. And it's got a walkout basement and a fully finished basement. It's backing on the retention pond and what seems to be a typical size of lot for a retention pond, a little over 6,000 square feet. And it's $960,000 is what we have as assessed value in this property. The comparables that I have here, they are in Bridgewater Lake, three of them, and one of them is South Point. A moment ago I've shown you there's just one neighborhood practice area that separates these two neighborhoods. Or rather, if my memory serves me right, bear with me and want to take a quick look. Let's see here, 645, 685, and 682. Okay. I can see it was 680 is actually close to 685. In any case, it's not so far apart. There are four comparables here that I have. Comparable number one on Bridgewater Lake, 75 Bridgewater Lake is the address. It's a one-story single family built in 2014, and it's about 150 square feet. Smaller than the subject property, with a similar lot size and $888,000 as a value. It also has a fully finished basement and it also walkout basement. As a matter of fact, all the properties have walkout basement, and each of the properties, you can see, single family dwelling built between 2011 and 2014. Comparable number two then is number 38 Cypress Ridge, one story single family built in 2011, 2,179 square feet, a walkout basement. 9,599 square feet is the lot size, slightly larger. $952,000 is the value on this. Comparable number 3, 27 Water Bend Road on Bridgewater Lake, one story single family, 2,114 square feet, which is about the same, 100 square feet smaller than that, is subject property. It's got a double-sized lot actually, but doesn't necessarily mean that it's subdivided, it just means that it's larger, and you will be considering value based on the larger lot. $925,000 is for this property here and compartment number 3. And lastly, compartment number 4 on 27 Bridge Lake Drive. That would be the same location, the same side of the street of the subject property. And at 1,280 square feet, built the same year as the subject property, again with a walkout basement and fully finished. A lot size that is similar, acting on the same retention pond, and it's $980,000. So, what's my position here? My position is that when I look at these 4 comparables and I want to put a weight on any one of these, I put my weight in comparable number 4, which is the last one, which is built on the same street with the same year, has about the same number of square footage, just slightly smaller as a matter of fact, has a rec room, has the same lot size, and it's $980,000. That is why, Mr. Chairman, I could not make any recommendation for a lower value. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions of the
Yes,
assessor?
I have a couple of questions. I've noticed here the total assessment per square footage of my house is listed at 453.26, whereas all the other comparables that you have are at most 426, and one is at 382 per square foot. So in what way are these comparable? That is to say, why is my house that much more valuable per square foot
Okay.
than the others?
Allow me to answer the question. Well, first of all, as you would know during the morning session here so far and coming into the afternoon, I don't dwell a great deal on square footage. But it's a fair enough question, I'll answer it anyways. I look primarily at the value of the property, but having said that, the numbers that you just spoke about, they were unadjusted sale price, right? You're looking at the 425, are you, on the first one? You are, right? Okay, so that 425, that was the unadjusted sale price. That was based on the price that the property was sold for and not the adjusted sale price. That was based on 2016 value when the property was sold. However, we're looking at 2018 value. So I encourage you to look at the row that has time adjusted sale price. Now if you want to look at the time adjusted sale price for square foot, it would be shown 2 rows under that. Now at the same time, if you look at the value of the home, what we look at here is basically the time adjusted sale price for the value of the home would be, the first one would be $880,000, the second one would be $952,000. You see that, right? Okay. So that's what it is. So now the difference, what you will be talking about then, the lowest one would in fact be $437,000. But because I don't do a number of things, I don't do averages, and I don't, and I don't work necessarily for square foot, but you have a valid question. The reason I put my weight to put the one that seems to be more highly similar, right? And that one would be on the same side of the street, on the same street as yours, built the same year. It's the same type of home, 1-story home. It's about the same size, has the walkout basement, has a finished basement, has the identical size of lot on the same retention pond. That one is $980,000, and this is why I couldn't make any recommendation for anything different. And yours is $20,000 lower.
Right, and the second question I have is, why has the assessor increased the assessment in my house by close to 10%, whereas all surrounding properties have been increased by 5%?
Again, again, it's a good question, valid question, because A, I don't have access to all the information to do all that kind of research. B, I don't necessarily compare one the year before to what it is now. I look primarily at what the values are. And I've often said this, and I've said this again repeatedly this morning, that there are times when assessment was lower to begin with from one cycle to the next. And so when you look at an assessment value that is slightly higher than that of the previous year than other one, or considerably higher, and then when we have to look at all the reasons why. There are times when you can make a characteristic change in the property and add something else to the property, and some of those properties can be even higher in terms of percentage. Sometimes people ask why, and it's because they added something to it. In this case, again, I don't know why that was so. 2018, I can see is $880,000 for your property. That's an increase of 9%. I can see that. But when it's 2 or so percent, the legislation suggests that within a margin of error, when you look at a few percent, we don't make those changes. Whether the board wants to make a change or not, I don't know. Sometimes they don't either. But when you look at the property that is so highly similar to yours, I couldn't make any change on that. Have another question?
No, I have no other questions. I have a presentation.
Okay, yeah.
Ms. That will deal with some of the issues.
I do have some questions. I'm looking at comp 2, your comp 2, which I have as 23 Bridge Lake Drive, which I'm assuming is on the same street as subject property, but I don't see it on the map you have provided.
Okay, run that by me again. Comp 2, number 13.
Comp 2, 23 Bridge Lake Drive.
Okay, all right. If you don't have it on the map,
It's just off.
yeah. Okay. If you don't have it on the map, it could mean one thing that I'm looking at here from the notes. When I submitted, I'll tell you why I think. Which one did you say? 38, Chris? 38.
It seems to me that comp 2, which is 23 Bridge Lake Drive, which is not on the map, but I see that there is 51 Bridge Lake Drive on the map, which is not a comp.
Okay, hold on a second.
Oh no, that's a subject property.
That's a subject
Yeah.
property.
But, so I don't know where that is, but it seems to me it's the same type of dwelling, one-story, single dwelling, same year built, approximately the same number of square feet, walkout basement, basement finished, perhaps one more half bath in the subject property, central air, et cetera, exactly the same number of square feet, and the same number of land influences on a bus route, light traffic. And when you take a look at, I would say that is a very similar property in my estimation. When I take a look at the sale price and the adjusted sale price and the adjusted sale price per square foot, it's quite a bit less than the subject property.
Okay, let me see if I can address first of all the comparables here, what you say you're not seeing on the map. You see on the map, comparable number 3 has 42 Cypress, right?
Yep.
Okay,
Is that the first,
No,
is
no,
that
no.
comp 3 or is that comp 4? Because they both say 38 Cypress Ridge.
no, that's an error from our office, whereby I would have probably given the girl, yeah, I'm seeing something here, where I had some comparables here, and, yeah, okay.
So is comp 3
Where comparable number 3 was
32?
was actually placed there when the girl, and I don't do the maps, I get somebody else to do it. When they did the map, there could be a number of things whereby just using the what you call it, the roll number can be just a roll number thing, and they have it there, and it was done. Once they have the roll number and they print it and they got it all done, it's something that they didn't see afterwards. And one of my assessed one, the very first, I just want to tell you from my notes here, the very first set of comparables that I had number 38 Cypress twice, and I had to redo it. And so when she was actually doing it, she probably used the, well, one of those anyways, one of those numbers that are close, but I had to take out the property because it was there twice. It was actually sold twice and I only wanted it once. And then afterwards, number 27 Bridge Lake, which is not in the map, was actually inserted.
So are both comp 3 and comp 4 the same property? Because I see they have the same
No.
parcel ID.
That's interesting.
They have the same parcel ID.
Same roll number.
Which
But
one? The map or?
3 and 4 have the same
Roll number.
roll number.
They just sold at different dates, that's all. They're the same?
But they show different on the map.
Yeah.
One shows 32 and one shows 30. I'm just trying to clarify, that's all.
Let me walk over and see, because you know when it was done.
Okay.
That's probably.
Sometimes it was, let me walk over and correspond what I have in
Okay,
mind.
so maybe yours is different, because these two are the same roll number, and maybe they are the same property sold
Just-
at different
yeah,
times.
That's right, it's
It
there.
does, in fact,
So yeah,
Sixteen,
you're right, this
17.
one, this one here is the same as this one here.
Yeah,
This here, we see, I know what's
well,
happening.
yours
When
is
you look at the
different, yours
sales-
is
Look at the
different.
sales on the ones in July
Well,
here.
this was intended, actually, this was intended to be one, remember I was telling you about, that comps, when I saw that comparable, and I know that I had 38 twice, when I submitted
That's
my
okay.
brief to you,
That's
this
okay.
is the brief I should have submitted instead,
It's okay, it's okay.
right?
Yeah.
So just
Well,
forget where the map was,
you do have
and
time
forget one
adjustment
of
then.
those, right? And if you, for the record, maybe you should get this printed, because you need this for the
No.
record.
No.
Do you mind?
No.
Okay, all right.
Gorilla.
So it was, remember, I was reading out the last comparable, and maybe he
Which
also
was
has
also on
38.
Bridge Lake Drive, yeah, which
I
we-
was reading, yes, I was reading, see, as long as I'm conscious of the fact that 38 was there twice, I would not want to put it in twice,
Okay,
alright? I'd want to put it in one time only, and I put it, by the way, I want you to consider the newest, the newest sale and not the oldest sale. So when you're making your decision, make it on the newest sale, and if the newest sale is less, then by all means, use the lowest sale, the newest sale, right? But I have a comparable that I really want to put my weight on, which you don't have. I would seriously suggest that you keep my comparable as your evidence. Seriously,
the one we don't have, you mean?
the one that I have.
Okay, which we don't have.
Would you like that? Would you like that?
I mean, I don't need that.
Okay.
My
That's
question
fine.
was,
Okay, it's okay.
the most comparable comp, it looks like to me, is comp 2, from the information I have.
Keep in mind that my presentation as evidence here is I'm asking the board to consider my evidence here as number 27. And I would like very much that you use this comparable.
Okay.
And to take only a minute or so.
You can
for-
give it to us then.
For,
Robert,
I
just
haven't
you
seen it.
take only a minute
Yeah, this
to
gentleman.
do this, and you keep it for your
maybe
record.
you,
I
yeah,
have the right
And you
to
would
see
have it
that.
too.
Absolutely.
Absolutely, you do.
absolutely.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah, you
sorry.
have it too.
Yeah.
Sure.
Do you want some water?
No, I have some, thanks.
Is that what you're choking on?
Yes.
You need something stronger?
No. Thank
I
you.
do.
Yeah, I know. Thank you.
So we're saying,
Okay, so we're
All right,
ignoring.
so we have some new evidence.
So we're ignoring this.
So we'll throw it over to you, and if you have any questions.
This is just not fair to be provided with this evidence once the hearing has already begun. With due respect, Mr. Chair, it's just not right. You know, you provided us with evidence, not that it changes anything, but the evidence you provided us with is not the same.
Equally well, this is not
So,
underhanded, this
at
was
any rate-
intended to be that way, and
Okay.
I wanted the panel to at least to accept it.
At any rate, I'm
You
not
have a chance to
familiar.
look at it, you have a chance to question it, I don't know what the panel will do with the value, the value may very well be in your favor, I have no idea. And even if it's not, you have a right to appeal.
If you have any questions in regards to the new evidence, you may ask questions of the assessor.
At any rate, I am not familiar with these properties, these two properties. I'm familiar with Bridge Lake. So 23 was taken out. Now,
The last one, this one here, number 4 is the number 4 comp, is the comp that was there, the one that is on your.
No, the one that I have here had 23 Bridge Lake Drive, which the lady has spoken about. You have taken it out.
Well, now they're both in evidence. So,
Okay, they're both
so
in
now you've
evidence,
got, like,
so I can still use it.
Yeah.
Because that's critical to the case that I've been making.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't speak for other areas of town. I can speak for my area, from my side drive, and the value of properties there. Okay, so thank you. So whenever,
All right. Ms. Rempel? Any questions?
I'm good. No, I'm not gonna ask any more questions.
Robert?
I just want to be clear, you know, the one that you're putting most value on is comp 4. Is that right? Is that the one you want us to consider as the,
And that's the one I talked about initially, yes.
yeah, okay, so it's comp 4 is the one you're, now, it is, and I'm wondering, because what sort of gets me with comp 4, which is 27 Water Bend? Is that right?
Yeah.
It's got like one full bath, it's got a lot that's double its size. It's got a pool, whereas the subject property doesn't have a pool, so I have a hard time understanding why you put the biggest weight on that one.
I'll tell you what is, you can get the movers on here. When I asked Ms. Dellen to make a copy of the compartments that I wanted to have, to let you have, I still gave her the wrong one to do it. I'll tell you why.
Okay.
Well, and if you recall, now when I went to you, I said don't use it because it had all kinds of information in it. I should have let you do this because this is the one because I'm looking for it and I can't find it. This is one I was actually reading to the very first time to you, when I said to you compartment number 4 on 27 Bridge Lake Drive.
That's not even this one.
It's not even right, exactly.
Yeah, he had a
So I
different
made a double mistake now.
Yeah, no, okay, so let's get it right.
So am I for a copy of the other one?
I think we should just press on.
Go on.
Is that okay? So we're ready for your
Yeah.
presentation, sir.
thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and members of the panel. This is the 5th time that I've appealed this particular property, the value of it. Because I'm the first owner of this property, and we bought it new, the wife and I. In each and every case, either the assessor or the Board of Revision revised the assessment proposed. And in each and every case, the same arguments were made by me that I'm going to be making today, except today we have even more, I have even better evidence than previous times that my house has been overassessed. I'm submitting to you that the assessor, I mean, rightly so, because they've got a very busy schedule, perhaps. They take a cookie cutter approach to assessment. So they go strictly by what they see, but even there, as I'm going to show today, the figures just don't match. They have assessed our property by close to 10% more as opposed to other properties in the whole area, and I checked it carefully, that have gone up by 5%. And I think the reason is very simple. The assessors are determined that my house is worth more than I proved back in 2014 it wasn't worth. I can't bring those arguments anymore because that's old news. But the fact is that previous boards of revision were convinced by my evidence that some of the characteristics of my property, and I'm not putting it down, I think it's a beautiful home, very similar to all the houses around, merited a price at the end of $731,900, whereas every other property around me in the same side drive carried at least $810,000 as, including 23 at the time, this property here. So I'm left with a feeling that by hook or by crook, the assessors will get their way sooner or later. And my view is, have previous assessors been wrong by recommending lowering my assessment? Have previous boards of revision been wrong by lowering my assessment? And I say every time I have to fight the same battle. I'm prepared to pay my fair share, which is the same as other properties around me, namely 5%. But why 10%? Okay, so I have several comparisons here, all of them taken from the sales book, the Winnipeg sales book, 2016-2017, as per Municipal Assessment Act. And I can tell you all the properties that I had have got almost identical features. They are in a similar location, similar access to services, including buses and so on, similar pond influence, similar topography, and essentially a finished basement, what we call lower level. We don't like to call it basement because it's a beautiful extra living space. So I refuse to believe, like the assessors do, that bungalows should be taxed or should be assessed higher than two-story buildings. And I'm not talking about generally around the city. I'm not going to pass judgment on those. But in this area, where there's walkout basements, those houses also have walkout basements. So if they have 2,600 square feet, it seems to me that it is 2,600 square feet plus the lower levels. Not, what one level would be like and assess it lower. So I have provided here sales data. This is in number 3 of other properties that have sold in the side drives in question. There are 2 side drives. 175, the assessor provided in the earlier submission that he made. 75, it's a beautiful new side drive, even if I could say so, even more beautiful than ours, which is where 23 is located. and where 15 is located, and 31 and 35. All these properties have sold in 2016, 2017 for less than I'm being assessed now, with the time adjustment according to the figures provided by the city. So my view is that that my property should be assessed at the same level as other similar properties in view of what has transpired over the last, like I said, 5 appeals. And I'm kind of losing confidence, to be honest, in the system, because it doesn't really matter. Every time they tell me, this is a brand new assessment, we don't take anything into account that has gone on before. So decisions are not made on a consistent basis. Why? Because the assessors don't have the time to go and visit the properties one by one and compare one to the other. And what I'm saying to you, my house is beautiful, I'm not putting it down, but it doesn't have many of the features that other properties around me have, that sold for somewhat higher price. Okay? So, in essence, that is my submission.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Assessor, any questions of the applicant?
No question, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Rempel?
I don't think I have any questions. Thank you for your presentation.
Robert?
Just wanted to clarify in your first appendice, the history, 213 supplementary and 214 supplement. Were those, does that mean that they were reduced by the assessor?
By the assessor.
So the assessor in those 2 years.
Those 2 years.
Did that, and then the subsequent 3 adjustments, or 2 adjustments, were now into 219.
Right.
Were through the Board of Revision?
The 2015 was after I met with the assessors and discussed the matter with them.
Prior to the...
And we agreed that that would be a reasonable amount. So they recommended it to the Board of Revision. So I've only appeared before the board once, and that's the last time. And you know, as I said, each time is the same thing. The fact is, and you will notice that, thank you for bringing this up, that in 2013, which was the original supplementary, we convinced, because we showed all the information to the assessor, that we had paid $730,000. How could we be assessed $810,000 for something that had just sold when this was 2 years before the sale? It just made absolutely no sense. So we settled on the actual sale price that we paid.
So in 2017 was the same process, or that's when you appeared before
No,
the board?
that's when I appeared before the board.
So I have one other question, and that is, in the course of this time, have you made any improvements to your property?
None.
Okay.
None whatsoever.
Thank you. Thank you.
Just have a couple questions. Are you familiar with Waterbend Road? No. So you don't?
I know the street.
Yeah.
But I don't know the property, and that's what I'm saying, I can't really, it's close to my area, it's not, it's, I think, beyond the pond, if I'm not mistaken, but I don't know. The ones in South Point, what can I say, I haven't seen them, I don't know these properties, I was just given this morning, so I haven't had the opportunity to look into that.
And in your presentation, you have got some houses on your street, okay? Number 31, which is a 2-story though, and number 35, which is the 2-story.
Yeah, 2-story.
But they're all, you know, they're sales that happened and...
But they're comparable, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what I'm saying to you, that all of them have lower finished basements like mine. So, I mean, they keep telling me, oh, bungalow is more, it's worth more. Generally, perhaps so, but not in this case, with due respect. And I'm not suggesting that the board make a determination of that long term, but at some point, I think that may have to occur at some level. You know, that we shouldn't just use the same bill for comparisons in all cases.
I thank you very much for your presentation.
Just
sorry.
wanted to, so you're suggesting 920,000?
Which is what I think is reasonable, it's 5%, like everybody else,
Right.
halfway.
Either party wants summation?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, first of all, I must apologize for that mix-up with my comms, all right? That being the case, because afterwards when I submitted, I know that it was not intended to be because of the swimming pool and the much larger lot when I was doing something else. You can probably use the first one rather than the second one. And secondly, again, in light of the fact that that's true up, I'm prepared to make a recommendation of $940,000. Now, that doesn't mean that you should accept that recommendation or not.
A recommendation of what, sorry?
940,000. That's pretty close to what he's looking at, but that's, chances that you might do better, I don't know.
Final word?
No, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for listening to me at this late hour. Of the assessors, the 23 Bridge Lake Drive, I draw your attention that even time-adjusted sale per square foot is $390. Mine is $455. When I made the argument that other houses were perhaps had appointments that mine didn't have at the time. And again, I don't want to be the dead horse, but I'd like to bring that to your attention and to suggest that I want to say clearly that I believe assessment should be fair, you know, that you can't take something that happened 20 years ago as the assessment today when I paid for the house, but that there is a limit, you know, and I think in this case, going halfway between what the assessors are requesting and what the assessment was the last time is reasonable. Thank you.
All right. I thank you very kindly.
Thank you.
And results shortly.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a good day. Enjoy your evening.
No, not these people. So, Lakedale Place, number 59. Number 17.
No, number 16.
No, they're,
No.
yes, I will deal with that later.
That should be okay till Friday. Alright, can I swear? Please state your full name.
Teresa Collins Nelson.
Swear the evidence about to present is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, madame, for your patience. Thank you, madam. Okay, whenever you're ready, you can take us through this property.
Okay, 59.
Yep.
Lake Dale Place. Full number 03-0679-11500. Property located in Waverly Heights. It's a 4-level split built in 1977. A little bit more about the property. It's a 1,760 square feet home. The basement has got a rec room. 150 square feet is a lot size. $392,000 is the assessed value. We have 4 comparables for this property. They're all, 3 of them is in Waverly Heights, and one is in No, where Agassi is, 610, or Thatcher would be, I'm guessing.
Fort Garry?
Fort Garry. Thatcher still in Fort
On your
Garry?
map, that's the best I could figure.
Okay, all right. Yeah, okay, all right. Now the four comparables that I have here, they're all 4-level splits. They were built between 1960 actually to 1981. However, it does also look as though a number of them had some renovation done to them to change the effective age. Now each of these properties, as I said, are 4-level split single-family homes, so I'm going to now compare them with the one comparable after the next against the subject property. Comparable number 1 then is in Waverly Heights on number 19 Lake Point Road. 4-level split built in 1978 that had some kind of renovation into it, and it's 1983 at effective age. It also has a finished basement and multiple baths as a subject property and a slightly smaller lot size. $367,000 is the value on that comparable. Then number 2 is on Chancellor Drive, 1489 Chancellor, built in 1978. That too has some renovation done into it. It's 1,824 square feet and a 6,000 square feet of lot size. $348,000 is the value on that comparable. And then there's comparable number 3, number 7, Peacock Place. Now number 7 Peacock Place, because of the name of the street or the well, it is got to be a cul-de-sac on that one, I'm pretty sure. You know when they have a name like a place or court or something like that. Waverly Heights, 4-level split, built in 1981. It's a couple of hundred square feet smaller than that of the subject property, and it's $379,000. And then lastly, comparable number 4 on Thatcher, built in 1960. That property also has some renovation done to it. 1,503 square feet, $401,000 is that assessment value. Now, the subject property is $392,000, and what I see here is that it's a sale that had taken place a long time ago, so it's not relevant. And there was an override in this property because the property, I don't know if you had it at first at $419,000, but that's what it was actually calibrated for.
I'm sorry, you're talking about my property?
Yeah, it was at one time, when maybe you didn't have that, but before you got your final assessment, it was $392,000. That's part of the presentation. So there was an override to the value already, and I had intended to review this property a little bit more closely, and I didn't get a chance to do that. And perhaps I intended even to make a recommendation lower, but we can discuss that. Thank you. That's my presentation.
Thank you. Questions of the assessor?
Yeah, just that last point I didn't quite catch. So my property was set at 419, and you intercepted that and said no, 392? What did I just missed what you said?
It was 419 calibrated. I think you probably understand that when we do an assessment and do the remodeling and get up the value, when it came out at $419,000. You can ignore that if you want, but that's what it was, because afterwards the value was overridden to $392,000, which is basically assessment that would have been sent.
So we can disregard that figure?
What's that?
We can disregard that higher figure?
Oh yeah, it doesn't
Okay.
matter because the assessment is $392,000.
Okay,
That was sent out.
and then another question is, I don't have handy, what is my previous, if you will, assessed value? I couldn't find that in my files anywhere. Was it 374 or something?
I don't have that here.
Does anyone have that?
We can look it up later, but
Okay.
can't tell you.
I'm just trying to figure out how much it's gone up in
Can't
2
tell you
years.
for the time being.
No, okay.
Okay, so I'm done asking
No,
questions, I guess.
Okay, any more questions of the assessor? In
did
regards
you-
to just the presentation?
No, just, are we basing my value a lot on the lot size, would you say?
No, it's overall, we never separate the lot from the house
Okay.
when we do a valuation.
Okay,
We always put the value of the house and the lot together, we wouldn't
okay,
do it separately.
okay, because all the other properties, except for that Fort Garry, are significantly lower than mine.
In the
to
size
begin
of the
with.
lot?
Well, not lower in assessed value, or lower in price that they sold for.
Not to, yes.
Yeah,
Mm.
so I would like mine more on par with those homes.
Of course,
So,
yeah. As I said, I had intended to review this some more
Yeah.
in market here, and I didn't
Okay.
get a chance to do it before I sent it out.
okay,
Sometimes when I do that, you would have had a phone call from me
Yeah.
and we could have discussed it, but
Okay.
we did not.
Ms. Rempel?
I have no questions, thank you.
Robert?
None at this time.
Okay, I just noticed, did you mention that the subject has a pool?
Oh, no, I didn't mention the subject of the pool, because I don't get to see everything as clearly as you do. But it does.
Okay.
That perhaps is one of those other things, right?
Is it an in-ground pool or is it an
In-ground.
above-ground?
In-ground pool.
Okay. Okay. And like you say, you never had a chance to review, otherwise you'd be maybe reviewing and making a recommendation.
Who knows,
but
maybe to
that'll-
last,
That'll be up to us, I guess.
it was up to you, yes.
Okay.
And the last moment I saw the pool, I said, well, you know, it was like a should I or shouldn't I, right?
All right. The floor is yours, then.
okay, thanks. Yeah, the pool can be a blessing and it can be a curse, so. My evidence would be the letter that I did send in June, and unfortunately, I didn't know at the time that I should save copies of things, because I did have 2018 clippings from the news, real estate news, and I just took several of those, I enclosed those in my application, but I didn't get copies of them sent back to me. But basically, Area 1L, which is in the Winnipeg Real Estate News, is Waverly Heights, and the sale prices listed at that time, which is 2018, which is the time frame we're talking about.
We have copies here,
Do
if you
you?
like.
Yeah, so just, I mean, I don't need them,
Okay.
I just want you to know that I'm not
Okay.
making this up.
Yeah, okay.
So there's a range of houses. This is a mature neighborhood. This is not Bridgewater, this is not Linden Woods or White Ridge even. This is a mature neighborhood. There's a variety of homes. There's a lot of rental properties, a lot of side-by-sides in Waverly Heights. There's a lot of evolution of homeowners selling and people turning these into revenue properties for university students, because we're quite close to the university. So the range was 267 up to a high of 469, which I almost fell off my chair when I saw that, because I don't think those people ever sold that house for that much, but that is really high for that neighborhood, okay? I did this morning, just quickly went online just to even see what are homes selling for right now in my neighborhood, and they're really nowhere near $392,000. And these are some similar properties, although the square footage, again, this was just something I screenshotted today, they're not as large. Our house is 1,750 square feet, our property is large, but the sacrifice of that large space, we back right onto Waverly. And the noise has gotten worse and worse over the years, and I have complained about it on numerous occasions to the city. And since Bridgewater has been developed, the semi-trucks are still going down there, which we were promised would stop, and that has not stopped. I don't know if you would allow me to play an audio of just me sitting in my backyard? No?
We're fully aware,
Yeah.
of some of
It's
the
noisy.
problems, yeah.
It's noisy, and there's no promise of any kind of berm or fence or anything to be put up by the city that I'm aware of. So we do have some sacrifices there. By sitting in our backyard, we do have a lot of noise. So I would like to say, had I known what the assessed property was from 2018, I would be more informed, but I would like to say more like 379 or something like that would be fair to assess the value of my home at. We did try a few years ago to sell our home at a certain price. When you have an in-ground pool, it is challenging. You have to find the right person who really wants that pool. And we didn't end up selling, we kept it, and we've now decided, because our children are adults and in university, we might as well stay because we're close to U of M. But I still think 392 is too high for what we could realistically get if we sold that house. So that's my
Just
presentation.
offhand, how long did you try to sell it for and what was the list price?
We sold it, tried to sell it a couple of summers in a row. This is going back about 5 or 6 years.
Oh,
Yeah, so we're going back to
No.
not this time frame.
No.
Yeah, yeah.
Mr. Dutchin, questions?
I don't know if I shouldn't, because the post-reference appraisal report, you probably have it, I'm not gonna even touch it.
Okay.
Or do you have that as your thing? No?
No.
All right, let me just quickly ask then. I think maybe she's being reasonable because we're only $10,000 apart here, older properties. How old is your swimming pool, you know? Do you remember?
Well, it was with the house, so we have no idea.
Oh, so you bought the house in 2003, I think it is?
Right.
Okay.
And we don't have a hot tub that's on there.
Okay.
Where did I see it? Somewhere. No, I guess not there. Okay, I must have been looking at this one
I
earlier.
do not know the assessment either, that's just something I sometimes like to follow and look at, but I don't even know what it was, and not that it matters a great deal.
Yeah.
It's really how it compares with the other properties.
Right.
The thing is that, no, I don't have any question to ask, because I already made my presentation, except I would add, yes, it does have swimming pool. And because it's 20, much older than 50, 60 years, I'm not gonna value a great deal, but it does have some value, and it's got a larger lot size. Would be actually closer to the value, but I'll let the panel decide that.
Mr. Renfro, questions?
No, I think I'm good, thank you, I have no
Robert?
questions.
I'm good as well. Thank you.
So am I, so either party wants summation?
No, I'm good, I'm good.
I'll just summarize again, and I know you said you were aware of this, but I do know that when we have had people walk through that were prospectively looking for the house, the big objection we always had was the traffic noises. So it does devalue my property, it definitely does. We love our house, we love our yard, but sometimes it's very noisy. And I'm talking in the middle of the day, the middle of summer. I've been off this summer, so I've been outside a lot. And the traffic noises are not getting any better, even on a Sunday.
I thank you for your presentation and
Thank you.
results very shortly.
Okay, and results, how do they come in the mail?
They'll be registered mail.
Okay, all right, I gotta run, so
All right,
throw it away.
thank you.
Thank you.
Last but not least,
Thanks for your patience.
29.
That's
Cruz Lake Drive.
Yes.
Well, good morning too.
Good morning. I was sharper this morning.
Good day.
We all were.
Would you like to swear or?
I'll start.
Please state your full name.
Zachary Ian Gerber.
And you swear the evidence about to present is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Do you have any evidence for the panel?
I do.
Thank you. Okay, you're familiar with the routine, so.
Yes, sir.
Whenever you're ready.
Okay, we can start with a long wait.
Yes.
This is probably one
Don't
of
have to be
those
sorry, you don't make the docket.
Yeah.
Although I hope somebody can help me with Monday, because I'm number 15 on Monday, on my brother's house.
Oh, no.
The
Can you?
reality,
I
the
really
reality
appreciate
is that this is probably the only time that okay.
Mr. Garber, we will fix that up for you.
I really
Okay.
appreciate it.
So our secretary will just check.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
The reality is that it's probably, not probably, I gotta say definitely the first time that I've had to go all day on one document. And one of those reasons I really didn't get the time to review and call these people. I only had two actually.
Time is
guess what?
of the essence, okay? So, it's greatly appreciated, okay?
Both people, and the two rep that I have put in called me. And I had to do that. And yesterday somebody called me for next week or for next month thing, and I spent a few hours with her.
Yeah.
You know,
It's,
didn't get much of a
It's
chance.
hard
I
on
do
everybody.
apologize.
It's hard on everybody.
All the
So
time.
let's
If you-
proceed.
If you recall, I wasn't asking a lot of questions to prolong this, and I wasn't spending a lot of time to make my presentation, as I wouldn't. But I would ask now, because when I did this, it could be multiple pages and so on that I did for my comps. So let's see if I can, so I don't make the same mistake I did previously. Let's see if I have the same comps so that we can go on with, right?
Okay, read us what you have.
23 Dumbarton Boulevard,
Okay.
102 Queens Park Crescent,
Yes.
51 Shore Crest Drive,
Yeah,
and 79 Waterbury Drive.
yes.
That is correct.
Yeah, okay, I'm good enough. So now I can, even the second time, one time is bad, the second time I give you, say, no, that's not intended to be it. And I have it in one hand, and I tell you what, just a little bit more on that. I know this is the last one here we have. The thing is that both properties that I intended to put to the last one, both of them had number 27.
Oh,
Alright, I rushed and I gave it to Belen, and because it had a lot of words in it, for my own purpose, I said, for your sake, you need a cleaner one. And I got screwed. Alright, no fault of anybody but my own. Let's proceed. 29 Course Lake Drive, roll number 10 is 00-406-3200 in South Tuxedo. It's a two-story single-family home. It was built in 1992. 3,079 square feet is the size of the building. Full part basement, and I don't really have all that info here, I think. 17,000 square feet is a lot size, so it's a irregular, either irregular or pie. I think it's more irregular than a pie shape.
Right.
For the property. The 17,000 square feet would be a little less than half an acre. To put it in perspective, it would be more than a third of an acre. All right. 792,000 is the assessed value for 2020. Now I say 792, and Mr. Gopper, I had problem the last time to pronounce the name, right? Make sure I wrote this right. Garber. Okay. It's just recent, I know that this is what happened, and I know that what went out to the board. I have some information in case I need any other information on your property, right? All right, that said, I realized that yes, there was an appeal, and yes, there was a municipal board reduction, mostly in your favor, I think. However, because it's a new assessment and we're dealing a new year, you do understand that I'll be using this, the compounds that I have here, and hopefully too that I'm obligated to present it based on the 2020 assessment and 2018 market value and the comparables that we have. That said, the 4 comparables that I have here, I've selected them because they are on retention pond. This is why I had to do extensive search and really don't know what the outcome could have resulted in, but I had to select these. All right, comparable number 1 in Dumbarton Boulevard, built in 1993, 280 square feet is the size of the building with a rec room, and a lot size that is slightly smaller than that of the subject property. And yes, it's a lot of money, it's $1,300,000. As I go on making my presentation, I will continue to talk about quality and condition. I know because I saw the property only, I think either December or January you would have seen this house, and I know that it is in a condition then, probably still in the same condition that needs some extra maintenance. So like it has some deferred maintenance on it. You might hear it from the appellant that it's much more than deferred maintenance, but this is my opinion. We're looking at a property then that is considerably more expensive than that of the subject property, and I'll go on to explain why I think 792 is still fair. Comparable number 2 then, 102 Queens Park Crescent, built in 1989, about the same size of the subject property, walkout basement in this case, at the lot size that is comparable to that of the subject property, 15,000 square feet, $963,000 is the subject, is the value for comparable number 2. Then there is comparable number 3, 51 Showcrest Drive, two-story built in 1988, slightly larger than that of the subject property, and the lot size is slightly larger than that, and it's $1 million for that. Comparable number 4 on 79 Waterbury Drive, built in 1989, about the same size of property, same size of building, same size of lot almost, and $943,000. So why then am I not finding any property that is closer to that of, say, $792,000? Well, or why would I not look at other properties that are $792? But if I did, then I got properties that are $792 or $700,000, whatever it is, 800, 750. These properties would not be having the same size likely, or there would be a number of characteristics that are going to be so significantly different that there will be much smaller houses, they will be much in a different area, most certainly in this area, in Tuxedo, it would not be the retention pond. Because in Tuxedo, this pond there, I think, is the only retention pond in Tuxedo. That's why I choose it. And the reason then that I chose these comparables, I know that they are considerably higher than that. I know they are much better than that as subject property. But in terms of the difference in value, when you're looking at values that are closer to, say, $160,000, $170,000 difference from the lowest one, I'm not here because I didn't do research in every single comparable for 2020 to determine the condition and so on in these properties. I'd like to think that the $792,000 is a fair value for 2020. And that's my presentation, and hopefully we can have a discussion and questions and answers on that. Thank you.
I see you're no stranger here.
No, sir.
Based on your package, I just had a quick look. Anyways, questions of the assessor?
I do. Any of the properties that you say are comparables, are any of them rated in poor condition?
I don't think so.
Did you happen to pull the listings for any of those houses to see whether they were advertised as extensively renovated?
I probably looked at the pictures and MLS. Well, I'm going to say probably, more than likely I would have had to do that. But when I look at the pictures and I close it and everything else, and because I didn't print it and bring it here, I don't remember all the details any longer having done it. But I know for a fact that your home is in poor condition. We have it as poor condition. I've described that and made a presentation of that condition at the municipal board recently, as you know, and what the difference would have been because it's poor. And that's part of how I can explain it here today, as I did then, and the difference between what is poor. It doesn't, in our system, it doesn't get any different than poor. That's the very lowest it ever gets. And so the difference between that and when you start changing the condition is considerable. I think maybe if I remember something right, I told you that difference would be like $300,000+.
Right. When you said my house is subject to deferred maintenance, the municipal board didn't agree with you that it was subject to deferred maintenance. They said it needed significant work. It wasn't deferred maintenance.
Well, even using that, and again, it's a question you probably want me to answer, right? Using the terminology alone, I can agree and disagree, putting it that way. I could say yes, they could use any kind of different terminology to suggest that it needs repair. I can say the deferred maintenance, and say, well, it really needed the maintenance to get it to average condition, let's say, right? But those average conditions, even what you're talking about, if my memory serves me right, would be like $300,000 that was then, I'm going to be like $900-something thousand. Part of my presentation, if you recall, is not a single property, rather there are two properties on Lake Taylor, help me here, Taylor, is it Taylor? The property going in.
Well, Taylor is one of the streets that
street
borders
going in?
on.
Yeah, there are only two properties there that are less than $1 million. I did a lot of research and spent a lot of time, and that basically is all my opinion. the board saw that and they choose to say that it's need a lot more than what you consider deferred maintenance. I look at that. When we talk about deferred maintenance in this case, when we look at $300,000+, that's a lot. We can change it, and I agree we can change that. We can say it needs a lot of work. But we're talking $300,000. Sometimes the deferred maintenance can be $25,000, right?
You just mentioned that all but 2 houses that border the area where my house is are assessed at more than $1 million. You would agree with me, the assessed value of a house has no bearing on the decisions made at the hearing of this board.
I absolutely agree with you, and I mentioned that to the board as well. I said they should not really take that, you should take that with a grain of salt, because in fact, they were assessed value on the property.
This house at 23 Dumbarton was one of your comparables before the municipal board.
I don't recall, I don't know unless I look at it.
Okay,
It probably
well,
is.
I'll give that evidence when I do. That's
From what I see here, being 2015 on June from the date, more than likely it probably was, because I can see the date. And let me also explain why am I having 2015 then. As I mentioned earlier, I made a conscious choice to put the properties that are on the retention pond, and I can discuss or talk about in my presentation of the superiority of these properties. They are there for that purpose. And I will actually take that one out and say, well, that is by far superior. And I will start looking at the properties that are the 2 lowest ones, which is comparable 2 and comparable number 4, and say that there are I didn't do the maths here, $100-something thousand difference in value. And that would be how I would describe it. At the end of the day, the board is going to make the decision.
exactly.
Sure.
I don't have any more questions.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Ramsell.
Ms. Rempel?
I have no questions.
Robert?
Thank you.
It just is a clarification on basement type. It says full part area. Does that mean that there's a basement only under a part of the house?
Right. It's a huge crawl space.
And the rest is
The
basement?
rest is, the rest is basement.
Like, there is kind of like a basement?
There's a small basement and the rest is crawl space
Okay.
with a heaved cement floor and maybe
Right.
2 feet of clearance if you
Okay.
go through it.
I just needed clarification on what it kind of meant. Okay, I'm good.
Okay.
I'll wait to hear the
Mr. Ramsell, have you visited the subject property at all?
The subject? Yes, Mr. Chairman, I saw the subject property, and if I look at the picture, that
It was
was
in the winter.
Would have been December 7th,
Mm-hmm. Go inside?
inside, yes.
Okay. So what kind of inspection did you do, or
It is full inspection for a municipal board hearing.
take pictures?
Yes, I have some pictures.
Okay, then no, that's fine. So you appeared there just recently at the municipal board,
I did appear at the
and
municipal.
they give a decision in order?
Yes, there was a decision.
I thank you. We're ready for your presentation.
Thank you. Let me just say something about my friends' comparables. None of them are comparable to my house. My house is in extremely poor condition, and I'll get into that a little bit. But if you look at comp number 1, is a house across the lake from me. It's a spectacular house, and it's got the highest end finishings, and there is nothing wrong with it. And I've been in the house, and it sold for what it's worth. Mine is nothing like that house. Comp number 2 has a walkout basement. I, of course, don't have a walkout basement. I looked online. It looked like a very nice house, very nicely done. It's still online now. Comp number 3, there's a video online of it currently. It has an incredible backyard and an enormous pool. And I can't put a pool in my yard even if I wanted to without piling it, and the cost of doing that is exorbitant. I found that out years and years ago. 79 Waterbury, I don't know anything about that house. I couldn't find it online. I like to actually pull the the listings and look at them. Because the last time we were in front of the board and Mr. Ramsawam put forward some properties, they had been extensively renovated for hundreds of thousands of dollars. Mine has not. The first little package that I put together was the decision of the municipal board. I say with the greatest of respect, this board has to give some deference to a recent decision from the municipal board assessing the value for 18 and 19 at $650,000. The other thing that I want to say is that the city really should always speak with one voice. It's not a case where one assessor says something and then another assessor says something else. So I've also attached, in 15 I was here, with respect to the 16 assessment, Ms. Evans was here and she went through the house. And she asked the board to reduce the value of the house from $753 to $601. So you have that. That's where the starting point was the last time I appeared. When I appeared in front of the municipal board, we went from 601 to whatever the number it was that they wanted. How do you get from 601 to 7 something? 7 1/4 it was. It was more than 7 1/4. They reduced it. The Board of Revision reduced it to 7 1/4, and I appealed that, and it was reduced to 650. Before that, my dealings were with Mr. Bourne of the city. I think he's retired now, very experienced. With respect to the 2014 assessment, he asked the board to reduce the assessment from 694 to 562. So there's a history going back 3 or 4 assessments of the city saying, we know what we say, the notice we sent you, but we agree that it's worth less than that. So I say, I'm not going to argue with the decision of the municipal board. I say they say it's worth $650. That's fine with me. I have included a little blurb in here about the house and the troubles I've had with the house. I've had it since '96. I actually got married in the house. That day there was a big rain, and the water started to come in through the windows and through the roof in various rooms of the house. And I found out after talking to Low and Windows, who were very nice to me, that the house had been subject to 8 separate claims for warranty, water leaking in the windows, before I bought it. In those days, firstly, there was no home warranty. The contract between the original builder and the person he built it for didn't apply to me, and the window warranty also didn't apply to me. And I knew that I bought the house from a friend who ran to Toronto. I haven't spoken to him since, but that's an aside. So I went for years trying to figure out what was wrong with this house. I managed to get a hold of, it's got a commercial steel roof, and I got a hold of the company that actually supplied all the materials. There were 2 licensed installers in Manitoba for commercial steel roofs at the time. This house on 23 Dumbarton has a similar roof, except his was installed by Crane Steel, one of the licensed installers. Mine wasn't installed by either of the licensed installers. It's installed wrong. It's supposed to move, it's supposed to flex. This one is riveted down all the way, and when it gets hot out, it pops. When it gets cold out, it pops. The water seeps in through the roof, goes down the inside of the walls behind the stucco, goes in the top of the windowsill, and then comes in. It also freezes and knocks the stucco off the wall. So I have water coming in the house down the walls. I have water on the floor in the house when it rains. I have the stucco falling off the house. I have all the tile on the front steps has come off because water has gotten underneath it. The windows are all rotten. And if you, I'll go through my pictures, but I also included my history, just so nobody can say I'm making it up. My memo from Crane Steel Structures is in there. My various letters to Paul Lowen of Lowen Windows, who I can say was incredibly nice to me. But they came to the conclusion, after being up on the roof in the rain, that it had nothing to do with the windows. The windows are rotten and they have to be replaced, but it's the roof. I got a quote to do the windows in the roof, which I gave to Mr. Bourne around $2,000. The price was $202,000 to replace the windows, take off the roof. You can't repair the roof. The whole roof has to come off. You can't cut the roof. Somebody suggested I cut the roof, and I had an engineer go up on the roof before I bought it too. Although that was a limited liability corporation without insurance. So Mr. Lowen said he would try to take care of me, and he did what he could, and they recocked the windows. But all the reports that are attached to my, interior water damage, August 12th, 1996. That was the date I got married. They caulked the roof. They sealed the roof. They recocked the windows. They took a big hose up on the roof, came inside the house, and watched the water come down the walls and through the windows. So it's still like that to this day. So what's a house like that worth? I guess it's worth the $650,000 the municipal court says it's worth. But it's not just because they say that's what it's worth. And I can say for the record, I have 2 kids. As soon as they finish school, I'm selling that house. I won't do to somebody else what the owner did to me. I will disclose what's wrong with it, and whoever wants to put one of those big garbage bins in the front driveway and go to work on it, they can do that. I'm not going to do that, because a friend of mine just bought a house, beautiful house, decided he wanted a new kitchen, took out the kitchen, black mold everywhere. He was out of the house for a year. There was a tarp on the house to protect the neighbors on the corner of Taylor and Holland for a whole year. They just finally moved in. I put some of, I didn't know what Mr. Rumserwarn was going to use as comparables, so the ones he used last time, I had pulled the listing for them. I'm not going to rely on them, but I'd ask you to look at page 15 of my presentation. This was a comparable last time. This is the house directly across the street from me. I run down my driveway, I run up his driveway. He and I were good friends before he sold it. In any event, what's listed there is the sale price when it sold in, I forget when it was, 15 I think, of $897,500. Except that's a year after a fellow bought it privately. And I have that in the materials at page 16. I got that out of the sales data from the city sales books. 32 Kerrs Lake Drive. It sold for $515,000. It was in the same kind of shape mine was in, except nothing leaked. It was an older house, nothing had been done to it. Nothing has been done to my house since I moved in, other than cosmetically, I repaired the damage 3 times. I stopped doing that in 2003. Not doing it anymore. So it sold for $515, and then a year later, after he did all kinds of work to it, extensively renovated, 2,950 square foot home on a prime street, gorgeous hand-scraped oak hardwood floors, elegant curved staircase, French doors with built-in bookshelves, chef's dream kitchen, new in 14. This fellow spent a year renovating the house and then sold it for the $897. So I say that the starting point was that $515 number adjusted for time. And that's the presentation I made at the municipal board. The other house that I found, which was closer in line to mine, and there weren't any that were in poor condition or that actually said they were in poor condition, was 714 Park Boulevard, which was a huge house, 4,194 square feet, which sold in 2014 for $745, which was adjusted for time $184 a square foot. These houses today, you're hearing numbers $300, $400 a square foot. That's what it costs to build a house now. That isn't what it cost to build a house then. You know, this house, when it sold, it was $184 a square foot. So mine currently is at $211 a square foot. That's at a value of $650,000. The estimate that I got in 2000 that I gave Mr. Bourne did not include taking the stucco off the house and seeing what's underneath. I don't even want to know what's underneath. Or fixing the stucco, or fixing all the damage inside. I have included horrible pictures that, you know, you can start at like number 20, page 20 of my presentation. That's my kitchen floor. Picture 21 is the kitchen ceiling, right above where people eat. 22 is the living room. That's where water has come in. It was cut out, fixed, comes in again. That's why it's in such neat straight lines. 23 is sad. That's my dining room ceiling. That's not deferred maintenance. That's the whole house has to come apart and be fixed. Number 24 is my kitchen window. That's a Lowen window, which is a good brand of window. It's a wooden window, totally rotten. That's because the water seeps in there. 25 is my outer dining room window. You can actually poke your finger through there. 26 is a different area in the kitchen where the water comes in. 27 is the front window and the dining room window with my Beware of Dog sign there. I have a Shih Tzu, but I always wanted a Beware of Dog sign, so I'm entitled to have one. My neighbor has a Bichon, so I bought him one too. 28 is the basement windows heaved. We have glass blocks in the master bedroom. Below the glass blocks, water comes in and it's all rotten there. On 28, there's another picture of another area of the kitchen window. 29, you can see the rotten, that's the dining room window. That's one of the places where the stucco has fallen off. It's actually fallen off all the way around the house. 30 is more areas, and you can see in 30, the top picture, the stucco was fixed there and it sort of separated. So the whole place is really sad to say, as opposed to some of the other people who made presentations today. I don't love it at all. And the sooner I can get out of it, the better. But it's not worth more than the $650,000 that the municipal board said it was worth. There's a good reason why Ms. Evans recommended that the board reduce the assessment from $753 to $601 for 2016. There's a good reason why Mr. Bourne reduced the assessment from $694 to $562. But Mr. Ramsawin doesn't want to do that, and that's fine. But I'm asking the board to do it because it's the right thing to do, and it's in line with the decision of the municipal board. If you read it, it's pretty clear. They reject the city's position. They accepted what I had to say. At page 4, under analysis and conclusions, they say the second paragraph, given the owner and the assessor's testimonies and pictures entered as evidence, the board has no doubt that the property is in need of extensive repairs that go well beyond normal or general maintenance. It would appear that the remedies to bring the property back to an average condition would likely not be accomplished by the typical do-it-yourself homeowner or by a potential purchaser utilizing the traditional hammer and paintbrush. Major items such as replacing or repairing the metal roof, replacing windows, possibly removing and replacing the stucco siding to repair the rot would more than likely necessitate professional contractors. And they actually made a mistake when at the bottom of page 4, when they say the only cost estimate brought forward by the owner was for the roof and window repair or replacement of $200,000. According to the owner, he received that estimate approximately in the year 2000, which was 6 years prior to the reference year of 2016. It was actually 16 years before, so I can only imagine what it is now, but I'm not going to waste somebody's time asking them to come out and tell me, because they can't tell me until they take the walls apart. You know, it's a real mess, and I'm sorry I bought it. That's my submission. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Garber. Mr. Ramsey, what questions?
Yeah, I think we should have some. I mean, this is intended to be more of a discussion than anything else. A couple of things here, Mr. Garber. And I agree that maybe in some situations we should all have focus and speak with one voice. You speak with one voice if you have the same information at the same time, looking at something that is really black or white rather than gray. And so in real estate business and appraisal, even to appraiser, as you know, I'm going to have, no, sometimes I get lost when I'm supposed to ask questions. All right, so coming to the question then. So I agree with the idea of having it in one voice, but there is a difference in voice that you didn't mention here when Ms. Evans and Mr. Bourne had maybe suggested that lower value in all those years. And the reason that we went to the municipal board is because you appeal the one that Doug Shatton had said about $725,000. So the point is, you would hopefully understand, try to form the question that it's not possible for us to have this one voice. Do you agree that it was values that can be different from different people working in the same department? Doug Shatton, by the way, has 32 years of experience, and I'm not putting anybody down. And I don't want to tell you how the experience Ms. Evans have, but we have a guy who's superior and knows things. He tried to defend the value here 2 years ago, I thought it was, and then he went to the board, and we live with that. And I tell you this much, Mr. Garber, when we got the result, the department wasn't pleased. So guess what? At the appraisal division here, where we're looking at professional people looking at things, they didn't agree with the Board of Revision. Mr. Board, we accepted it. right? The reason that we're here is not because I don't disagree that your house is the way it is and needs a lot of work. You know, I feel for you. I would not want to be in your position to know how to spend this
Me
money in the
neither.
house.
I'm not gonna
have
spend it.
I have the obligation also to know that I'm presenting these properties here that support the value of your, the seven, whatever it was before, and support the value certainly close to, if not 792, certainly close to and above the 725 that I try to defend, because of the location primarily that the board did not even take into consideration. I hate to, I'm not getting my questions in order here, but yes, I think I made a point. I agree with putting it in light. So you agree then that Doug Stratton defended this at, that's one question, defended this in the board here at 725, right?
Without ever being in the house, he did. Amanda Evans was in the house, and Mr. Bourne was in the house more than once. I think he was there 3 times, just to see how bad it was getting.
Okay.
Mr. Stratton was never in the house.
Okay, but was I in your house?
Yes, you were.
Okay, and I know that we had a, what you call it, preliminary hearing at the team
Right.
conference, and I know you're disappointed, but I had to say what I said. I had to be
I don't hold it
be
against
honest.
you. That's why we're here. It's independent.
I said that I hate to disagree with you, Mr. Garber, right? So we were there. I tried to defend that, and I still today think that your home is worth my 725 and more. But you know, that's why we're
But the
here, right?
municipal board didn't agree with you.
I don't agree, I don't necessarily have to agree with the Mr. Board either. We were all disappointed, but I'm trying to get a question now, Mr. Chairman, so bear with me. All right, so we got out the Mr. Stratton situation. We're not in one voice. We're never in one voice because 2 appraisers are not supposed to have the same value. It's supposed to be different. Okay, the terminology. When you mentioned deferred maintenance, you recognize that we have your property as being poor.
Right.
You know that when I was there, I mentioned what the average would be at the board.
And I didn't agree with you.
Fine.
But you mentioned it, you did.
But the thing is that, no, your house is not average, Mr. Garber. But the reason that I ask you, you recognize that I made a difference at the board, that your house is not average?
You said it was poor.
Right, and you know that what the difference I said if your house was average,
Right.
what the difference would be?
Would be 950.
It will be considerably different, so you recognize all of that. All right. On your page 15 here, you mentioned some property sold for $997,000. You know that it's not on the retention pond?
Yes.
It's not on this. See, Mr. Chairman, I'm trying to get questions rather than answers, rather than making statements.
And it has a spectacular pool in the backyard.
So you know, there's location difference. You recognize that the value of your lot, it would be considerably, you know, I'm not doing research, considerably different from the one opposite you?
I thought you said earlier that they both go together, the lot and the house go together, and you don't separate them out.
They do.
I can tell you what the lots cost. The lot on the other side was $100,000 when he bought it, and mine was $125,000. So for $25,000, you get the lake and the sloping lot that I can't use for anything.
Okay, we talking about 2018 market value, are we? See, it's a
Yes.
form of question.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's what we're talking about.
And so we're trying to establish a value on a retention pond on yours. Would you agree that it's considerably different from all the other lots that is not on the pond?
No, I would not agree with that.
Can you tell us why?
My lot is not usable.
This is supposed to be a summation, right?
No,
Okay.
it's supposed to be question and answer, Mr. Chairman.
No, it's we're finished.
No, my question, he made his
No?
presentation.
Okay,
It's
sorry,
up to me to
sorry.
make my
It's been a long day.
Well, I know, I screwed up, I screwed up too, I beg your
I'm
pardon.
sorry.
I know that this is what it is, and I'm really trying to form a question to get to the value and so on. And as I said, I do feel for Mr. Garber here, that he had to spend all this money whatever. All right, let me see what else. So now we got that and the rest. So
It was a good deal when I bought the house.
yeah, all right, okay. Now, the lot size, we're coming to value, we're talking about value, because you're not, in your presentation, that you give me at least on one property opposite you, the difference in value, but you're not, why are you not recognizing the difference in the lot size, in the location? Because that's a location difference. Why are you not doing that?
Because I can't use the lot. I don't use it for anything. My kids can't play there because you roll down the hill. There's a very small area that's flat. The rest of it is sloped. My neighbors have terraced their yards. I never did that. My neighbor across the street with the house with the pool, they have a nice flat lot and they can do anything they want there. I can't.
Well, I didn't ask that question, Mr. Garber. I didn't ask if you can use it or not. I'm trying to say,
If it's worth more, it's not worth much more.
Okay. Do you recognize too that there is a difference in value for either a person using a difference in use based on an owner's use as opposed to somebody else's use? What am I saying here? I'm trying to put this
I don't know.
You may have a certain value because this is part of the appraisal principles as well, because value in use is what it's called, right? So see, value in your use may be different from value in somebody's use. You recognize that. Trying to lead you to know that the value that I tried to make a presentation, and I did, if you recall, in a formal question, do you recall I made a presentation in lots, in location for retention pond?
Yes.
Do you recall that some of those retention ponds that I suggested there years ago, some smaller in a different area, one of them was $300,000 when it was sold, just the retention, just the lot alone. Do you recall that?
I remember you saying that.
It's in my brief right here, right?
Mhm.
And so the point is that now, if you recall that, do you disagree that the value for those retention ponds would be considerably different than the ones opposite?
I don't agree.
You don't agree?
I don't agree.
Well, I'm hoping that by asking this question on the panel, I'm trying to, in a sense, influence the panel to agree with me, so you understand that part,
I understand
right? Okay, so that all the, okay, perhaps you notice you live on 29 Course Lake, right?
Yes.
You know that the properties opposite, all that are not on the retention pond are considerably lower, all of them. They have to be.
I don't know what the value of them is.
True, you don't know that, or say you don't know. The point is that, do you know that then that any property that is opposite your area in the retention pond, any at all, would be lower? The one, like 800 and the one you just mentioned, 800 something $1,000, assuming that it's just as good a condition as any one other pond that you could pick on the pond, that property still be much lower than the one in the pond in the same condition. Do you agree with that?
No.
Why not?
Because it depends on an individual property.
Okay, all right, I tell you what, now I know that it's a long day. I think I've made a point about the location. Mr. Chairman, I've done my question, right? Oh, no, not quite. The flooring, now see this, because I remember, the flooring that you talked about, would you agree that that part of the flooring and certain items in your home would be deferred maintenance, and maybe the other such things as what is the roof and so on would be extensive maintenance?
Sure.
Do you agree with that?
Sure.
Okay, so it's not, so I wasn't misleading anybody by saying there's some deferred maintenance.
There's no point in me refinishing the floor if when it rains, it's covered with water.
I can appreciate
So I
that.
don't do it.
I appreciate, I don't know that, I don't live there, I don't know that.
Okay.
So now we have the deferred maintenance as opposed to the other one. I'm getting close, Mr. Chairman, I know it's a long day. All right, okay, when, on the subject of what happened to the board of value, you know that the board had taken, that is municipal board, taken your 2020, year 2000 value, not value, estimates.
Right.
You ever thought that perhaps you might need a new updated one for 10, 20 years after?
I gave it to the city in 2000.
No,
I
like,
don't
like
wanna-
no, recent, no, okay, go on.
I don't want to waste somebody's time in coming out and telling me that I gotta put $600,000-$700,000 into that house, because that's what it's gonna be, because I'm not doing that.
Okay, All right,
Worth
that's
it.
it. I know it's a long meeting. Before you start getting mad at me,
No, I'm not kidding.
No.
hopefully you're enjoying the conversation.
It is.
Okay, well, shall we continue then? No, I don't
No.
think so. No, I don't want to frustrate anybody. But here, listen, I think maybe, I'm gonna do my summation then.
I'll see whether the
1
panel
minute.
members, Ms. Rempel, would you have any questions?
I only have one, and that is, when were these pictures taken?
The pictures were taken right after Mr. Ramsawan was at my house, so
In the winter?
yeah, like just before Christmas, the week before Christmas.
Okay, thank you.
He took his and then I took some after.
Robert, any questions? No. Summation?
It's a long day. I want to get out of here like everybody else. Okay, in regarding to the property here at $792,000 subject property, I recognize that it is from what we had it before at $725 and now it's about $50,000 difference. I recognize that the board had $750,000. I know that from time to time it's possible that I can reach out to somebody and discuss the value. I recognize too that more than likely that Mr. Governor and I would not agree to that. If I couldn't agree on the 725 earlier, then we're not going to agree much more between the 760. So we're far apart. I agree with all of that. I try to point out that I emphasize difference in location was a big deal, if you recall. I really stress the importance of location and the importance of regression versus progression in terms of value. And this is what I talk about today. The property that he has here is a really, really nice location where values are the highest in that area. His property is the lowest, the absolute lowest by a large margin. Granted, there are a couple of $100,000 or more for the for repairs and so on. And the difference here is I don't see where it's going to be that much to put the property together. $792,000, maybe there's $140,000 different from the last assessment that you have at the Board of Revision, which I sometimes emphasize that they're the higher court and therefore we should take take it into consideration. But I do want to add, and as you know, and I may have mentioned this as a lawyer, you know how that works, right? So the panel here is to know, based on the information we have now, they can come up with a different as they should, I'm hoping they will, come up with a different, their own value based on the information they present, and as presented this time from both sides. That's it, I don't want to say anything more, thank you.
Good, thank you. Mr. Garber, final word?
I would just ask you to read the decision from the municipal board. It makes a lot of sense. And the city's position that we go from 601 to 792 doesn't make a whole lot of sense. From 601 to 650 makes sense. 601 to 792 makes absolutely no sense at all with respect, especially in a house in that kind of condition. Thank you very much.
I thank you, Mr. Garber.
Thanks for your patience.
And I think we fixed you up for Monday.
Oh, I hope so.
Okay.
Thank you.
No
Really
problem.
appreciate that. In my news today.
You did. You could build a city. We have a, we have one number 16.
That's number three, alumni.
No.
Number 3 is
Yeah.
6 Prominence Point.
No.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry.
We have number 16 to do.
Alumni.
Alumni over there.
Alumni place.
Okay, all right, let's do the number 3, alumni. Is that what it is, alumni, you need?
Where is that on?
Number 16.
Yeah, number 16. No, but number 3, alumni. Yes,
Yeah.
but it's number 16, okay. Read the roll number, address, and just state the value.
Number 3, alumni, roll number 03067290000. Assessment $369,000. Comparables here are, you can see them. I ask that you confirm that.
Any questions from the panel members?
None.
None?
None, okay. I think that concludes our hearing.
Okay, fine.
That concludes our hearing.
Does it? I thought there was some more on forum. No sure.
No.
No.
One's been adjourned.
59 was done, I think.
Everything's done.
Oh, long day, man. I've never been here this long. I apologize, guys, but I tried to push
No,
this
hey,
thing,
you know something?
and
That's just, you do a lot of work, and it's a fine job.
I thank you.
It's long, I mean, you're the presenter. We're just panel members, okay, so.
Well, thank you for understanding.
You did a very nice job.
There are times I do have to make certain assertions, and I have to really push my point.
Yeah.
Other times I back
Yeah.
down.
No, that's fine.
Other times,
Yeah.
you know.
I'm getting used to you.
Well, yeah, well, thank you.
Yeah.
You know I can agree and disagree. And when I disagree, I let you know I disagree.